training for ring officials and commissions. We do have a series of topics to go through, and we're gonna begin. We have a special guest, a special champion who traveled after making a great statement, winning the Continental Americas Championship. So I would like to introduce to you Sergey Bokachuk, El Flaco, who wants to say a few words to the WBC. ¿No hay micrófono en el piso?
Hi, this is my third WBC convention. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you so much, big thank you so much for Mauricio Suleiman. Thank you, Mauricio Suleiman, for Ukrainian support for Ukraine. Thank you, my promoter Tom Loeffler. Well, thank you so much.
We wish you great success. We're very proud of you. He was one of the victims of COVID. He was fighting as an undefeated. He was a great champion, and he got infected by COVID. And his next fight, he could not perform as he was performing, and that's some of the consequences that happened during these complicated times. He has come back, and he was very impressive in the win last Friday. And we thank you so much for coming all the way to Acapulco to be with your WBC family. We wish you the best of luck.
Because it's Ukrainian flag. This is very special. This is very good for me. Thank you so much.
Ukrainian flag is in the heart and soul. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Poncho. ¿Eunice Rendón está aquí? No la veo. Muy bien, vamos a empezar con Marcos Arienti. Marcos Arienti has been running a unique program in Argentina with boxing systems in penitentiaries. So, Marcos, please.
Gracias, Mauricio. Gracias a todos los amigos y la familia del WBC. Boxeo sin cadenas es un programa que con el WBC llevamos a las cárceles hace 10 años. Y ese programa está funcionando, demostrando en los hechos y en los números la posibilidad que se brinda a los chicos y las chicas dentro de las cárceles de rehacer su vida. En Argentina, según datos oficiales, el 15% de reincidencia es el número que marca las cárceles nacionales. En Boxeo Sin Cadena trabajamos con un 1,5% de reincidencia. Me gustaría hacer una pregunta extensiva al público y a mis amigos del board, que es: ¿cuántos de ustedes han sufrido en los últimos años un hecho delictivo? Si podrían levantar la mano, ¿cuántos han sufrido un hecho delictivo en los últimos años? ¿Ninguno lo ha sufrido? ¿Ninguno ha sufrido un hecho delictivo en los últimos años? Bueno,
hecho delictivo significa que hemos sido atacados o nosotros...
Un robo, haber visto o haber sufrido un robo. Bien. En el público, ¿alguien ha sufrido un robo? Bien. ¿Ha vivido o ha visto algún robo? Bien. ¿Alguno de ustedes ha visitado alguna cárcel por alguna cuestión en los últimos años? Bien, los amigos ahí. Una última pregunta. ¿Han salido de esa cárcel pensando que ahí salen mejores personas que las que entraron? Eso se debe a programas como los que apoya el Consejo Mundial de Boxeo, a programas educativos y de reinserción, porque el encierro por sí mismo, repito, no rehabilita, rehabilita la educación y el deporte. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Marco. The reality is anyone who goes into a penitentiary, a jail, the conditions are infrahuman. It is highly honorable to have jail programs with boxing. So I'm very proud of Marco Sarienti, very proud of Eunice Rendon with the knockout, don't throw the towel program that has been great, successful. Victor, do we have the weight management program panel ready? Yeah, I think there has been a little bit of confusion on the panels. So we're going to go and do a few things that were left from yesterday. Every convention, prepárate el video de fallecidos, por favor. Every convention, we meet to renew our friendship, our commitment to always be better, to always be making our sport safer. Every convention we see old faces, we enjoy the quality and the beautiful moments that we are all able to experience. And as life is, we do have people that go into the path of no return. So I would like to show a video of all those who have passed away in the year 2022 to remember them with our deep heart, deep concern, and send our condolences to their family. I think we had too much tequila last night. Alberto, can you please do the roll call while we prepare the video?
Mauricio Sulaiman, Mauro Betti, COVID Bagdibumi, Charlie Giles,
Yes.
Alberto Guerra,
Yes.
Hussein Huichi, Bob Logist, Rex Walker, Peter Gattani, Maureen Mulangira, Kevin Noon, Tanapol Bagdibumi.
I believe Kevin Noon has left.
Yes, he went to
And him and Tana Paul sent a written confirmation that Patrick Usyk will have their vote.
Okay. Robert Smith, Vladimir Laptev, Mikhail Savialov, Enza Jacoponi, Domingo Matas, Bismarck Morales, Jimmy Salas,
Here.
Dwayne Ford, Joanna Aguilar, Frank Hadley, Major Lee, Roberto Rillo,
Sí.
Jorge Gorini, Peter Abdul, Simon Block,
Yes.
Patrick Cusick times 3, Miguel de Pablos, Jill Diamond, Mike George, Marcos Arienti,
Sí.
Ramón García Septién, Malte Müller Michalis, Peter Stocky, Oksana Semenishina, Abraham Mitra, and Robert Lenhart.
Present. Is the video ready? Okay, so please join us to remember all those who have gone. This year, the WBC lost a very important member of our organization. Don Abel Gonzalez was the treasurer, and he was a member of the WBC for 25 years. He was a very dear person, always attending the conventions with a sweet smile, always a gentleman, and we can remember him always singing with his unique voice, making us all feel that Latino and Cuban easy going in life. So let's remember Don Abel, please. Daniela, Abel's son, is here in our convention, and I would like to
Ha de ver que me olvidaste, ¿por qué? Pero ¿por qué no me enseñaste cómo se vive sin ti? Buenísimo.
and she's a CPA. She will continue the legacy, and we welcome her with open arms to our organization. We will be talking to her. Thank you very much. Is Conexión Fácil ready to make the presentation? Yes, yes. Please come, my friend. The WBC has been working with this humanitarian. Anthony Kugler, a sensational friend, came to the WBC a few years ago with a unique app named Conexión Fácil. This app has the technology that will be used in several very important topics regarding safety. Basically, we have been trying to understand how the WBC and the boxing world can monitor weight of the fighters, even when they are not scheduled to fight, because it is the biggest problem in boxing, weight management. It is so dangerous to lose a large amount of weight in a short period of time. That's how the WBC instituted the 30-day, 14-day, and 7-day weigh-in. The weigh-in, when you arrive to the arena, everything aimed at having the weight management in a proper manner so the fighter's safety is addressed. At this time, we are developing the registry of an enrollment of fighters in order to have them produce their weight every month. This app also will have the whereabouts for the clean boxing program available. and the full medical history of every fighter for great use in every aspect. So I would like to ask and present to you, my dear good friend, welcome to the WBC.
Buenos dias. Good morning. My name is Andrew Kluger. I have the privilege really of introducing you to Conexión Fácil, Easy Connect, which is the software program we developed with el licenciado Mauricio Suleiman, who was the inspiration for us to form this alliance. This program will develop the deep, gracias, will develop the deep database for all the fighters, both retired and active, worldwide. Esta es una plataforma que va a introducir el data base de todos los boxeadores activos y retirados, para que sea fácil, si hay una emergencia, podemos encontrar la información rápidamente y no esperar que alguien recoge papeles de doctores o de hospitales o cualquier cosa. This database is important because it allows us to have instant, in the cloud for WBC, the instant gathering of information on a fighter or any incidences that take place. So I'm going to have my staff do that presentation as well as another one. We also developed, and I've had this since 1996, Emergency Response International. Again, it's going to be free membership to boxers, trainers, and managers, where if you register for it, if there's any emergency, you call one number and we coordinate everything. When I first owned my first aeromedical company in 1996, I had 2 athletes were in the first month. One was a very important player from the New Jersey Nets, and another one was a tennis player. I'm not going to mention names, but we handle their affairs instantly, emergency-wise, and this is worldwide. También tenemos Emergency Response International, que es una coordinación gratis al WBC por el apoyo de Mauricio Suleiman para también ayudar la coordinación de emergencia mundialmente. No cuesta nada para registrarse para boxeadores, entrenadores y managers. Ok, so con su permiso voy a invitar a 2 de mis ejecutivas, enfermeras, para hacer las presentaciones. Diane, ¿quieres hacer primero? Ok, gracias.
Pues estoy encantada de estar aquí en este espacio, agradezco mucho la invitación. Creemos firmemente nosotros en Emergency Response International que es primordial pensar a largo plazo y a corto plazo en la salud de todos nuestros pacientes y los familiares. Si bien es cierto que la salud no lo es todo, pero también cuando se pierde, sin ella no hay más nada. Entonces, es importante considerarlo. Nosotros somos una empresa que está establecida, es una empresa mexicana, americana, que tiene más de 20 años en el mercado, haciendo ambulancia aérea de terapia intensiva, y hemos completado actualmente cerca de 1,000 operaciones de vuelo, evacuaciones aeromédicas. ¿Me ayudan con la siguiente diapositiva, por favor? Ok. Como les platicaba, nosotros somos una empresa especializada en el transporte aeromédico de ala fija. Nosotros volamos en aviones Cessna Citation 550 o un Learjet. Y nosotros nos especializamos en que el avión esté completamente configurado como una sala de terapia intensiva. ¿Me ayudan con la siguiente, por favor? Entonces, para nosotros lo primordial siempre va a ser el paciente y la familia. Si tienen la oportunidad del día de hoy, sería fantástico que acudieran a nuestro espacio para poder brindarles un poco más de información y registrarlos, ya que la membresía es totalmente gratuita y cuando nos pasan las cosas, a veces no sabemos en una emergencia cómo responder. Entonces, justo lo que hacemos por ustedes es ofrecerles la mejor oportunidad para el mejor hospital, para estar cerca de su familia sin ningún costo. Sin embargo, nosotros nos especializamos en el transporte y entonces podríamos dialogar de esa parte. Nosotros tenemos la capacidad para llevar ambulancia aérea en cualquier parte del mundo donde ustedes se encuentren. ¿Me ayudan con la siguiente, por favor? Ok, ¿cómo funciona esto? Sabemos que al inicio puede sonar costoso el tener un avión particular para ti y moverte. Sin embargo, se ha demostrado que los sistemas de respuesta a emergencias que tienen un programa sólido de evacuación aeromédica reducen muchísimos costos en tiempos de hospitalización y en horas de rehabilitación. Sin embargo, en este tema para los deportistas creo que es sumamente importante tenerlo en cuenta porque el tiempo se vuelve algo crucial, no nada más para la vida, sino para seguir desempeñando el deporte y puede significar el regresar al ring lo más pronto posible. Entonces, ¿me ayudan con la siguiente, por favor? ¿Cómo funciona nuestro servicio? Prácticamente nosotros lo que hacemos es que evaluamos al paciente, presentamos varias propuestas. Si el paciente se puede volar por una aerolínea comercial, hacemos un acompañamiento y nos encargamos completamente de los trámites migratorios, aduanales, los trámites médicos para que el paciente lleve soporte hasta llegar a casa, cerca de sus familiares. Si el paciente es candidato para ambulancia aérea, podemos coordinar y trabajar a la mano de sus seguros de atención médica para poder brindarles toda la atención especializada y llevarlos a un hospital que cuente con las condiciones para darles soporte que ustedes necesitan. ¿Me ayudan con la siguiente, por favor? Ok, ¿cómo funcionan nuestros servicios? Es muy fácil. Nosotros somos como un 911 interesante. Entonces, lo que hacemos es que nosotros revisamos su llamada, nos encargamos de la logística, revisamos las opciones de transporte, lo que sea más viable para el paciente, para el deportista, para su familia, para la gente que quieren. Posteriormente nos coordinamos junto con ustedes para ofrecerles el servicio y que ustedes elijan con cuál opción se quedan para poder sentirse más cómodos y solventar los gastos y que tengamos muy buen pronóstico médico. Y finalmente nosotros los acompañamos hasta el lugar al que llegan en el hospital o a casa. ¿Me ayudan con la que sigue, por favor? Ok, la que sigue. Y esto es cierto, nosotros manejamos un concepto llamado la Golden Hour, que esto significa que el deportista, el familiar con una emergencia médica necesita ser atendido en la primera hora y entender cuál es el proceso terapéutico y tomar decisiones críticas, ya que esto va a definir cuál va a ser el diagnóstico. Entonces, no hay que perder de vista. Yo sé que a veces algunas situaciones médicas nos tienen en algunos conflictos y no podemos tomar decisiones. Entonces, de verdad, con toda confianza, los invito a nuestro stand. Se comen una galletita en lo que nosotros les aventamos el speech y platicamos acerca de la posibilidad de una membresía totalmente gratuita que agradecemos mucho el compromiso que tiene la WBC con llevar un deporte y acompañar y ser una comunidad que se preocupa por todos los aspectos esenciales para poder desarrollar este fabuloso deporte que tiene muchas implicaciones, no nada más directamente con el deportista o con su staff o con su gente cercana, sino que tiene cambios adecuados y tiene cambios favorables para la comunidad de la que sale el deportista. Entonces, agradecemos el compromiso, agradecemos la invitación y estamos muy contentos de estar acá. ¿Me ayudan con la que sigue, por favor? Ok. Estas son las lesiones más comunes que puede sufrir un deportista. La mayoría son asociadas a daños faciales por la misma dinámica del deporte y por las situaciones de cómo se desarrolla. Entonces, en segundo lugar, tenemos la lesión de mano o muñeca, que pareciera no ser primordial. Sin embargo, entendemos que su cuerpo representa su herramienta de trabajo y nos preocupamos sumamente por ello. Todas las lesiones en manos son muy importantes para nosotros porque determinan la funcionalidad física y la calidad de vida de nuestros pacientes. ¿Me ayudan con la que sigue, por favor? Ok. La que sigue. Me ayudan con la que sigue. En algunas ocasiones nosotros hacemos un diagnóstico tardío y esto trae severas consecuencias porque no hay una situación de emergencia aparente. Sin embargo, nosotros diagnosticamos malamente algunas cuestiones que están asociadas con traumatismos cerebrales posteriores a una pelea, alguna intervención, alguna emergencia. Entonces, creo que debemos de prestar principal atención a este tipo de información, ya que de repente a lo mejor no entendemos o no asociamos los síntomas de nuestro deportista o de nuestro familiar directamente. Sin embargo, tienen muchas implicaciones. ¿Me ayudan con la que sigue, por favor? Ok. Hay una frase que me encantó cuando me puse a leer sobre ustedes, que decía que por el amor al boxeo, con gente comprometida que busca y trabaja para engrandecer al boxeo, así como para proteger la salud y el bienestar de todos los boxeadores, conformados por 166 países, su función principal es hacer del boxeo un deporte justo y seguro, basado en valores como la integridad, respetando el compromiso social y que se respalda con la larga trayectoria y compromiso que tienen con la sociedad. ¿Me ayudan con la diapositiva que sigue, por favor? Estoy encantada con esa frase. Creo que compartimos muchos de los valores que ustedes también comparten. Agradecemos mucho el espacio. Y bueno, ahí está el QRS. Si ustedes quieren registrarse directamente para la membresía, es totalmente gratuito. Los podemos informar un poco más o darles materiales para que puedan tomar esta decisión muy importante y muy relevante para cada miembro de su familia. De verdad, un esfuerzo así y el espacio así no es tan común. Yo sé que a veces este tipo de servicios no están tanto al alcance o no los conocen, pero la oportunidad que está brindando este espacio y esta reunión como comunidad para ustedes, para sus familiares, para sus seres queridos, para su staff, es sumamente importante y de verdad nosotros compartimos todos los valores y el compromiso que implica directamente el entender que ustedes están pasando probablemente por uno de los peores días de su vida. Y entonces nosotros estamos para apoyarlos. Les agradezco mucho el espacio. Gracias por todo y esperamos verlos pronto para el registro. Gracias.
I was asked two questions that I want to answer for you. The experience of the team. Since 1996, we've done over 28,000 flights. La experiencia que tenemos es desde 1996. Hemos hecho más de 28,000 vuelos. WBC es la primera organización que estamos haciendo eso con gratis. WBC is the first organization worldwide that we have an arrangement of free services to the boxing community. Okay, the next person I want is another executive of mine. Vianney, who will explain Conexión Fácil. And the reason we're presenting both is that one works with the other. If there's an emergency, we can handle it with transportation, but this is the database that we have that will be doing Conexión Fácil Easy Connect, which to me is extremely important. And we've met with a number of people in the boxing community, and thanks to Mauricio Suleiman, this is also implemented as the first and unique sports platform in the world. Pasa.
If I may just make a quite, this is something very important for the promoters. This service is for emergencies, medical, for fighters or their families. So this is something that you will be receiving direct information, but this is something that is breaking ground into something that we always are afraid of something happening, and we are not prepared to have an emergency in the ring. There are fights in remote places. Not all fights take place in the major venues that are fully prepared and fully equipped to attend an emergency. So thank you so much. This is going to be something that will have great benefits. The next topic is Conexión Fácil, which is what we discussed regarding the enrollment of boxers. We're going to do a mandatory enrollment as we do in the Clean Boxing program, and this is to monitor the weight. So, please.
Hola, buenos días a todos. Yo soy Eunice Hernández, pertenezco a la aplicación Conexión Fácil. Bueno, como bien sabemos, el señor José Suleimán nos dejó legados. Ahora es el turno del señor Mauricio Suleimán de dejarnos un legado junto con el señor Kluger para poder mejorar lo que es el control de peso de los boxeadores y sobre todo la salud. La siguiente, por favor. Bueno, ¿qué es Conexión Fácil? Conexión Fácil es una plataforma de comunicación que da seguimiento al estado de salud y bienestar de todos los boxeadores, activos y retirados, por medio de una aplicación móvil. Tenemos también un back office, conformado por un back office y también por la aplicación misma. La siguiente. Va dirigida a todos los boxeadores retirados y lo que son activos, y damos seguimiento a lo que es la medición de peso por medio de lo que es el módulo de peso, de notas y peso. También tiene módulos como monitoreo de lo que es signos vitales, recomendaciones para la salud, heridas y lesiones y educación para la salud. La siguiente. ¿Cómo lo hacemos en Conexión Fácil? Bueno, tenemos un grupo de profesionales de la salud, médicos, fisioterapeutas, psicólogos, nutriólogos, que van a emitir recomendaciones basadas en evidencias científicas para poder dar cuidados o brindarle cuidados al boxeador para poder implementarlos en su día a día y poder mejorar su óptimo desempeño y también mantener lo que es el control de peso, que es un objetivo que se quiere lograr con esta aplicación, y así tener éxito en los tratamientos. Aquí el plus de Conexión Fácil es el círculo de cuidados, en el cual el boxeador se encuentra rodeado de todas las personas que le brindan cuidados y protección, como cuáles sería su médico, su entrenador, su acondicionador físico, su psicólogo y sobre todo su familia. La siguiente, por favor. ¿Cómo funciona Conexión Fácil? Bueno, esta está basada en lo que es está para atletas y boxeadores. Tiene una plataforma a la que le llamamos back office. Ahí registran todo lo que son sus datos el boxeador. Los tenemos, peso, talla, y vamos registrando toda la información. Esta información nos llega y nosotros podemos emitir también notificaciones para poder regular lo que es la información del boxeador en caso de que nos emitan alertas del sistema. El usuario puede registrar por medio de documentos todo lo que es su historial. Puede ser historial quirúrgico, no quirúrgico, de alergias, es lo que también es muy importante para tener en cuenta el historial que tiene un boxeador de lo que son heridas y lesiones. La siguiente, por favor. Bueno, el seguimiento de peso es así. El boxeador se registra en la aplicación, hace un registro en peso. En caso de que esté fuera de rango el peso, nos va a llegar una notificación a su círculo de cuidados y al back office. Posteriormente, esta alerta va a ser analizada por la comisión local a la que pertenezca el boxeador y de esta manera enviará recomendaciones y notificaciones oportunas para que el boxeador pueda realizar las medidas necesarias para evitar algunos riesgos a la salud por la pérdida de peso o que tenga malas prácticas para ello. La siguiente. Les voy a emitir un video para que puedan observar cómo funciona la aplicación.
Conexión fácil.
Del pesaje es en tiempo real. El boxeador no podrá hacer trampa porque esa fotografía no puede ser sacada de la galería del mismo móvil. Entonces es en tiempo real la fotografía, verificando que sea el boxeador quien está pesándose. La información está disponible las 24 horas del día, los 7 días de la semana, los 365 días. Esta información se encuentra disponible para el círculo de cuidados y también para el mismo boxeador, además de que también esta información la puede tener cualquiera de su círculo de cuidados del boxeador. Y él puede también descargar registros que tiene desde hace 6 meses dentro de la aplicación para llevar un control o un récord que tenga el boxeador, sobre todo de peso. También la comisión local también puede obtener información de los datos del boxeador. Puede ser un dato estadístico para poder ver qué tipo de padecimientos sufren los boxeadores dentro de lo que es cada comisión y también tener un registro de el control de peso de los boxeadores. La siguiente. La información está protegida por la ley mexicana de Ley Federal de Protección de Datos Personales por posesión de particulares y además de la protección de datos. Esta información también está cifrada de extremo a extremo y es de difícil intersección. Les agradezco su atención, muchísimas gracias. Los esperamos en el stand para su registro y les hago una cordial invitación para que prueben nuestra aplicación. No se van a arrepentir. Gracias.
So for those of you that need an interpretation in English, we've got flyers for you. But this program that was inspired by Mauricio Suleiman has all the data of healthcare. And it's very important to move forward with the inspiration of Mauricio Suleiman to get clean boxing and clean sports moving. Okay, the final question I was asked is, why the hell do I walk with a cane when I'm in healthcare? To tell you the truth, I was hanging from a helicopter in Katrina when a young kid shot me in the knee and destroyed my knee. So that's the reason. So there's always give and take. Okay, but thank you very much. Licenciado Suleiman, muchísimas gracias.
Thank
Su
you.
apoyo.
Thank you so very much. Congratulations. Please accept, Anthony, please accept from the WBC a medal of recognition from this convention from Mr. Gorini. William Budo, could you please come to the stage? William Budo is in charge of the WBC safety requirements for championship fights. He works diligently, 36 hours a day, even there's only 24. He wakes up and goes to bed sending emails to promoters and managers and fighters and the office, trying to get everyone to comply with the MRIs, with the blood work, with the weigh-ins. And it is a very lonely and complicated job that he has, because he is often trying to get such compliance. I am very proud of William and all the work that he does. And we have a very brief report that he's going to do. There are some concerns that he has, and the idea is to work very closely with the promoters and managers only to comply for the safety of the fighters. Please go ahead, William.
Good day. Sorry.
William, you must get very close to the microphone, please.
I'm told that I have 3 minutes, which is about one wrong.
Very close, please. We cannot hear.
I'm told that I have about 3 minutes, which is about one wrong in boxing, to explain all these 50-something title bouts that took place. I'm going to give you a rundown of the bouts, the percentage that we were received in safety, ending up to the end of October this year. Female world titles. The females we've had a lot, a tremendous amount of female title bouts this year. And I must compliment the females on their cooperation with the safety requirements. All the ladies themselves actually send in their weights and medicals in most cases. Our total for the two bouts ending at the end of October, they have a overall percentage of 76% in safety compliances, which is just about what we get every year. In the international title bouts, there were 35 bouts, and we have a 65% safety compliance. That is weights and medicals received, which is also a good average for every year that we do have. With the world title bouts, 59 title bouts up to the end of October. We have had just the same average from all the promoters, which is really good. The WBC, we worked for the safety compliances through the promoters. The promoters contract the boxers, so we hold the promoters responsible for ensuring that the contracted boxers comply with all the safety requirements. But in the whole of this world, there are only two commissions that handle the safety requirements of the boxers. That is the JBC, Japan Boxing Commission, and the British Boxing Board of Control. The JBC only had two title bouts so far, and they had a 7.5% compliance. The JBC, I don't really have to know what their safety requirements are. I just send Mr. Yasukushi, the General Secretary of the JBC, what I need. This boxer needs this medical and this weight. Without questions, the JBC instructs the boxer to send his weight or medicals that we need to him, and he sends it to us. We have no problem. The JBC is about the most disciplined commission that we have to deal with. The British Boxing Board of Control is an entirely different story. We have, I don't know what to say. Our total of 35 WBC championship bouts that took place in the UK, there was only a total of 34% safety compliances. That is 29 title bouts is equal to 58 boxers, 29 of those boxes, that is 50%, was 0% safety compliance. So we do have a problem with the British Boxing Board of Control.
William, the work that you do has been reported during the WBC Board of Governors, and I had a meeting with the president of the British Boxing Board of Control. We will address in depth everything that has to do with our medical standards and our weigh-ins.
Yes.
And I just want to applaud the hard work and the dedication that you do for this committee. And I wanted to take the opportunity of the Conexión Fácil presentation because the aim is that by next convention, we have all champions and top 15 challengers enrolled in the app as a mandatory situation. So the work that has been mostly done by hands, now it's going to be digital and much easier to do. I would like to put a request to the Board of Governors to see if we approve the weight management program to have the electronic app to be mandatory enrollment for the champions and the top 15 fighters of each division in both men and women categories. And if so, we will begin the process of enrollment and determine when it will be official. So, Alberto, can you please proceed?
Yeah, is there a motion to make the weight management program mandatory and with the use of the application of the app? Abraham Mitra moves. Any second? Malte seconds. All of those in favor, please raise your hand. The vote passes.
Mauro. I would like to kindly ask Mauro Betti, WBC Vice President, to present William Budo the award of recognition for the work that you do. And I kindly ask everyone to give an applause to Mauro because to William, he's a sensational, hardworking element. Jane Ramos from the Nevada community. Oh, no. Eunice Rendon. If you could please come to the stage. William, thank you so much.
Thank you, William.
God bless. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thank you. It is my pleasure to introduce to you Eunice Rendon and Secretary Palma, Secretary of Security for the State of Mexico. Eunice and the WBC have worked for many years in a series of activations, series of programs where we go into jails and perform boxing programs, and the results have been measured by psychological expertise, and the results are formidable. So I would like to welcome Eunice and Mr. Palma. Welcome to the WBC convention.
I'm sorry. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Mauricio, and thank you, everybody, for being with us today. When we have been working with the WBC for so many years now, like 10 years in different kind of programs. But this is my favorite program that we have with the WBC, which is it's knockout, no tires la toalla, which means never give up. And it's a program for social reintegration and rehabilitation for inmates. And we are working now like in 10 jails in the Estado de Mexico. So this program looks for social reintegration through the practice of boxing, forgiveness methods, and psycho-emotional care. So it's a very comprehensive program. And in these last 9 years, we have seen very good results of our program. Now we're going to see some photographs that I gave for the presentation, so I hope we are going to see them. And this project seeks to contribute to an adequate and effective social rehabilitation, the improvement of personal abilities, and also it improves a lot the relation between the inmates, themselves, and also with their families, which is a very important element for the social rehabilitation. So after this year, we have seen people that has been in jail and now they are out of jail, and they are trainers or boxing trainers in their communities, and they also use all the social abilities we gave during their period in jail. So it's a very interesting program in which also we work with all the boxing issue. We have champions that go to jail and train these people 3 times per week. And now in some of these jails, we have our own trainers. That means that the inmates that took the course, it's a course that we did during all year long, and now they are the trainers in those jails. So it's a very interesting program, and it also works in the resocialization process, building capacity for peaceful resolution of conflicts. For example, with all the method of forgiveness, we have a special method of forgiveness, and with this method, we also work with all the emotions and all the mental health of the inmates. So that also contributes in order to have peaceful resolution of conflicts, and that also helps to improve all the, that are not the photographs, but I hope they are going to pass. And it also promotes compassion and altruism, respect for the human body, and self-image and self-esteem. Promote also new forms of, as I told you, of conflict resolution. And what we have seen during these years also is very nice story of lives of these people and of their families. We have one of these inmates that he never seen his daughter before. He has been for 20 years in jail, and with this program, he reconnected with his daughter. Now he's out of jail, and now he's training little children in his communities. So also one of the most interesting results we have seen with this emotional and mental health care is the way they are coping between them and also with their families. So what we did also, we put a new element into the program that we connect every Thursday. We connect them with their families, and we made some dynamics through Zoom because some of the families live far away. So we did these dynamics in order to improve also their lives. And also the forgiveness methods have been very important because as you already know, a lot of the people that is in jail, they have been also victims. So they have very difficult lives, where they have a lot of risk factors in their families, in their lives, in their communities. So it's very important also to work with forgiveness, because if we don't do that, it's very difficult to have a real social rehabilitation, because people have anger, have bad feelings. So what we do with this program, and through boxing also, is to change these elements into positive things. And that is a very important element of our forgiveness method, which is also all the weeks during the process. And after 9 years of being applied this program, we have made also experimental evaluation with the inmates that have been in our program, and we have proved that is a very effective program due to the training provided by world champion leaders, and also the participation of their families. 90% of the people that are working with us into jails, they stop drugs, for example. And this element or this result is very related with boxing, because boxing, they told us, they give them also a lot of adrenaline, and it has been very useful to stop the people using drugs. So that was a very interesting element and result for us. And also 90% of the sample acquired various social reintegration, employment, compassionate communication, and family reintegration skills, which is also very important for us. And 77% of their learning needs of workshop were satisfied. And also they improved their self-esteem, their image with this program, and has built a different personal image and relation with other people. So we also measure this program, for example, with the inmates that are very problematic into jails. We work with them with this element of forgiveness, with mental health, with sports, and then we measure if they continue doing bad things or being in castigo. How you say castigo? In punishment. And they stop. So that's also very interesting result. And just for conclude and give Mr. Palma, the Undersecretary of Social Rehabilitation, the word, I want to say that this model put the accent in the social rehabilitation and not the punishment, and that's very different. If we put the accent in the real opportunity, we have to give these people a real second opportunity, because a lot of them didn't have a real first opportunity because their context and their problems. So it's very important to give people a real second opportunity, and the World Boxing Council has been very important for us. Those are the real images. What you've seen is a jail. That's a jail in Mexico that we were working also with arts and with sports in order to change the perspective, to change the place. So this is the place where inmates see their families. So we also changed that in order to have a better relation and a better opportunity to do that. So I give the word to Mr. Palma, and thank you very much, Mauricio, and all the World Boxing Council for this commitment for so long time.
Hi, well, this is the book. I'm going to speak in Spanish. I'm a little bit more charming. Bueno, mi nombre es Manuel Palma. Soy el responsable del sistema penitenciario del Estado de México, que es el sistema penitenciario más grande del país y uno de los más grandes del mundo. Uno de los grandes problemas que tenemos es la sobrepoblación. Tenemos espacio para 15,000 personas y tenemos más de 35,000. Eso quiere decir que tenemos 20,000 inmates más de los que deberíamos tener, y uno de los grandes problemas es la reinserción social. Hay una frase muy famosa de Nelson Mandela que dice que las cárceles son el reflejo de nuestra sociedad, y desgraciadamente en muchos de nuestros países esa es una realidad, porque ahí se viven vejaciones, sufrimientos y castigo. El programa que estamos presentando hoy en una alianza del gobierno del Estado de México con Red Viral de la doctora Eunice Rendón y el Consejo Mundial de Boxeo, gracias a los trabajos de Mauricio Sulaimán, me da mucho gusto decirles que es el programa de reinserción social más exitoso que hay ahorita en este momento en todo México. Este programa de este libro es el programa de reinserción social más exitoso que existe en el país. Justo como dice la doctora Rendón, pues consta de las habilidades emocionales, obviamente el tema del boxeo, que gracias a la iniciativa de Mauricio Sulaimán han ido muchísimos campeones mundiales, Pipino Cueva, la Chiquita González, etcétera, etcétera, a darle las clases de boxeo a los privados de la libertad, y gracias a eso se han podido reconectar con sus familias. Tenemos muchos casos de privados de libertad que hace 5, 6, 7 años sus familias no los iban a ver y ahora están otra vez orgullosos de estas personas. Lo que siempre comentamos con Mauricio, con Eunice, cuando estábamos haciendo los prolegómenos de este programa, es que todas estas acciones, aunque las podamos ver de lejos, aunque pensemos que las cárceles, que el sistema penitenciario es algo que está muy lejos de nuestras vidas o que no lo vemos, realmente es parte de la cadena de justicia, pero realmente como sociedad pienso que lo tendríamos que ver. Por lo menos en México, el 80% de las personas que están en la cárcel son personas jóvenes, es decir, entre 20 y 35 años, que tienen sentencias muy cortas, que tienen sentencias de 5 a 10 años. Eso quiere decir que esas personas van a salir de la cárcel algún día y van a estar con nosotros, son nuestros compañeros, van a trabajar con nosotros, etcétera, etcétera. Y la gran pregunta que nos tenemos que hacer es cómo queremos que salgan estas personas. A veces como sociedad estamos criticando o estamos criminalizando, digamos, este tipo de actuaciones, justo como dijo la doctora Rendón. Muchas de estas personas, irónicamente, están teniendo su primera oportunidad en reclusión, no tuvieron ni siquiera una primera oportunidad en libertad, y gracias a estos programas gracias otra vez a la iniciativa de Mauricio y de la doctora Rendón, realmente le estamos dando una primera oportunidad a estas personas dentro del sistema penitenciario. Este programa las invito a que lo conozcan, aquí están los libros, realmente creo que desde mi experiencia como funcionarios públicos les puedo decir que es totalmente replicable, podemos hacerlo en cualquier cárcel de cualquier país, digamos, los componentes esenciales, es una metodología, una política pública probada, como les digo, es el mejor programa de reinserción social que existe ahorita en México, los invito a que lo conozcan y estamos a sus órdenes. Muchas gracias. Gracias, Mauricio.
I kindly ask Marcos Arienti to please join their colleagues. They do the same work, Argentina and Mexico. We had during the pandemic Zoom sessions with Joe Dispenza, with 20 jails in Mexico, with 15 jails in Argentina and Panama. So the work they do is sensational. Don Ciro Nucci, who is here, and the Mexico City Boxing Commission, they do a lot of work with the penitentiaries, so we also applaud all the work that you all do. Thank you so much. Jane Ramos, could you please come to the... Muchas gracias, felicidades. This is the second book which has been published, and whoever wants a copy, it's a very interesting testimony of what the program can do for any party in the world. The WBC established the José Suleiman Boxers Fund when Hublot, the watch manufacturer, came in with a generosity and did a specific fundraiser. From there, the WBC opened the Nevada Community Foundation Fund. It's an institution. Jane Ramos is the vice president at the NFC, and we're very proud to have her here at her first convention. We're going to show a brief video of what the fund is all about, and then we will hear from Jane. I think the
to show always good faith, to love boxing and love boxers. Thank you. Congratulations. Enjoy yourself, and may God bless you all.
Welcome, Jane Ramos.
Hi, thank you. I've been in partnership with the WBC for the last 10 years, and it's truly an honor to be part of this wonderful organization that continues to love the boxers even outside of the ring. And I have been a witness to that and the many lives that has been transformed by their generous help that they continue to give. So thank you very much, Mauricio, and the panel, the committee, all the affiliates. I really appreciate the partnership that we've had over the last 10 years.
Jane is a person who receives every application. The fund is available to any boxer from around the world, regardless of their record, their affiliation, if they were champions or not, if they were a 4-round fighter, whoever is in deep need of financial aid, the fund is available. Jane runs through every application, sends it to the committee, does all the diligence and the work that she puts. It's unbelievable, and the big heart that she has shown, because she talks to the family, she talks to the boxers, and she's a sensational human being. I would like to ask Encha Jacoponi to please present Jane Ramos a medal of appreciation. Thank you so very much, Jane, for all you do.
I also wanted to remark that the Nevada Community Foundation is in no way affiliated to the WBC. The WBC does not see or handle any of the funds. Receiving or disbursement of funds is all done by the Nevada Community Foundation. So we applaud the work that they do.
Now it's come to show the power of women. It's time to see your time to shine. So, Malte, please take over. Necesitamos las sillas en el escenario, por favor.
Thank.
Un micrófono para Malte, por favor. Poncho, ayúdale a Emiliano.
Thank you, Mauricio. We're going to set up a panel to start with that. So we invite some of our champions who are present to come to the stage. Shadesia Green, would you please come to us? Raja Amashe, who is our ratings chairman. Ivana Habazin, would you please come up? Who else is here? Kenya
Carolina
Enriquez is
Duer.
here. Kenya, would you please come up? Carolina Duer. Very nice. And of course, Jill, my partner in crime, will come up so we can discuss some women's issues. Victor, I don't know if you received...
Kenya
thank you.
Enriquez. Raja almost fell.
Excellent. Victor, I don't know if you received the photo, if you have it, that I sent you. It's just something which I found on social media. If you cannot show it, it's not that dramatic. Sean Porter talked yesterday about how important it was to win the green and gold belt. And Chantel Cameron, who just won a great fight against Jessica McCaskill, posted a picture on social media. She's undisputed champion, so she was on the photo. She's basically lying
Nancy
in bed
Rodríguez, véngase acá arriba al panel.
with all the belts, and she's hugging and keeping very dearly the green and gold belts. And I think that visualizes pretty good what Sean Porter said.
Is there any other fighter, any woman champion that would like to participate in the panel? Please feel free to come up to the stage. Si hay alguna otra campeona, mujer que desee participar, bienvenida.
Maybe I can get the chair, but I can also stand and let the women sit. That's good. Do we have another microphone? Second microphone? Oh, that's good. So we can hand that over. So when it comes to women's boxing, obviously the sport has grown a lot. Fights get bigger and bigger and more important. First of all, I have to ask, you don't have translation. You speak English and understand what I'm saying? Kenya, do you understand English? Or do you have translation? Okay, perfect. So I need translation so I get your answers. Wait 1 second. Okay. So, Carolina, you've been in the business for a while. How do you see the development that women's boxing has taken over the last couple of years? If you can in English, but you can in Spanish as well. As
Good
you
morning,
prefer.
everybody. Thank you, Mauricio, for the opportunity to be here. I started boxing when I was 23, so I wasn't so young, but I always say that that gave me the opportunity to experience other things. So when I started boxing, I really knew that that was my passion. I became in love with boxing, so I mean, it's a way of life, it's a style. So everything in my life changed, and I've met a lot of people. I experienced a lot of adventures, and I can see that we are taking more seriously now. And every year, female boxing it's getting more equal to men's boxing, and that's a great thing because we fought a lot of years to accomplish that. So we are very excited for what's coming. There's a lot of new and young fighters, and I think it's coming to a, like, we are almost, we can say now that we fight like a man. Thank you very much.
And even better than men, I would add. Now, just move on. Of course, we see that there are big fights now. Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano sold out the Madison Square Garden in April. We got sold out O2 Arena just in October for the big card with Clarissa Shields, Savannah Marshall, Alicia Baumgartner, and Michaela Mayer. But still, of course, these are like the main event fights, which are in the big spotlight. But Ivana, maybe you can take us through your experiences, how hard it still can be for a woman to make a fight and to having to do everything by yourself. Because Ivana just won her silver championship, and basically she had to promote the event all by herself in Croatia. Maybe you want to lead us through that process.
Hello, everybody. First, Mauricio, thank you. It's an honor to be here on WBC convention. Yes, it's very interesting. You know, like you said, we had great fight, Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano. But you need to see that these are the persons who's coming from really strong countries. So if you look like small countries, like who are not so strong, it's really hard. Even you have a world title. From my experience, I start late also, like when I was 20 years old. And to be honest, in my country, there wasn't nobody, maybe one woman who was in boxing. And I was preparing myself like 6 months to even go in the gym because I was ashamed what I'm gonna do there, like only woman with all the men's. And after I finally decide, okay, I'm gonna do it, I said to myself, I wanna be a world champion. So that was my goal all these years. Even I won 2 titles before. I didn't get support from my country. So basically, like 2 years ago, I moved in United States. And two weeks ago, I won WBC silver belt. And WBC was like my wish 12 years. You know, I had 3 fights before. And I every time get medal. And I said to myself, I need to have this belt. So when I get this opportunity, even was like long time for negotiation. At the end was situation that I decided, okay, let's do it at my home. But as there is no boxing promoters in Croatia, there is no TV, It's really hard. So I said, okay, I need to do it alone. And the whole organization basically was for me on my back. But I wanted that so hard because I think that a lot of people sometimes says, okay, this is women's boxing, but that's not the difference because we all train the same as men train. We all giving a sacrifice all our lives. So I think that when I start like 12 years ago, definitely the stage of women's boxing changed, but it's still not at that level. But I think with more fights and with more opportunities that it's going to change in the future.
Thank you. Shadazia, another of our silver champions in the super-middleweight division. It's great to have you here. Thank you very much for coming. Ivana talked about the differences between men and women in fights. There is a big discussion because some promoters or some people bring into this discussion that maybe women should also fight for 3 minutes instead of 2. And maybe for 12 rounds instead of 10. What is your take on that? How do you see it personally? And please just share your thoughts with us.
Well, first and foremost, I want to say good morning to everybody. Thank you, Mauricio, for having me here. This is my first WBC convention, and I'm truly enjoying myself. As far as the 3-minute thing goes, I think that with the skills and the talent that the women are possessing, if you gave us 3 minutes and an equal opportunity, such as the men do have, I think we should just be paid equally as well. So if we get the opportunity to go 3-minute rounds and go for 12, I'm always in shape. I'm constantly in the gym. I'm always on call. So I go 3 minutes in the gym anyway. So I just think that as far as the 3-minute rounds is concerned, it should be equal, and we should be able to do what the men are doing and being paid the same.
If you say it should be equal, why should we move the women up from 2 to 3 and not bring the men down from 3 to 2? That would be my question. I mean, my personal take on that, maybe Raja, you want to share your thoughts, is the 2-minute rounds have a lot more action-packed because you can't take breaks, you can afford to take breaks. So we are pretty clear with the WBC that we stand with the 2-minute rounds and stand firmly with that, because I also believe the payment is in no way linked to the duration of a fight.
Absolutely.
Mike Tyson wouldn't have got paid a penny for all the fights that he knocked out people in the first round if he was paid by the minute. You're not paid by the minute in boxing. You're paid by the attention that's coming and the audience wanting to watch the fight. And I believe we have proven, not only this year but in the last years, and you all have proven, that really women's boxing is so exciting.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe it's in part so exciting because we have the 2-minute rounds. And it's just so, it has become so big, and women are filling up, as I said, the Madison Square Garden, the O2, the big arenas, their main events. I don't see any reason to change that, honestly. And plus, I don't know if somebody from the medical committee is here. Of course, we've looked into that from all perspectives, and especially from a medical perspective. So, and we're pretty firm and pretty sure. I don't know if somebody of the medical committee wants to speak about that, but the longer duration would increase, probably could be dangerous. But go ahead.
I think I agree with exactly what you said, but I just have one question. I remember being at the Katie Taylor and the Amanda Serrano fight, and after every round, I would just remember being in the audience wanting more action in another minute, just in each and every round. That's all I can relate that to.
But isn't it better to have people asking for more than to have people?
No, that's a good question.
Maybe let me chime in. So first of all, thank you, Mauricio, Jill, Malte, for having me here. It's not my first convention, though. I was thinking about the 2-3 minutes round forever. I'm 20 years in the business. I trained with men, with women, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 4 minutes. And yes, people wanted more at that fight, and that's the point. If you look at a lot of man fights, controversial opinion, sometimes they are boring. It's 3 minutes, waiting that something happen. With the women, they just go and try to get it in 2 minutes because it's so short. It's the excitement. And it doesn't matter how good you are as a boxer. The question is, how exciting are you? And how much exciting can you give the people, and how entertaining are you? I saw a wonderful boxer, technically skilled as hell and boring. And then I saw people who are not that skilled, but I gave you this excitement, this fights in 2 minutes, and tried to put the heart into the ring, they would have died. That's what people want to see. And if we talk about equally, it's not 2 minutes or 3 minutes. The payment is not connected to any kind of minutes or duration of a round. It's connected to excitement and demand. Are people demanding to see women fighting? And they will not demand us if we do 3-minute boring fights because the rounds are so long. That's like my personal take on that. And if I see those women fights, like Kenya's fights or other fights, the excitement comes from the 2 minutes. The speed, the precision, like all of it comes from the 2 minutes. And people want to see more, they want to get more. And that's the best feeling you can leave people behind.
Kenya, you want to add?
Buenos días a todos, muchas gracias Mauricio, buenos días. Justo esto de los 2 minutos siempre se ha cuestionado, pero no nos hemos dado la oportunidad de asistir a la convención, las mujeres principalmente, a la oportunidad que nos dio Mauricio, la primera convención femenil que fue en Cancún, donde nos informaron científicamente cómo funcionaba el cuerpo de la mujer y del hombre, porque biológicamente somos diferentes. En este caso, nuestro cuello no está apto para recibir ese golpeo. Y yo lo he visto en el gimnasio. Yo entreno todos los días con niños, con hombres que están en mi división 112, 108, y yo sé que todo el tiempo soy competitiva, pero biológicamente ellos siempre pegan más duros que yo, que cuando llega un momento que estoy en esa competencia causándoles problemas, ya llegan y me dan un golpe muy fuerte que he llegado a doblarme y digo, ay, estos chicos no son más buenos que yo técnicamente ni en mi forma de desarrollarme arriba de un ring, pero sí tienen mucha fuerza. Entonces, cuando fui a la convención entendí todo esto, y ahora que he madurado más y que tengo este entendimiento y que voy viendo mi trabajo, mi evolución arriba de un ring y que veo mi evolución como atleta, entiendo que lo que debemos de hacer en el boxeo femenil es seguir dando peleas de calidad, porque a Amanda Serrano y a Kerry Taylor no se le cuestionó si le faltaba 1 minuto, todos vimos esa pelea emocionante. Yo vengo de Tijuana y ahí tuve a la pionera del boxeo femenil, que es Jackie Nava. Entonces ella abrió muchas puertas en México, donde estelarizamos ya funciones por los canales de canal abierto en México, y eso nos dio un empuje. Ahora estas grandes peleas entre Jackie Nava y Ana María Torres nos dio otro empuje. Ahora vemos a Kerry Taylor, Amanda Serrano nos da otro empuje, rompiendo ese esquema de lo que es posible para una mujer. Imagínense, Amanda Serrano, 7 títulos del mundo en 7 diferentes divisiones. Entonces, ¿por qué en lugar de querer cambiar el juego de las mujeres no competimos más y buscamos ser eso, romper ese estándar? En México solo han sido 3 veces campeonas del mundo en 3 diferentes divisiones. Entonces, ¿por qué en lugar de cambiar el juego volvemos a competir y ser 4, ser 5 en lugar de querer pelear un round más? Todas somos talentosas y somos increíbles. Luchemos con nuestro trabajo y con la competencia que damos arriba de un ring. Eso creo que todas queremos al final del día, que es competir y que se vea nuestro trabajo allá arriba. Entonces yo voy a favor de eso, del trabajo duro. Y ahora siempre pidiendo la oportunidad del organismo más grande. Si el CMB avala 2 minutos, yo no necesito más. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Kenya. Thank you very much. Just want to go back to one thing that Shadezia said, and of course that's so true. And you know, you're absolutely right. What we have to fight for is for getting you to get paid what you deserve. So that is the most important point. You know, it's not about 2 or 3 minutes. It's about making sure that you get the money you deserve and the attention you deserve. Jill, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, that was a brilliant and passionate. I mean, culturally, this is a cultural problem, whether it's in boxing or any other business, that women take the same risks and make less money. It is not a problem in my mind in terms of the number of rounds or the number of minute of rounds. The disadvantage that boxing has is that we are a freelance group of people as opposed to a league. So my question would be, because since when we do have exciting fights like the Serrano fight, like Clarissa's fight, we fill out stadiums, a lot of money is made, the stadiums are packed. So what can we do as a coalition of women to help each other to promote this sport and get more fans in the auditorium, And that, to me, is really what the issue is, the popularity of the sport, not the number of minutes or rounds.
Malte, I would like to ask the panel um, if they have any comments on transgender boxing.
I'm sure they have. I'm sure everybody hasn't been. Maybe we start with Zulina or.
Hola, buenos días, ¿qué tal? Muchas gracias, licenciado, por la oportunidad de tenerme aquí. Me siento muy honrada por ser parte de esta familia. Gracias. Respeto mucho las diversidades en la vida, no solo dentro del boxeo, pero creo que ahí tenemos cierta o mucha desventaja con ese tipo de chicas, ya que fisiológicamente producen más hormonas masculinas y algunas, como lo hemos visto en algún caso que alguien llegó a salir positiva, es porque se estuvieron metiendo hormonas y creo que eso nos mantiene pues muy por debajo de ellas en cuanto a la fuerza, la potencia, la velocidad, porque prácticamente estamos compitiendo con un hombre. Gracias.
Do you want to add to that?
Okay, mi nombre es Abigail Pérez. Antes que nada, agradezco al licenciado por darnos la oportunidad de estar aquí y, como dice Zulina, ser familia WBC. Yo soy referee de boxeo y también estoy muy, muy orgullosa de poder estar aquí. Y opino lo mismo que todas las compañeras en cuanto a los rounds. Con 2 minutos, yo he tenido peleas, he oficiado peleas de mujeres mucho mejores que hombres, y no generalizo, o sea, hay mucho mejor peleas de mujeres, y creo que este género va para arriba, o sea, nos están dando como el impulso, y creo que el trabajo que está haciendo cada una de las mujeres de esta familia nos está ayudando a ir escalando poco a poquito, y agradezco en lo personal la oportunidad que me dieron para estar como oficial en esta gran familia WBC. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Jill, go ahead.
I just wanted to add one thing, which is a lot of disservice is done to women's boxing by very uneducated commentators. You see these women working so hard in the ring, and then during the fight, they're going, what if it was 3 minutes? And then there's a controversy about this or that or whatever. These people, it diminishes the value of the fighter and the fight. And they have to be educated and learn to stop calling them girls and stop commenting on the number of rounds and minutes while a fight is going on. It's absolutely obscene.
Maybe want to come back to the transgender question, and thank you, Jill. It's also true. The way how they comment on fights, that's sometimes borderline sexism even, but that's a different conversation. On the transgender, though, I think there is a place for transgender. The question is, where is the place for transgender? Would have liked to fight somebody who is a man who identifies as a woman? I guess no, because there is still a man. Even like the man hormone, the testosterone, even if you get it down, there is a physical difference. And having sparred with men, broken some ribs afterwards, there is a physical difference. They hit harder, they are faster, and that's okay. That's biologics. That's completely okay. So I think there's a place for them. So maybe it's a different league, it's a division, however you do it. But we are a dangerous sport. We are not running or playing tennis. We have people dying in the ring. We have people having concussion, going into coma in the ring. We just had yesterday somebody lying now in coma in our sport. And I think that we should never underestimate the danger of the sport we are in. And we also see female going to that medical situation, which is unfortunate and which is very dangerous for us. So if we consider all of that and the danger we put to our health when we go to the ring, I would take clear the position, no, I don't want to have transgender in female boxing. I want them to have their own division, to have also to equal treat them, like this kind of sense of equality. It should be there, but it should be with their own division. Because I'm not a man identifying as a woman, I'm a woman identifying as a woman. It's something very different. Being a man identifying as a woman. It doesn't mean that there's not a place for them, it's not okay, it's completely okay. But it's simply a different division. The same as we don't put man to woman and woman to man. It's like my 2 cents on it, coming from the perspective that our sport is dangerous.
Thank you. There's very little to add to that, just to emphasize once more, the main purpose for what we are doing here is to do it all for the fighters, for the safety and security of the fighters, and to make sure that you can all present yourselves and be in the best shape. And I believe the medical research is pretty clear and supports everything that Raja just said. Zulina, you wanted to say something before? Yeah.
Hi, good morning. My name is Adelaida La Cobra Reese. Thank you for having me here. I'm very proud to be one of the WBC World Interim Champion. And women's boxing is, we bleed the same, we train the same, we sweat the same. And I think in many of my fights, if I would have had that extra minute, I could have done more, and I could have shown more of my skills. With those 2 minutes, I don't get enough to study. There's a lot I could do with 3 minutes. I train at the gym with the boys. I do the same thing. We do sparring at 3 minutes. I know it's smaller gloves, and maybe there is safety issues and there's studies, but that extra minute could do a lot more for us.
As you said, you are interim world champion, so that even with the 2 minutes, obviously you succeed. So you
Yes.
prove that you can do that.
Justamente acabábamos de hablar de que nuestro cuello no está diseñado para eso. Sé que no has tenido la oportunidad anteriormente de ir a las convenciones de mujeres. Ya se viene próximamente en Acapulco nuevamente, gracias a Mauricio. Así que no necesitamos 2 rounds más, lo que necesitamos es la exposición de los medios, la exposición de estas grandes cadenas de televisión que nos den la oportunidad de estar en sus carteleras, porque siempre nos ponen a un lado. Christy Marty lo mencionó ayer en un video, que ella empezó siendo coestelar o participando en las peleas con Mike Tyson. Entonces, ¿por qué no nos dejan también a las promotoras, no las empujan a que hagan lo mismo, que siempre que existe una cartelera deba de haber 1 o 2 peleas de mujeres ahí, en ese lugar que todas necesitamos, en lugar de estar pensando en cambiar las reglas del juego? Pidamos estas oportunidades, aboguemos porque nos volteen a ver estas grandes promotoras, y qué mejor que los medios dijeran, porque somos calidad de espectáculo las mujeres, necesitamos una pelea de mujeres, necesitamos a estas campeonas aquí en esta cartelera. Creo que es lo que todas necesitamos, buscar que las grandes plataformas nos volteen a ver y nos incluyan, y nosotros con nuestro trabajo y con todo esto que hacemos, al igual que los hombres, que es levantarnos a correr, que es hacer un plan de dieta, que es tener que hacer todo el proceso multidisciplinario de todas las responsabilidades que lleva ser un peleador, un atleta, y estar compitiendo en el nivel elite. Yo creo que los resultados van a hablar por sí solos arriba de un ring, porque trabajamos muy duro, y aparte de solamente ser atletas, muchas de ellas son mamás. Aparte de ser mamás, son profesionistas, y aparte de ser profesionistas, hacen muchísimas más cosas para que su negocio, que es el boxeo femenil, lo que nos da de comer, lo que pone el plato en la mesa, nos siga creciendo. Entonces, yo creo que sería bueno abogar en las siguientes ocasiones que se pueda, que las grandes plataformas nos incluyan, porque por calidad ya lo hemos demostrado. Gracias.
Voy a hablar en español ahora porque... bueno, lo que estaban diciendo mis compañeras lo quiero apoyar, y también creo que no hay duda de que para la mujer que decidió ser boxeadora o que decidió ser cualquier otra cosa, por lo que la sociedad nos ha permitido en los últimos años y por el lugar que nos ganamos, siempre es un trabajo doble, porque no solo vamos al gimnasio, como decían las chicas, transpiramos lo mismo, entrenamos lo mismo, nos esforzamos lo mismo, pero después en casa también somos mujeres, Y en casa después tenemos que cocinar, la comida que probablemente no vamos a poder comer, cuidar a los chicos, más allá de que muchas tenemos ayuda de maridos o no, pero la mujer igualmente tiene su lugar como mujer. Entonces, ese trabajo sí es doble. Tenemos mucho que hacer además de entrenar y dedicarnos a lo que hacemos. Y realmente hacemos un esfuerzo muy grande. Por supuesto que nadie nos obliga, pero yo quiero contar una situación. En un momento tuve una condición médica y yo era campeona de otro organismo y me dieron un plazo para defender el título porque si no el título lo iba a perder. Y bueno, tuve que hacer una recuperación muchísimo más rápida de lo que el médico me sugería para poder hacer esa pelea. Tenía que ver con una condición femenina, ¿no? Lo que estoy contando, por eso lo traigo acá. Y esas también son situaciones que tienen que ver con la mujer, que el hombre a veces no las pasa. Me parece que lo que sí nos falta a las mujeres en el boxeo es un poco de reconocimiento y también un poco de equidad en cuanto al pago y a las condiciones económicas. Entiendo, y probablemente muchas de ustedes también entiendan, que los pagos no van a ser iguales a los del boxeo masculino porque aún el negocio no es el mismo, pero tampoco es tanto menos como lo que estamos recibiendo como pagos. O sea, creo que ahí hay un desfasaje que invito a los que hacen y hacemos boxeo para ponerlo un poquito más arriba. Y también le quería preguntar al presidente, a don Mauricio, no sé si esto ya se trató. Es algo que hablé varias veces con muchas compañeras y a mí me gustaría proponer que se pensara en una regla que indicara que cada tantas peleas de hombres, cada tantas match de hombres en un evento, por regla tenga que haber una de mujeres. Es una idea.
Muy bien.
Bueno, eso, gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Carolina, for the input. I want to thank you all. I mean, one thing when it comes to the economics that I just want to add is at men's world championships, what we do per our rules is we charge a certain amount of the purse, 3% of the purse. For women, we do not do that. So whenever a promoter tells you that you have to pay sanction fees out of your purses, it's not true, okay? And all the promoters out there, we only charge promoter sanctioning fees. We do not charge the fighters. Oh, Don wants to say something. Please, Don Majeski.
Don Majeski, USA. Three quick things. First is, many people here are asking where and when are the women's ratings meeting? When will that take place? Is it going to be at the same time as the men's, or is it going to be in a separate facility or separate time?
What we will do now, just when we wrap up the panel, is we'll go through the divisions that ask for mandatory requests, and so, yeah.
Okay, and then quickly on two, just a comment on the topics. I don't think it should be demeaning to women. I think every woman here, every woman boxer here wants to box 3 rounds, wants to be on the same level as men. And I don't think it's demeaning to say that you shouldn't. I think that you definitely entitled to fight 3 minutes. I don't think there's any woman on the stage here who's a real athlete who couldn't box for 3 minutes. But I'll tell you, we cut down from 15 to 12 rounds on men's boxing. And I would think in 5 years, you'd see it more likely that men's boxing will go to 2 minutes than women's boxing will go to 3 minutes. It's, you know, people are looking for faster action. The Katie Taylor was a great fight. I think every one of you is capable of fighting 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes. And there shouldn't be a differentiation. The marathon is 26 miles. It's a 26-mile race for a woman, and it's a 26-mile race for a man. So you're no less capable as an athlete than that. But I think with the safety issue, but I also think it's a market-driven sport. And I'll go to the second topic on that very quickly, and that people want faster action. People want to watch 2 minutes more than 3 minutes, and that would apply to the men as well. And in terms of your purses, yes, you need to get more TV exposure so people follow women's boxing. And that's where it's this is a market-driven sport more than anything else. As it was pointed out, you're not on a salary like baseball, football, basketball players or any in a league. You have to make money by each individual fight. And the more you draw, the more you make. So at this point, you have not had the exposure, worldwide exposure on TV. It's gone. It's incredible evolution you've had in the last 5 years from being like a freak attraction, not to minimize it, to something like, something a novelty is a better word, to really mainstream, to selling out arenas in major cities, London, New York, etc. So I think the time will come where there will be more money. Unfortunately, I don't think they'll be the same as the men's for the same reason that everyone watches Miss Universe on TV, but nobody watches Mr. Universe. Playboy magazine is always going to outsell Playgirl. You have a wonderful gift. That the fact that you can all be as beautiful as well as be athletes is wonderful. We don't have that. We men have to make it on athleticism when we're in athletics. But I think the more money will come, and I think the 3 minutes is definitely legitimate as athletes, but I think the sport, in a marketing perspective, is going to less minutes where the fans find it much more exciting. And that will never minimize your ability to draw, because I think you'll probably draw more people. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Marlene.
I'm sorry. Yo voy a hablar en inglés. Pero when it comes to the 3 minute rounds, I'm sorry I arrived late. Not sure what everybody full-on opinion was about it, but I was the first female to fight 3 minute rounds, and I fought 3 minute rounds twice, one for a 6-round fight and one for an interim. So given that, what I think with all the experience I have with the 3 minute rounds and speaking about it as often as I have, as soon as I turned pro, that was one of my first questions about why women weren't fighting 3 minute rounds. Right now, what I've realized is that we need to worry about not the 3 minute rounds, but the 12 rounds. Let's keep it 2s. Let's do 12. The longevity is also going to help. Then we can maybe speak about 3 minute rounds, but it's not all the WBC's responsibility. These are things that we need to bring to promoters. These are the ways that we need to go about it. And regardless if any of the women don't get along, it's something that we need to all come together and speak about within each other as female fighters and see what we really want to do and what our take is on it, so we can actually run with one thing and we're not battling in-house. After we do that, it's to the promoters and obviously the sanctions to back us up once we decide. But I have nothing wrong with 2 minute rounds. I think we need to stick more with the 12, actually getting 12 rounds first, because then we're going to fight for 3 minute rounds and then we're going to have to fight for 12 rounds. So it'll be a lot better and a lot more entertaining for us to stick with 12 2 minute rounds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So again, I want to thank all of you for participating in this panel. And
Stay.
Yeah, please.
I just want to say something very briefly and say it to you, to each woman that is in this room, because woman, as it was mentioned in the video, it represents life. I'm so happy to see a referee, to see boxing commissioners, to see our champions, to see managers and promoters, to see reporters, to see trainers. I don't know if Rachel is here, Rachel Donner, but she's one that breaks the paradox. And you, every day, you come out and you make us proud. To be a woman has been a centuries of complications for all of you. You have overcome adversity, discrimination, and you have fought against every sort of abuse of power, and you have dominated it, and you are at a great moment in humanity. So I just want to say that a woman is a top priority for the WBC and all our members. I'm very proud of every one of you in whatever section you participate in the boxing industry. The WBC has received confirmation yesterday from the governor of Guerrero that the 2023 annual convention will be here. It will take place in this state. It has been confirmed. We will give you details to have the 4th annual Women's Convention. We also are going to set a budget for a marketing and PR plan for women boxers. We're going to set that budget to create a platform unique. We have been working with a university. I don't know if Pepe Toño is here, but it's called The Power of Woman. And we have been doing a 1-year study, and we're going to implement PR activations for all of you. And you can use them to grow your presence in the social media, in the sponsorship world, and in the corporate world. We're going to continue to lead with a great example the Power of Woman movement, but it is only because of what you do. If you would not go into the ring and perform and make us proud like you do every single fight, nothing would be possible. So nobody is giving women anything. Women are winning and earning their place. Alma, the photographer, she started, as you cannot imagine, going in buses for 5 days, just traveling to make it. Now she's in Las Vegas taking pictures. So there's no impossible. And I'm just very proud of all the women. I'm very proud of Ensa Jacoponi and Jill Diamond, what they do. I miss very much Oksana, who could not come to the convention, but she's very important in the world for the WBC. And we are going to definitely, the board met, we're going to do a specific research on the length of the petition for 12-round fights. We are going to continue the UCLA study that we already funded for the 3-minute rounds. And we're going to continue to see on the safety. But nothing, and please understand, this is not a popularity contest. It would be very easy and very popular to say, let's go back to 15 rounds. We all want to see the drama that happens in the ring and the blood and the fighters coming up and coming down and the drama of those great fights from the past. But look at the consequences. Look at the price. Look at the lives that were lost and the quality of life of fighters that had to go to fight 15 rounds and to weigh in the same day of the fight, to use stimulants, to use all these things in the corner, smelling salts, to continue fighting. So today is a different world, but we are spending the money to do the research, but we will never make a decision or take a stance that will jeopardize the integrity of an athlete, especially women. So continue making us proud. I believe there are some more comments. And I just want to say one more thing, Sarah, that the WBC is here because of women. So thank you so much. One more thing. We are going to vote when it's proper by the board to make it mandatory that there must be one women's fight in every boxing card where a WBC championship fight takes place.
First and foremost, I want to say thank you to the WBC, Mauricio, and all the ladies on the panel for your service to the sport and also for putting your lives on the line for our entertainment. I would like to challenge the promoters of boxing to invest in the women the same way that they invest in the men. It's not because we don't have the knockout ratio, because Shadeja Green will prove all of you wrong. She has over a 90% knockout ratio. So the fact that people bring up about the punching power of women is completely false. Amanda Serrano being another one. So for me, it's about the marketing and the money that's being put and not put behind the women. Because if you look at sports like UFC, you have females that are superstars over there, and they've been superstars for over a decade. But boxing is just now coming to the forefront with these great women of the sport, whereas a decade ago, we were a sideshow. So I challenge all of the promoters in boxing to please put the same money into the women that you put into the men, because I do believe that we are capable and have been putting on a great show for many, many years and for the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, do you want to add nothing? Yeah, please.
First and foremost, Mauricio and the WBC, thank you. Daniel Alvarez with the Boxing Voice. My question is, with the studies being done as far as the 3 minutes with women and possibly 12 rounds, has there been studies done, with their training? Because 99% of the punches that they take is done in the gym with more than likely men sparring 3-minute rounds, sparring, up to 12 rounds. So has there been any studies or any encouragement on your women to not train with men, given the serious concerns?
Well, we got lots of research on especially concussion for women and on the health issues in general. I would ask, maybe, I think there's a report from the medical committee at a later point where we can probably discuss that, because we want to go through the divisions and see that we can order the mandatories and so on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, just to show you that women's boxing is a top priority, we'll do the mandatories in each division for the women before we do it for the men. It's great that all the promoters are here, so you can just come up and say something when you have something in a certain division. So I'm going to run down the divisions. We will do it rather quickly. If there's something coming up, please speak up, either you up here or your representatives down there.
Can I say something?
Of course, Nancy.
First of all, good morning. Buenos días a todos. My name is Nancy Rodriguez, and I work with Pepe Sulaiman in the LA office. And Pepe and I spend a lot of time in the community, and a lot of the fighters come to us and talk to us, and they have the confianza. I can't even say the word in English right now. The trust to come and talk to us, come to the office. I think the 2-minute, 3-minute rounds, I agree. For me, it's the safety, your health first. If you really balance things out, unfortunately, there's a lot more accidents in the ring for men than women. And I think that's a part of the reason is because they're protecting your health. But I'll let the doctors take care of that. That's important. What's important to me is these women getting paid what they deserve. Not everybody's Katie Taylor, not everybody's Amanda Serrano, not everybody's Clarissa Shields, and I have nothing but respect for those women because they're opening the doors for so many other women. I see the little girls, the little 8, 9, 10-year-old girls, that's the next generation of fighters. You guys are opening the doors for them. It's time for these women to get paid what they deserve, because nobody should be fighting for a world title fight for $1,000 or $2,000. Nobody should. And I think everybody here would agree. Nobody else would take a world title fight at that pay. So if anything, I'm going to piggyback off what Sarah said, and promoters, please have a budget or something where these women are getting paid more. I remember I was at a convention, I think it was Tijuana, where Mauricio said after a certain amount of fights, they should be getting paid $25,000 minimum. I think it was Tijuana. Let's enforce that. Let's enforce that. Most of these women have 1, 2 jobs, kids. Like she said, tienen que cocinar. You gotta go home and cook. Let these women get paid what they deserve. And I really want to be an advocate for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Nancy. So we'll go through the divisions now. And as I said, if anybody wants to speak up, please just stand up and get to the microphone. In the heavyweight division, our world champion is Hannah Gabriels, our silver champion Danielle Perkins, and they're negotiating and trying to make that fight. So I believe there's no need that we discuss that any further. Our world super-middleweight champion is Franchon Cruz Tizern. She's the undisputed champion, and we do have our silver champion here. So, Shadesia, do we want to say something, or do your representatives want to say something?
My management team, they can go to the mic, I guess. Again, just to reintroduce myself, my name is Shadesia Green. Again, I'm the silver champion at super middleweight. I have 11 fights. I'm 11-0 with 10 knockouts. I'm ranked number 1 in the WBC. I do have the silver title. I had the international title, but I found out today that because I'm silver champion, it's vacant. And I want to do whatever it takes to get a shot at Franchon Cruz. She know I wants to fight her. She might have other mandatories, but I feel like this is one of the most prestigious belts there is. It's the belt that I want. I want the gold belt. I love this silver belt, but I want to be undisputed and I want to be a world champion. And I think that it's time. I think that I have the skills and the mindset, the dedication. I've been professional for 3 years. I was on the USA team with Marlene as well, so and Franchon and Clarissa Shields. So I just want to put myself in a predicament to fight Franchon Cruz. Not saying that it should be handed to me, but if I need to fight an eliminator, I will. I'll do whatever it takes to line myself to, get a title shot at the beginning of next year. And I believe my management team would like to say something as well.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning. I want to thank Mauricio for having us. My name is Danny Soto with Zizou Boxing. Veronica and I manage Deja Green, as we know she's the silver champion. She's now 11-0 with 10 knockouts, that she said. And we would like to petition to give her the rights to the mandatory 2 Franchon Cruz. And that's what we're here for.
Okay. So the situation in the division is Franchon Cruz will have a voluntary defense on January 20th, and you will be ordered to fight in the final eliminator. So the next mandatory in the division would be the winner of that final eliminator bout. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, we go to middleweight. Obviously, Clarissa Shields is the undisputed world champion after beating Savannah Marshall. There is no silver champion right now in the division. There's no international champion, and I believe there's very, very few fighters that she hasn't beaten yet. So if there's any petitions regarding the middleweight, please come and talk to me. Super-welterweight, Natasha Jonas is our world champion. Will fight Marie-Yves Dicker this upcoming weekend. I think Yvonne Michel is probably already on the way, traveling 3 days to go over there to Manchester. So there's a fight coming up. We have the silver champion, Mary Spencer. The welterweight division, Jessica McCaskill.
Malt?
Yeah.
Yes, hi. Right here. So, Anthony Rudman, by way of introduction, I work with boxing promoter Camilla Stefan and Eye of the Tiger. We promote Mary Spencer. When I looked at the ranking, so first of all, Mary Spencer is 7-0 with 5 knockouts. She has been very impressive, especially in her last 2 outings, where she knocked out in 1 round Chris Namus, former world champion. And then a few months ago in September, she knocked out Cynthia Lozano in the first round too. She is currently ranked 5th in the division, and she will be fighting next against Femke Hermans on December 16. And Femke Hermans is ranked 6th, I believe. We believe that Mary should be ranked number 1. She should be ahead of Anna Rankin, with all due respect to Hannah Rankin and Cecilia Brækhus. She has been more active. She has been winning all of her fights in impressive fashion, as I mentioned. And this fight against Herman should be, and we respectfully ask that this fight should be ordered as a mandatory to the champion. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the petition. Thank you. Yeah, we'll definitely, the committee will definitely work on that, and I'll be in touch with you. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, at welterweight, the undisputed champion is Jessica McCaskill. She just lost the fight last weekend, but moving down a weight to the super lightweight division. We had received a request before from her management and her team that she could keep the belt while she's moving down. She's an undisputed champion. Our silver champion is here, Ivana Habazin. So, Ivana, do you want to speak for yourself?
I just want to say that even she go down and, she lost, she's a champion, she's undisputed, and I really give her respect, especially because she beat Cecilia Brækhus twice, who was undisputed before. But what I want to say is, as I think her last mandatory defense was in June this year, Even there was this speaking about rematch clause or something. I don't know if this is gonna happen or not, but I really think that I deserve a chance to be a mandatory for that fight, and especially because, as I said, I wanted that green belt so much, and we have like more than I think 16 months of negotiations to even get a chance for WBC, and there was a time that in these 16 months was happening that I will not even fight. But even when people said to me, I don't know, can we do it? I said, we can do it and we're gonna do it. So I really want that you take in consideration to make me mandatory for that fight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You are the number one contender, so we take in consideration. Go ahead.
How you doing? Kevin from Matchroom Boxing. We appreciate that, and we're just asking for a slight, maybe 2 to 3 week extension for Jessica to decide if she's going to stay at 140 or move back up to 147. There is, as she had mentioned, the possibility of a rematch with Cameron at 147, but we won't further delay this much longer. If we could just get a possible 2 to 3 week extension, and we'll come back to you on Jessica's decision.
Well, after such a great fight, we'll grant the champ the possibility to reconsider and get back to us within the next 2 weeks. Yeah.
Thank you. And same thing for 140 now with Chantal.
Thank
we
you.
just need to consider. Thank you.
Can we just ask people to come closer to the mic? We are not hearing anything here.
Sure. So my name is Alex Dombrov. I'm here representing DeBell Entertainment. I just want to touch on 3 people who are in the welterweight rankings. First of all, number 4, Alma Barra, who lost in June to Jessica McCaskill. She's presently retired from boxing, so we respectfully, ask for reconsideration if and when she decides to resume her boxing career. But at this point, she has announced her retirement from boxing. So, in the interest of not holding other women in the rankings back, she can be removed for the time being. With regards to number 6, Mary McGee, just a petition to move her up a couple slots. Her only loss in recent years, she's a former world champion. Her only loss in recent years was to Chantel Cameron in a fairly competitive fight. And so just a consideration for her to be moved up based on her recent track record. And then number 9, Jessica Camara, I'll come talk about her in the next rating cycle, but we'd like her to be, in the next weight class, but we'd like her to be reclassified to 140 pounds because that's where she's currently competing.
Thank you very much. Please, one thing I just want to say, Raja Amashe, sitting here, is the ratings chairman for the women. So with all ratings requests, please come to her, talk to her, see her later, give her your contact details, and send her everything by email. Thank you very much.
Malji, does this work any better than the other mic? Can you hear any better from this mic? No.
Oh. The acoustic is just not very good, but please, all your requests, send them to Raja, talk to Raja when we're done. Thank you very much. So, super lightweight, of course, Chantal Cameron is the undisputed world champion, just beat Jessica McCaskill. At lightweight, Katie Taylor, we got an undisputed champion who just defended her title against Karen Carabajal. Don't see anything here. At super featherweight, Alicia Baumgartner beat Michaela Mayer in October. We have a mandatory challenger in Delphine Persoon. Featherweight, Amanda Serrano just defended her belt. We got an interim champion, and we will order that fight. The interim champion is Sabrina Perez from Argentina. At super-bantamweight, Yamileth Mercado is our world champion. We do have an interim champion in Kudakwashe Shiwandiri, and we'll order that fight. Hello, Jill. Okay, you want me to go faster, I understand. Okay. At bantamweight, Julian Luna is our world champion. We have a silver champion in Seren Setin who will apply for a final eliminator. At super-flyweight, Ashley Gonzalez is our world champion. We do have our interim champion, Adelaida Ruiz.
Como... Hi, my name is Adelaida La Cobra Ruiz. I'm the WBC interim champ. I understand that I believe Gonzalez and Juarez has they have a mandatory rematch. I believe that's what I was told. I would like to be mandatory forever. Whoever is the winner in that match to be to do their next title defense with me, if that's possible.
Definitely. You're the interim champion, and we'll order you to fight the winner of that bout.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we move to the flyweight division.
¿Ya está alguien de mi equipo para poder
Wants to-
representarme?
Good morning. My name is Felipe Leon. I'm the Fighter Relations Director for TM Boxing, who proudly represent two-time world champion Kenya Enriquez. She's ranked number 1 by the WBC, the WBA, and the IBF at flyweight. And despite of that, we find it important to be at this convention because she has directed us that she wants the green and gold belt. She's loyal to the WBC, and that's the belt that she wants. So we petition humbly to mandate the number 1, Kenya Enriquez, to challenge the champion, Marlene Esparza. The sooner the better.
Marlene is here, but also Robert is here. You want to say something?
Good morning, everyone. Roberto Diaz, Golden Boy Promotions, representing Marlene Esparza, but also representing number 2, Yvette Zamora. And we would like to request an eliminator between number 1, Kenya Enriquez, and Yvette Zamora. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert, I got one question for you. I recall that at some point you had mentioned a possible unification for Marlene. Is that still in the works?
That is correct. Marlene is looking for the unification in February or March at the latest.
So if Marlene is unifying the belts now, we will order that fight, as mentioned, between Kenya and Yvette for the mandatory, for the winner of the unification. Okay?
Thank you so much.
So those are the bouts that we'll have. At light flyweight,
Serafina here. I manage Elham McCallid. She most recently fought Delphine Persoon for the silver belt title. I have a letter that she would like me to read. She said, "I'm asking you today because I want to do a regular world championship. After all these years of waiting, I was contacted several times at the last moment to fight, and then my defending champion opponent was injured, meaning Alicia Baumgartner, which did not allow me to enter the ring. I then decided to end my career in March of 2022. In April, Serafina contacted me with the opportunity to put on the gloves against Delphine Persoon in Dubai on the Mayweather undercard. Unfortunately, I did not get the decision. It was a bad decision. However, that's why I want to continue my career to fight for the WBC mandatory title. It is my dream to win a world title for the WBC. I am motivated to show that French female fighters have their place in this world on the big stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm Alta. Hi, WBC family. My name is Nissa Sauland, representing Wasserman Boxing. I have a fighter. She's ranked number 5 at Super-featherweight at the moment, Katarina Tanders, former WBC interim champ. I'd like to request that she gets ranked at lightweight now in the same position.
Thank you. So we'll do that. We'll get.
Thanks.
Thank you. So just going to run down the last couple of divisions. Light flyweight champion is Kim Clavel. Has a title defense coming up.
On the light flyweight, I represent Kenya's sister, Tania Enriquez, who's ranked number 3. Number 1 is Evelyn Bermudez, who's the IBF champion. I think WBA, she's going to be actually defending against Yocasta Valle in November. So I'd like to petition a mandatory between number 3, Tania Enriquez, and number 2, Yesenia Gomez, to be the mandatory for the unification between Kim Clavel and Jessica Neri Platas.
Okay, thank you. We'll could definitely consider that. And finally, Strawweight champion is Tina Obrecht, Bantamweight champion is Fabiana Buticki. And we got some activity there. We need to move on. I'm sorry. Sorry that I have to rush, but that was important. And as I said, for any ratings requests, please reach out to Raja. For any fight requests, please reach out to me and talk to me while we're here. So now we have a special event and special presentation.
Talking about the empowerment of women, we have with us today the first woman trainer to crown a boxer. Rachel Donaire, please make your way to the stage. Wherever everywhere, folks. You're not getting rid of us.
Rachel is the boss of Nonito, and you have crowned the first WBC champion from a woman's trainer. We were just talking about the pride of women, and you are a great example, and we like to welcome you to the WBC convention and receive this award on behalf of the whole world. Congratulations. So thank you so much. I'm so happy to see so many promoters and many topics being addressed for women's boxing. We're going to take a 10-minute break to start with the ratings of each division, and we're going to wrap up before lunch. So have a good visit to the bathroom. Thank you so much. Please be back in 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Felicidades. Thank you.
Okay. Before yesterday.
Break.
Let's do just a video. 10-minute break. Alto Harris there. And usually it's a good Suzuki. There's another guy, Ray Dansek. The sun is right there. Roxana.
That's the way.
That's right.
So naturally, I didn't want to stop. The next thing I heard was you holding me close. What was I gonna do? I let myself go. And now we're flying through the stars. I hope this night will last forever. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy. Makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you.
Bueno. O, 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 P, P.
The Cowboy. Los miembros de la Junta de Gobierno, por favor, a sus asientos para iniciar la sesión.
Ready for the war. Hey, you're hiding in the back.
Vamos a darle a Fennec, Durán, Antonio Tarver, Maca. Entonces ya no. Cabo, grande, es el campeón actual. Miguel Cotto, Cotto es muy famoso. Durán, Vini Paz, Monito Doner, ¿tiene chico? ¿Tienes dos chicos? Es Monito y Rosendo Álvarez. Yes, my lord.
Just to follow up on those. Have you received any correspondence from the
We did last week. I don't know, lately I will ask Alberto. We have received this weekend.
So you have received?
Yes, yes. So we will share everything. Only with you. We will not send it to Robert Smith, only you.
Okay. And then,
because he leaks it.
Well, if you don't get it, you can't, can you? The other one is what you got in mind for Ian John Lewis.
Well, I'm going to talk to him and have him come back to the BBDOC.
I mean, this Bieber, nobody accepts them. They are unlicensed. They are a terrible reputation, really bad. And anybody connected with them is going to get it.
Ian John Lewis?
No, with the Bieber. That is a bad organ, and that guy's a crook. So,
WBC members, Board of Governors, please come back to your seats. Vaya por los. Sí. Sí. Ayúdame a traer esto que es.
I need a seat.
Qué padre. Muchas gracias. Es que no tengo internet. Muchas gracias.
What are you doing tonight?
We're going to the cliff diving scenery, 6 p.m. You want to go? Oh, it's beautiful. We have dinner afterwards. Have you seen the cliff diving? These kids, they risk their lives.
Aló, aló.
You need to talk to my brother Pepe. Please, WBC board members, return to your seats. Alberto Guerra, señor Rilo, vénganse a sus lugares, por favor. Necesitamos comenzar. Yes.
At the end there, the sound is very bad. So if you can,
Now
before we vote, if we can make it
now
clear.
now they switch, they move it. Hopefully will be fixed.
Yeah.
Deje uno en cada lugar porque uno no está. Sí. Mira, Josín. No, si lo uso. Hello. How are you?
I enjoyed my stay here.
I'm very happy.
It's a present from our federation.
Thank you
with
so
the
much.
Ukrainian symbols and it's for business
Oh,
cards.
nice,
Yeah,
nice.
yeah.
Thank you.
And I had a talk with Vitaly. He said to me, Alina, please say to Mauricio, thank you so much for your support of Ukraine. And
We're going to make the announcement right now.
thank you.
Thank you.
Mauricio. I have to go to the care.
Yes. Agreed.
También tienen la cantidad de QR si quieren aplicar para alguna
Okay, we're going to begin the session. I kindly ask you to please take your seats. Anyone who is not participating in the ratings session, you feel free to go out to the walkway. Les pido su amabilidad a quien no está participando en la sesión. Quisiéramos empezar, hay mucho ruido. El staff del Poncho, por favor, quien no vaya a participar, que nos haga favor de salir al pasillo. We're going to begin this session with a special presentation. We have a very important agreement with a luxury fashion company called Primo Imperatore. So I would like to ask Muslim to please join us in the stage. He's going to present Jeff Fenech, Roberto Duran, Nonito Donaire, Rosendo Alvarez, a special, beautiful set of WBC clothing that has been prepared by Primo Imperatore. Please, Primo. Roberto Duran, Nonito, Rosendo Álvarez, por favor pasar aquí al estrado. Véngase, Duran.
Allora, signore e signori, buongiorno a tutti. Presente, sono l'amministratore delegato di Primo Imperatore. Questo è un brand estremamente di lusso, fatto esclusivamente per questa WBC, in occasione di questo 60° anniversario della WBC. Adesso vorremmo omaggiare appunto dei grandi campioni del box questi GIF. Speriamo di far bella figura. Grazie.
Hello, everyone. I will tell a few words about this brand. This brand was born 6 years ago. It's presented as luxury brand. Named Primo Imperatore, it was honored in Julio Caesar. All this collection was created especially for this 60th anniversary or WBC convention. And now, please. Mientras platico un poquito en español, que esta marca, tiene 6 años de edad, Primo Imperatore se llama. Tiene nombre al honor de Julio César. De calidad de esta ropa es muy alta, todo está hecho de cotón egipcio y también está bordado con seda. De hecho, este traje pueden ver en mí. This clothes you can see like in me.
Thank you very much, Primo Imperatore, the champion of fashion. Thank you very much.
Just on behalf of the three of us, I want to say thank you. And next year at the convention, thanks to Julio Cesar and Roberto Duran, I'll make sure I lose some weight so they fit me. Thank you.
Allora, questo capo è praticamente un capo di altissima qualità, è fatto tutto in cotone egiziano, tutti i ricami sono in seta e tutti gli accessori in platinum. Questo e anche dietro. Tutto fatto a mano, handmade. Okay. Thank you very much. Grazie. In English? In English? No, in English.
Por eso lo traje para que veas.
No quiero la verdad ni por
Today we celebrate a beautiful day. We have 4 birthdays happening, so we want to celebrate and sing happy birthday to champion Ilunga Macabu, to Abel Sanchez, Nicolás Hidalgo, and Mrs. Mitra. Happy birthday to all of you. We have a cake, and we're gonna celebrate later on with a beautiful Mexican cake. Okay, this is a time to begin with the ratings. We have had a ratings committee working diligently every single week of the year. Every month they do a Zoom meeting, and there is the pride of the WBC. We are very proud of the WBC ratings committee, and Dean Lojas, the chairman, the members of the committee, and they are here ready to participate in the session. Everything is transparent, everything is open, and we invite anyone who has a specific case to come to the microphone. We will concentrate in the top 15 ranked boxers. Any boxer outside of the 15, we will take the notice and will evaluate if it will be addressed here or at a later time. So I kindly ask, is it Daniel? Are you going to go through the... Okay. So Daniel Van de Wiel, please proceed. Would you like to start with the heavyweight or the strawweight? Heavyweight division. Un micrófono, por favor.
Champion Tyson Fury. Number 1, Deontay Wilder. Number 2, Andy Ruiz. Number 3, Frank Sanchez. Number 4, Arslanbek Makhmudov. 5, Anthony Joshua. 6, Dillian White. 7, Martin Bakole. 8, Otto Wallin. 9, Zan Kosubotski. 10, Joseph Parker. 11, Luis Ortiz. 12, Michael Hunter. 13, Derek Sisora. 14, Flip Grovich. And 15, Jared Anderson.
Are there any comments from the floor? Please proceed to the microphone. When you speak, please state your name and who you represent.
Dear members of the committee, my name is Anthony Redman. I am a representative of boxing promoter Eye of the Tiger, and we promote your WBC and NABF champion, Arslanbek Makhmudov. As you guys know, Arslanbek is undefeated, 15 wins, 14 by way of knockout. He is your WBC silver champion since September 16, when he fought against Carlos Takam, and he also defended his NABF title 7 times. He will be fighting again on December 16 and will be hopefully defending his NABF title for the 8th time. And I think that's very important and very worthy. He currently sits, as you mentioned, at the 4th rank position, and we respectfully submit and request that he be ranked number 3rd, mainly because of what I just mentioned, but also his activity, the level of the position, the titles that he holds, the loyalty to the WBC is very important for us, and I think he deserves that. Respectfully submitted.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, Ahmed.
Hi, Ahmed, representing Universal Box Promotion and Arena. I'm talking about Zan Kosubutski, he's number 9. He fought Saturday. He defended his WBC international title against an unbeaten kid who was ranked 39, Hussein Mohammed. And before the fight, he was ranked number 10. I respect Anthony Joshua, Dillian White, Arslanbek, Frank Sanchez, Andy Ruiz, and Deontay Wilder. But why is Otto Wallin and Bakole is okay? He beat Tony Yoka, I understand this, but we can talk about this. We offered Bakole also a fight. He turned it down. But Zango Zabuski should be higher rated, around 7 or 8 at least, and not 9, because he fought 39.
Thank you, Ahmed. Yeah. Your request is to switch to number 8.
Better as number 7 would be nicer.
You just said Bakole is...
It's okay, we can accept this.
Thank you.
Mr. President, hello. Phil Weiss from TGB Promotions, board members. I wasn't going to speak, but given that the gentleman spoke about number 4, Makhmudov, I believe I need to reiterate on behalf of number 3, Sanchez, that I believe he's 21-0. And obviously you've noted that he's the Continental America's champion. And I think that you've already given great consideration and weight as to those positions, and I ask you to stand by those and leave Sanchez at number 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Welcome. Are there any other comments from the floor on the heavyweight division? Is it, please.
Very short.
People want to go to the pool.
Okay, why we can't see the top 40? Normally we can see this.
No. If you have a specific case, mention it.
I mentioned.
Okay.
I did.
Good afternoon, Tony Gonzalez. Committee, I'd like for consideration Mr. Lanier Peru, highly decorated amateur, already has 8 professional fights with 5 knockouts, been very active, already going on his 5th fight this year. 2-time gold medalist in the Pan Am Games. So I'd like him for consideration to be entered into the rankings. And as well, on behalf of Don King Productions, we have Jonathan Guidry, 18-1, and former heavyweight champ Trevor Bryan at 22-1 for consideration in the rankings.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have, I kindly ask the ratings committee to take Daniel Peru, Jonathan Guidry, and former champion Trevor Bryan, take into consideration to review for next month. We have 3 requests. One is from NABF champion Makhmudov to switch with Continental America's champion Frank Sanchez. We have Frank Sanchez request not to make any move. Both have given their explanations. And we have Kosubowski asking for a switch with Otto Wallin. So I kindly ask the ratings committee. I see Otto Wallin, last fight was in May. Kosubowski has been more active. He is 24-1. I kindly ask the ratings committee to provide their input on these 3 cases.
We compared number 3 Sanchez and number 4 Makhmudov in the quality of their competition. Sanchez was clearly fought a better quality competition. He was impressive in his last fight against Carlos Negron. We thought there was no reason that he was winning. He was already rated at number 3. He's coming off a win in this month. It was very difficult to drop a guy from 3 who's had a significant win in the month we're doing the ratings. It's an open shut case in our case.
Is it correct Makhmudov came higher into the ratings to number 4 from last month?
No, he was 4 last month. He maintained his. He didn't fight last month. He was 4 last month. He's 4 this month. Sanchez confirmed his position with a win this month.
Okay, yeah, but from his last fight, he was from 10-4. Or 6-4. He had an improvement with his win.
He was 5-4 for his win. So he was approved for that win in September. He went up 1 position for that win. He headed over a couple good fighters. So,
and the committee did a thorough review, especially of the top 5.
Yes.
Okay.
That is our the people there. Our priority is to do the top 5 by the merit of the fighters, and we spend a lot of time on the merit of those top 5.
Thank you. Does anyone from the board have any comments regarding this petition? No. So, Eye of the Tiger, the ratings committee will keep Makhmudov at 4, Frank Sanchez at 3. He has a fight coming up, as you stated, in December, so we will closely monitor his loyalty. He's unparalleled. He has growing very strongly. I believe the level of opposition will continue to improve, and that will be reflected in his rankings, okay?
Thank you very much. I appreciate this.
Thank you. Rankings committee, could you please give your opinion about switching Kosubowski with Otto Wallin?
Going into that fight, we were certainly ready to take into account a nice win for Kosovatsky. However, his opponent came in well overweight, did not even try much to fight. It was a very poor fight. He has not fought a fighter that is a rated fighter in his career. We think he's a very good prospect. He's strong. He's not the fastest. I look forward to him, but he's not ready. Otto Wallin, who had, as you know, probably gave the
Champion Fury.
Fury the best fight that he ever did, and he's kept fighting it within the time. He deserves that position based on that performance. He has not fought the quality of Wallin, and the committee looks very carefully at the quality of fighters fought.
Thank you, Dean. Are there any comments from the board regarding this petition? Yes, Mauro.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. I think with all due respect for my colleagues at the Ratings Committee, I think Zanko Subuski should be deserving higher division in what he has been doing as a WBC international champion, keeping the title always very, very active. And to improve only one position in a good win last week is a little bit too little, on my personal opinion. So I don't see anything wrong with switching him with Walling. And if we still see, for example, Dillian White rated at number 6, so there's no controversy for me to support Hamad's request. So me personally would support Kosubuski to be switched with Wally.
Mr. Lojas, would you like to make a comment, or should we ask for a...
Well, I just mentioned that the quality of the opponent wasn't the quality of fighter we were led to believe that would fight for that international title. It was not a fight that was a good fight for him.
But that's not the fault of the fighter.
We wanted to fight everybody.
Hey, Ahmed, don't talk without asking for the microphone, please.
Yes. So
if the fighter did not come up in shape, that is not the fault. He was a ranked fighter, and I don't believe it's the fault of a fighter. If Wallin has not fought since May and has no fight scheduled, I see some merit in the petition, and it's only a one-place switch. But if the committee believes this should go to the board to vote, we will proceed. Or you accept it.
Mr. Lohais will accept it.
Okay, so we will switch number 8 with number 9, and we have to vote every division, right?
Yes, we do.
Okay, just to close the heavyweight.
So, is there a motion to approve the heavyweight ratings as presented with the switch of 7 and 8?
No.
8 and 9, I'm sorry. Rex Walker makes the motion. Is there a second? Mauro Betti seconds. All of those in favor, please raise your hand. The motion is approved.
We go to Bridgerweight, please. Oh, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. We have the WBC Board of Governors met and reviewed a specific situation, a specific case. And the WBC has reached a determination after analyzing the situation of the ongoing invasion of Russia to the Ukraine. The WBC has made a decision which will be read as follows.
Soon after Russia invaded Ukraine, the WBC issued a provisional ruling with views of reviewing its position if necessary at this convention. The provisional ruling included 2 decisions. The WBC would not sanction any fights within the territory of Russia or Belarus and the WBC would not sanction any fight involving any boxer from either of those two countries. Russia's military invasion has halted all boxing activity in Ukraine. Many sport complexes and gymnasiums have been destroyed, and Ukraine's population, including athletes, live in constant fear of bombings and deadly attacks in their soil. The WBC stands for human equality, respect, and peace. Historically, the WBC has rejected any type of discrimination or abuse of power. The WBC's constitution code of ethics outlines the respect that must be afforded to all national laws of any country affiliated to the WBC. It is unfortunate that the WBC's position has resulted in athletes becoming innocent victims of actions of aggression outside of our sport, which have damaged in many ways the world's wishes for peace. At the November 6, 2022 Board of Governors meeting here in Acapulco, the WBC board approved a resolution to remove all boxers from Russia and Belarus from the official WBC world ratings. Any specific cases of nationals from the above-mentioned countries permanently residing in other countries, being citizens of other countries, or living as refugees who have publicly rejected Russia's actions in the current situation, they shall have the right to petition to the WBC to reconsider the application of the WBC's ruling to their particular case. The measures in the WBC ruling are effective immediately and will stay in effect until such time when Ukraine is able to resume their normal boxing activity or when the WBC board reevaluates the situation and modifies its ruling.
Effective now, all fighters from Russia and Belarus are being removed from the WBC rankings. The WBC will not sanction any fights in those two countries, and no national citizen from those two countries can compete for a WBC championship title. We deeply Thank you. I wish to express our deep regret for the athletes, for the promoters, for the members of the boxing industry from Russia and Belarus who will suffer with these consequences of the actions outside of the ring. The WBC believes in peace, believes in fair play, believes in human dignity, and we stand strong. The Board of Governors, the world is united, and we cannot tolerate something that is outside of our control, but is hurting and killing the dreams and the lives of millions of people around the world.
Thank you, Mauricio. On that point, I forgot to bring up in the heavyweight ranking consideration, number 26, Vladislav Serenko from the Ukraine. He's been inactive because of the obvious reasons. We asked for him not to be dropped and to be considered to be remaining in the rankings.
Thank you. Ukraine has no
23.
boxing activity. Ukraine has suffered. The attacks have, as Alina said yesterday, the WBC convention participated in a fundraiser, raising $200,000, which were used to form a boxing gymnasium. And that gymnasium, when it was constructed and was ready to be officially open, was destroyed by a missile. That is the fact, that is the day-to-day of what happened. So I feel very proud, very strong, and I congratulate the Board of Governors. And Ukrainian fighters will not be lowered due to inactivity because of this situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, WBC. Thank you so much, all members of WBC board. I'm honored to be the member of WBC family. Once more, thank you so much.
Thank you, Alina. We go to the Bridgerweight division, please.
Champion Oscar Rivas. Number 1, Alan Babbage. 2, Riyad Meri. 3, Lukas Rozansky. 4, Adam Balski. 5, George Arias. 6, Samuel Kadje. 7. Felix Parada. 8. Alfonso Lopez. 9. Senat Gashi. 10. Bilal Lagun. 11. Kem Lundqvist. 12. Chris Thompson. 13. Petar Milas. 14. Chris Terziewski. And 15. Alexander Teslenko.
Yes, please.
Hello to the ratings committee and the WBC board. My name is Alex Domroff, again from DeBell Entertainment. I am petitioning for the re-entry into the Bridgerweight ratings of former WBC Continental Americas champion Elvis Garcia. Mr. Garcia was removed from the rankings earlier this year after an unfortunate failed drug test incident, which he took full responsibility for. Mr. Garcia is coming off a loss, although looking at the recent resumes of certain people in the rankings, I don't believe that that doesn't warrant his re-entry. He has satisfied the requirements of the WBC's re-entry. He has signed up for the clean boxing program. He has submitted himself to a greater level of drug testing, and he is committed again to campaigning in the Bridgerweight division. So we would ask that he re-enter the top 15 world rankings, perhaps at number 15, but I do think that based on the resume of some of the people in the rankings, anywhere from 13 or 12 would be appropriate, and I appreciate the BC for its consideration.
Thank you, Alex. Elvis Garcia was removed from the rankings due to a violation. He did not proceed with the investigation. It was a misfortune. He easily understood that it was a supplement. It was not a doping offense that the investigation reviewed. So he paid his penalties and he's eligible to be ranked once again. Has he fought from...
He fought a few weeks ago in the heavyweight division. He lost a fight that was on Showtime. Showtime scores, most people ringside had him winning the fight. It was in the heavyweight division, though. He's looking to reestablish himself in the Bridgerweight division, perhaps fight again for the Continental Americas title or one of the similar titles and restart that trajectory in the Bridgerweight division.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mauricio.
President Mauricio, WBC, Kevin Rooney from Match and Boxing. As we previously discussed, we would like to speak, if we could please speak about our mandatory positions today, if possible, in light of the removal of the Russian at number 1 and the elevation of Alan Babbage to number 1. We are asking if you would please order this mandatory now.
Yeah, we take your note and we will address it. We cannot vote on it right now. We're doing the ratings, but I have received your email and we will address it certainly.
Understood. Thank you.
Because we do have a petition from number 2, Mary. So we will discuss it.
Okay, understood. Babbage is, he fought in May. He's clean, he's healthy, he's ready to go. So we thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much. Are there any other comments on the Bridgerweight division? Would the ratings committee consider reinstating Elvis Garcia in the 15 number? Or at least into the 16, into the rankings?
Since number 15, Alexander, I would just looked up his record, was stopped in his last fight. And as he said, I watched the Garcia fight. It was an excellent fight. And it was one of the best fights on that card. We could put him at 15 where he came out of.
Okay, perfect. So the ratings committee accepts to reinstate Elvis Garcia, number 15. And that's the only comment regarding this division.
Is there a motion to approve the Bridgerweight rating with the insertion of Elvis Garcia as number 15 and no other movement? Mauro Betti motions, Rex Walker seconds. All of those in favor, please raise your hand. The motion is approved.
Cruiserweight. Ilunga Macabo is the champion. Number 1, Noel Mikalian. 2, Tabiso Mshunu. 3, Badu Jack. 4, Sergei Kovalev. 5, Richard Riakpore. 6, Mateusz Masternak. 7, Chris Willem Smith. 8, Yamil Alberto Peralta. 9, Andrew Tabiti. 10, Michael Shislak. 11, Ryan Rosicky. 12, Mike Perez. 13, Olanrewayu Durodola. 14, Alante Green. And 15, Simone Federici.
Thank you. Is Ilunga Macabo in the room? Hello, champion. Can you please come to the front? Abel Sánchez, Nicolás Hidalgo, por favor pasen al frente. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Ilunga, Abel, and Nicolás. Not a good singer. Ya está viejito, Nicolás. We're very happy that you're spending your birthday here with your family, your WBC family, your boxing family in Acapulco. We hope that you enjoy. Abel, enséñale a Macabo y a Nicolás la tradición de México de la mordida. We have a tradition, you have to bite your cake. So, feliz cumpleaños. So we go to the Cruiserweight division. Any comments from the floor?
Good afternoon, guys. Daniel Otter, Three Lions Promotions, Canada. I'm here in regards to Ryan Rosicky. You guys have put him below Yamil Peralta, but he beat Yamil Peralta. You guys nullified the fight, which was fine. I agreed. But Mauricio, me and you talked very clearly. The results were not to be used in the ratings. The committee agreed, the board agreed, the press release was out. I did everything you asked, but you dropped him. I request that he goes to where Yamil Peralta is, number 8.
Dear Daniel, I am sorry if there was a misunderstanding. I don't usually lie. Well, I know I don't lie. There's a famous say, but I'm not going to repeat it. And it was a very difficult situation. It was a fight was controversial. You and I spoke.
That's correct.
In the heat of the moment. Your fighter spoke in the heat of the moment. And then when things got calmed down, we tend to change a little bit. I understand. We order a rematch.
Yes.
And for reasons that out of everyone's control, that rematch has not taken place.
That's correct.
Rosicky was ranked what number?
9. Peralta was 10.
Okay.
So, but I understand when you say there's miscommunication, but there was no miscommunication because in the press release from the WBC, it clearly states this will not be used in the ratings. The fight was nullified. We act like it don't happen. So why? Explain.
Let me ask the ratings committee. I don't recall the...
Oh, I do. I can pull it up if you want. It's on the web, right? So the WBC released, and me and you talk man to man. You said to me,
please, you are insulting me.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to insult you.
You are insulting me.
I'm sorry.
I am a man of honor.
Okay.
And
So am I.
If I talk to you and you agreed that your
Yes.
fighter had lost the fight with local judges, don't challenge the integrity of the ratings committee.
I'm not challenging. I'm just stating what the facts are. It states very clearly.
You and I spoke that night.
Yes.
I spoke to your fighter.
Yes.
And the WBC did a statement, and we ordered a rematch because you petitioned a rematch. You wanted that to be clear.
I make it very clear. I'm not here to say that he won, he lost. I'm just here to say that that shouldn't have been in the ratings. It should have never been used.
When was the fight, Daniel?
May.
We are in November.
I understand it's back to the future, but this is very important to me.
I understand.
Right? Okay.
We get all the comments, and then we go each one. So, done.
Yeah.
No.
Sorry.
Every division, if you have followed, we receive each comment, and then we discuss the whole division with the ratings committee.
Okay.
So, Don Majeski, please.
Look, for Rosinski, I think a fair thing would be to return him to number 9. That's where he was before the fight, irrespective of the outcome. If we can consider that, to move him from 11 to 9, back to 9, where he originally was. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Mauricio, no offense there, okay? Just talking transparency, that's all, okay?
No problem.
Gracias.
Hello, dear President, honorable members of the board, ratings committee. My name is Jerry Saldivar. I'm from Golden Ring Promotions. And I would like to address that Cuba is coming back to professional boxing after 60 years of absence. And we would like for you to consider us to enter the ratings of WBC for the best Olympians of Cuba. In this regard, we're willing to fight anyone, and we have a special dear and love for WBC, and that would be a first that a Cuban boxer could be world champion for the WBC after 60 years. In this cruiserweight category, I would like to mention, and for you to consider, Julio Cesar La Cruz Peraza, gold in the Tokyo, gold Olympic champion Tokyo, Olympic champion Rio de Janeiro, 5 times AIBA world champion, 3 times champion Pan American Games, 2 times champion Central American Games, and 12 times national champion. Because of the absence of 60 years from Cuban boxers in professional, now we would like you to consider our request to be placed in the top 10, top 15 in the list for Julio Cesar La Cruz. And you'll be seeing me a lot because I have many requests from many boxers from Cuba.
Thank you, Jerry.
Y agradecer que Cuba regresó al boxeo profesional en mayo pasado en un evento sancionado por el Consejo Mundial de Boxeo. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. We had a participation in the...
Sorry, he's asking, the ratings committee asking me, is 2-0. His first fight was debut, 6 rounds, and second was 8 rounds. But nobody wants to fight them. That's my problem. So we would like to consider our request, please. Thank you.
Are those 2 fights in BoxRec?
In BoxRec, yes.
Julio Cesar La Cruz.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Roland Jankelson. I have managed a number of boxers over the years that you're all familiar with. And over those years, the support that I have gotten from the WBC is absolutely amazing, and there is no way for me to express properly the appreciation that I have for our president, and with respect to the ratings, the work that Dean and his committee do continuously. It's just amazing. The best ratings in the business, but It doesn't come easily. So I just want to take this moment to express my appreciation for everything that the WBC has meant to the fighters that I have managed. Currently, of course, that fighter is Olan Riaju Duradala. Perhaps I would mention that it is particularly challenging to manage an African fighter resident in Nigeria, but we've prevailed, and it would not have been possible without the support of the WBC. So just with great gratitude, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Roland. Thank you very much. You are an exemplary manager. You have made an unbelievable career with Duro Dola, silver champion, African champion, and many, many championship fights. And you're a great human being, and we're very proud that you're here with us. We thank you for your loyalty and your determination. Thank you.
I'm Tony Gonzalez again. I'm here for consideration to entry into the rankings of Johnny Langston, current North American champion for another sanctioning body. He's with Don King Productions. Also, I'd like to point out, I see Uniel Dorticos, Cuban fighter fighting out of Miami, former world champion himself at 25-2. He's scheduled to fight in January. Hopefully for the WBC Feca Box. So I'd like to see him being considered to back into the rankings at the Cruiserweight in top 15s. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have 3 specific petitions that have to do with the top 15. Rosicky to return to number 9. Julio Cesar La Cruz to be evaluated to see if he will fit into ranking, a 2-time Olympic champion, now competing in professional boxing. And he's the biggest star in Cuban boxing. And Dorticos, who was number 10 and came out of the rankings, is petitioning also. Regarding Blingstone, please, we have taken notice and we will look into that proposal. So, could you care to comment?
Okay, let's go to the Peralta-Rosicky situation. The committee for a long time held those 2 fighters together, but we cannot ignore results from the fighters. We just can't put that on hold. The other fighter did not fight Rosicky. Let me make a correction. The last fight in September, Peralta was 11, our last rating. Rosicky was 13, okay? Then number 10, Cieslak, who's a good fighter, had a knockout win, and as Peralta had a knockout win. We moved each up over, and that's why they're sitting there, and Tabiti won. So this is why we do it. We just can't hold ratings, Mauricio, for months and months and months. He has not dropped. Rosicky has actually gone up this rating from 13 to 11 because of different things that happened. That's the first one.
Yes, I believe Don and Daniel would like to comment.
Yeah, just a quick comment. And as I say, we understand the result. And you know the story, Mauricio and everybody in the WBC, including Mauro Betti, should be made aware of it. The local commission co-opted the fight. They took over, they threw out all the officials. And we had talked about bringing someone, and I think we decided it was better not even to acknowledge it, let the fight go as it goes, and we'll deal with the result later. In fact, the commission went so far as to appoint himself as the referee of the fight. Then on top of that, after the fight, the reason Rosicky hasn't fought is the commissioner, and I have no idea why, suspended Rosicky for 6 months. He won the fight on their cards, whether it's agreeable or not. He was not knocked out, so the local commission prevents him from fighting for 6 months. So I have no idea why. We're just thinking fair. I acknowledge how the fight was, but we're just asking, can we be returned back to where he was prior to that fight? He's going to fight in December. He's all set for a match. He came back as soon as the suspension was lifted and would have definitely fought before if it could have been done, but he was under this commissioner who decided that I guess maybe he was getting back at WBC or us to show I'm the boss, suspend him for 6 months. So we're only requesting to be where we were before the Peralta fight. That's it.
Daniel, would you like to add something?
Just the same with what Don said. We did our part, right? I nullified it. I agreed with you. Again, I apologize. I'm not calling you a liar. Don't take sternness or anything like that. But yeah, I think that it's fair to put him back where he was. He's a champion. He's probably the most exciting fighter in the division. He's very loyal to the WBC, as am I. So we'd appreciate the fair play back towards us.
Well, I think there's a new element for discussion. We had no idea of that suspension. I was personally involved very heavily in that process where the promoter was demanding to have neutral officials.
That's right.
He wanted a fight to be transparent. He did not want any issues. The challenger was from Argentina, and we got into a very bad situation with the Nova Scotia Boxing Commission.
Yep.
And at the end, it was all local, and the commissioner was the referee. Mr. Locas, I would ask if it's acceptable by the committee, taking the good faith that the promoter as a promoter had and the actions, even though his fighter was awarded the victory, he came out and made it very transparent. So I have seen CESLAC has no activity for the last few months. Anyway, my petition is if does accept to bring it back to number 9.
We were not aware of these details. CESLAC did fight in September. That's why he got up and he won by knockout. I hate to nullify his win, but considering the history of it, and if you put him behind Peralta as he was, the committee did not have sufficient details to make that call.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to the board. Thank you to the committee. Appreciate it.
Dorticos, is there a reason why Dorticos left the rankings?
Yes. Dorticus this month left our rankings because he was 1 year inactive, which we have to do. However, if he has a fight scheduled, by our rules, he can stay in the rankings even though he's 1 year inactive. If that fight happens, we can stay. But if he doesn't fight by November, if that new fight by date, he will go out for inactivity.
He was recovering from injury. He had a 3-month layoff because of
Well,
injury.
that's not a part of ours.
Right. Just letting you know the inactivity.
We need to have to, and there's nothing on BoxRec about that fight. We have hard and fast rules for every fighter in the world. 1 month, 1 year inactivity, and it happened this month. This was his 1 month activity.
Tony, is he scheduled to fight?
In February, yes, in Miami.
Okay.
Miami.
Is that sufficient? He's scheduled to fight?
Yes, we take people's word, and I expect him to
Yes.
fight.
Thank you, Dean.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Maurice.
Okay. And do you find enough merit for Julio Cesar La Cruz, who is a superstar? I've seen him fight to enter the rankings at this time, or you would like to do an assessment?
I trust your judgment, Mauricio, but he's still an 8-round fighter, which doesn't allow him to be in the top 15. So we will rank him high, around the 20th or something like that. He gets the next fight, we'll follow him closely.
Okay. Jerry, el comité clasificará al boxeador La Cruz. This is a historic moment. The first ever ranking of a Cuban fighter in boxing, in professional boxing, will come from this convention. And this means Cuban living in Cuba. and now fighting professionals. So congratulations, you have made great efforts, and I'm sure things will come very strongly.
Gracias, Mauricio. Y bueno, presentarles aquí para darle validez está el presidente de la Federación Cubana de Boxeo, el señor Alberto Puig de la Barca.
Un aplauso al señor Puig.
Gracias, Mauricio. Gracias, miembros del comité.
Bienvenidos al boxeo profesional.
Mauricio, a spanner in the works, as they say. If Dorticos comes back to number 9, where he was rated before he went out, and then Norziki would move down to number 10, or we could put Dorticos down for...
Dorticos at 10, please.
Okay, that's what we need.
Okay.
Norziki's. So,
hi, Nissa Saulan representing Myris Bradis. I'd like to request a top 10 ranking for him. He's a former WBC world champ, IBF champ. Lost a very close decision in Australia against Jay Opataya, but I see no reason he shouldn't be ranked in the top 10. Thank you.
My dear, were you late?
Have I totally missed everything?
You know, we just finished the Cruiserweight division. Is he scheduled to have any fight?
He'll be out early next year, yeah.
Would you mind that we allowed the ratings committee to assess? He's one of the best fighters in the world.
Yeah,
without
number,
a doubt.
number 3 on BoxRec at the moment.
He's one of the best fighters in the world. If you trust the WBC and you allow us to assess it during the month of November for the rankings of December, otherwise we're going to have a complete restructuring of the whole division. If you don't mind, we will take it. Maris Bradis, our former champion, who gave Usyk the closest fight.
Okay.
It's okay?
Yeah, that's no problem. I
Appreciate
trust
it.
you. Okay.
La votación. No, so the decision is move back Rosicky to number 9, Dorticos back at number 10, and Julio Cesar La Cruz will be ranked in the WBC.
Is there a motion?
And Brady's will be assessed on the next month.
Usyk moves to the movements that our president just explained. Is there a second? Malte Mueller seconds. All of those in favor, please raise your hand. The division is accepted with the changes noted.
Light heavyweight, Arthur Beterbiev is the champion. Number 1, Callum Smith. 2, Joshua Buatsi. 3, Anthony Yardley. 4, Drew Smith Jr. 5, Marcus Brown. 6, Mathieu Boderlik. 7, Daniel Aziz. 8, Callum Johnson. 9, Padraig McCrory. 10, Igor Mikhalkin. 11, Andre Dirrell. 12, Van Long Meng. 13, Craig Richards. 14, Dilmurod Satil Baldiev. 15, Dominique Beuzel.
Are there any comments from the floor?
Hello, again me. Thank you very much. I would like you the same to consider one boxer. He's ranked number 1 in the Olympic rankings. He's 2-time Olympic champion in Rio de Janeiro and Tokyo, and he's world champion from the world champion. He has 2 times Pan American gold and 2 times Central American gold. His name is Arlen Lopez. He has fought. He's a pro record of 2-0 and the 2 winnings by knockout. So we like him to be considered as well.
Arlen Lopez.
Arlen Lopez.
Gracias.
Correct. Gracias.
Kevin Rooney representing Matchroom Boxing. As we have previously discussed, we understand that both the champion, Artur Beterbiev, and Callum will be having interim fights. Understand again, tomorrow is the mandatory meetings, but given the scheduling conflict, I was wondering if you would make an exception to speak about this today, which we're just trying to get clarity for Callum when the mandatory will be ordered.
Yes, I can guarantee that the WBC board reviewed on Sunday. Callum Smith is the mandatory. He's allowed to do a interim fight because Beterbiev is going to do the WBO mandatory. The winner must fight Callum Smith. Smith is permitted to do a fight. However, if he loses that fight, he will lose his position as mandatory challenger.
Understood. So after the champions fight, you're going to call the mandatory. Is that correct?
After Beterbiev unification, the winner must fight Smith.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi to everyone. Alex Dombrov on behalf of DeBella Entertainment. Petitioning in the light heavyweight division on behalf of Radovoj Kalajic, who in the last rankings was number 22. I'm not sure where he is in this iteration. Certainly, I'm going to make a petition on behalf of a lot of fighters, although maybe prejudicing myself coming up, I'm a bit more vociferous about this one, given Mr. Kalajic's resume, who his losses have been to, the controversy of those losses, his recent activity, his overall quality, and the resumes of some of the people in front of him. Mr. Kalajic's only losses were to the champion, Beterbiev, and to Marcus Brown in a fight that was highly, highly controversial. That was some years ago, but Mr. Brown is still ranked number 5, and almost all observers believed that Mr. Kalajic not only knocked Mr. Brown down twice, but won the fight. Looking at the rest of the rankings, just resume to resume, Fenlong Meng, who's coming off a loss, certainly doesn't have losses to the same quality of opposition as Mr. Kalajic. Same could be said of Craig Richards. Same could be said of Dominic Bozel, who even though he lost to Zurdo Ramirez, who's a great fighter in his last fight, his other losses in his career and his resume don't stack up to Mr. Kalajic. So I think it's really only fair that Radovoj Kalajic, better known as Hot Rod, entered the top 15 so he can sort of establish himself as a world title contender, which we believe he is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, committee. I'm here with Isaac, Joseph, Ponce, and myself, representing Bibola Osondario. He's from St. Petersburg, from Chicago, way of St. Petersburg. He won the U.S. National Championships earlier this year. He's been on a winning streak. He's so committed that his last fight, he fought a heavyweight, and he's looking forward to getting the rankings. Actually, he's been mentioned a lot in TMZ, in social media. He's one of those social media kids, but he called out Jake Paul to get it. It's very popular, and I like to see if you get ranked in the WBC because WBC is the first one that ranked me, and I've been mentoring this kid. This kid's from my same class, started from the same gym, and with Joe Ponce and I, we're building this kid, career, and I'd love for you all committee to put him in your rankings, which will be an honor.
Thank you very much, Fres. Fres Oquendo, great fighter. Welcome to the convention.
Thank you so much.
He's a WBC ambassador. He has been the humanitarian recipient for awards.
Hi, Mauricio, committee members. I'd like to introduce Mr. Ahmed Albiali. Recently signed with Don King Promotions. He's 22-1. He recently fought and won a North American title for a competing sanctioning body, and we'd like for you to take him into consideration for...
Did you say competing sanctioning body?
Non-competing.
There's no competition.
That's correct. That's correct. Speak to Papa about that one. So yes, 22-1. He's here. If you have a few words to address the committee.
Mucho gusto. Thank you guys for having me. It's a
I'm so honored. And this is a dream come true. I've been working my whole life just to be in a place like this, not even win a world title. So thank you guys. Mucho gusto. Assalamu alaikum. And I hope I can be a part of this family one day. So thank you. And I want to put on good shows, knockouts, and make you guys all proud. Thank you. First Egyptian world champion, inshallah. Thank you.
So Saddam Alik.
My name is Ahmed El Biali.
Oh, Ahmed
El Biali.
El Biali, okay. Yes.
American Pharaoh, baby.
Okay. The American Pharaoh. Welcome to your family. WBC is your family. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you guys all. Thank you guys. Thank you for having me. Thank you. God bless.
Hello again, Maurizio and the board. Nissa Saulan from Wasserman Boxing. Just representing Lyndon Arthur. Lyndon Arthur beat number 3, Anthony Yard, a while back. He lost the revenge fight, but he's now on the comeback road. He's won 1 fight. He's fighting again in December. I would just like to request a ranking. I believe he deserves that after beating Anthony Yard. And just keep an eye on him. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, which fighter are you referring to?
Lyndon Arthur. He's not ranked, but he beat number 3, Anthony Yard.
Okay, okay.
And he's very active now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have from Cuba one request. Would you like to speak?
No, the same thing. We've heard so many terrific things about this fighter, but where he stands, we'll get him as close to 20 as possible. Mauricio.
Thank you very much. So now it's 2 Cubans in the rankings.
Right.
We have a specific request for Kalatsky,
right,
who was number 2, now is 21, and his request is to be moved at 15.
Right. Okay. The Kalajic, I agree. He is a great fighter. I mean, a great possible fighter for a top 15. He's got a top 15 resume. However, since he has lost to Beterbiev, he lost every round to Beterbiev, and he got knocked out. Beterbiev is a great fighter. What we wanted to see for him, when you come back from a loss like that, is we want to see him fight a fighter of the caliber that can move him up. His opposition since then has been just the very low-level fighters. He's had 3 fighters and a total of 0-star, 1-star, and 1-star fights. It's what you do lately. And he had a good reputation. He needs to fight, again, a quality fighter, and I'll put him right back in the ratings.
Was his last fight
in May?
In May, yes. Does he have a scheduled fight, Alex? Okay, he will be fighting by the end of the year. We will keep an immediate, the request from the committee is the level of opposition. So as soon as he raises the level of opposition to the level he was before, he will certainly be considered for the top 15 ranks, okay? And with Tony Gonzalez, we have the petition for a MAC. We will certainly review, also with Lyndon Arthur by Sauerland, and by the fighter presented by Freso Kendo. So,
Mauricio,
yes.
I need a comment on that, and with his manager, his representative. Lyndon Arthur is a top 15 fighter. However, he did not register for our CBP program. And we would love to register him. There was a lot of contact with him and the promoters, and he never signed up. Oh, it's a different promoter now. So now maybe with the promoter, we can get him registered, and then we can go ahead.
We're paying a lot of attention to him at the moment. So, I mean, just leave it with us. Get in contact, and we'll get him registered with it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just as a confirmation, any fighter who does not enroll in the clean boxing program is not eligible to be ranked in the top 15 of the WBC and not eligible to fight for a world title. So we will wait for that registration and enrollment to proceed with him. Pasamos a la...
Is there a motion then to accept the ratings of the light heavyweight as presented by the ratings committee with no changes? Simon Block makes the motion. Is there a second? Frank Hadley seconds. All of those in favor, please raise your hand. The ratings are approved.
Super middle, champion Saul Alvarez. Number 1, Caleb Plant. Number 2, Christian Mbili. Number 3, Daniel Jacobs. Number 4, Eric Bazinian. Number 5, Ali Akhmedov. Number 6, Jesse Hart. Number 7, Liron Richards. Number 8, Yamaguchi Falcao. Number 9, William Skull. Number 10, Carlos Gongora. Number 11, Kevin Lele Sajo. 12, Azizbek Abdu Gorofurov. Number 13, Edgar Berlange. Number 14, Anthony Dirrell. And 15, Sena Ahbeko.
Are there any comments in the super middleweight division from the floor? Tony, you're
very busy today, huh?
Welcome back, Dunkin' Productions.
Thank you, buddies. Giordani Jimenez, highly decorated amateur, just actually fought over the weekend, 11-0 with 10 knockouts from Venezuela. And highly decorated amateur also from Puerto Rico, Luis Rodriguez, 5-time national Puerto Rican champion, medalist at the Juegos Centroamericanos y Caribeños, bronze medalist, now 10-0 with 10 knockouts. He's actually fighting next week in Panama. We'd like for those to be considered for rankings, world rankings, please.
Thank you, Tony. Any other comments on the division?
Mauricio, we didn't get the names to consider in super middleweight.
Giovanni Jimenez. Tony, could you kindly provide the specific names to the ratings committee? I believe you have sent a document. We will...
Yeah, Dean, I can email you, but Giordani Jimenez and Luis Rodriguez. Giordani Jimenez from Venezuela, Luis Rodriguez from Puerto Rico.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Again, Alex Dombrov, DeBell Entertainment. Just a clarification for everyone. DeBell Entertainment promotes number 10, Carlos Gongora. Since the last rating cycles come out, he's been jumped by the gentleman who's number 9, William Skull, although they've both been inactive since the last rankings have come out. So I would just like some clarification, and assuming there's no new information about either fighter, I would respectfully ask that Mr. Gongora be moved to number 9 and Mr. Skull be dropped to number 10, reflecting last month's rankings and the fact that neither fighter has been active since.
Thank you.
Mr. President, board members, rating committee members. As I mentioned earlier, I'm a representative of Eye of the Tiger, and we promote rank Christian Mbili, who's ranked number 2nd. He is the current continental champion and has been defending this title for, I think it's the 4 times. I see Alberto raising his fingers, 4 times now. We understand that this division, obviously Canelo is the champion, and he has not been making any mandatory defense since 2021, February 2021. We would like Christian to fight for a mandatory position or an elimination fight within the next few months. Christian is scheduled to fight on December 17, but after that, we are ready. Christian is ready for a world title. He's ready to prove his chance, and we would like to put him in a position where he can go for the world championship.
Thank you very much. He's ranked number 2, and The mandatories will be addressed tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's a preview.
Hello, Marshall Kaufman from King's Promotions. I would like for you to consider Joseph George. He's 12-0 with 7 KOs at 168. He's fought on Showtime already a few times, and he's a very exciting fighter. Thank you.
Joseph George.
Yes.
Is he ranked, Joseph George, or it's a new petition?
He was injured for a little over a year, so he's been moved out.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
But
We
he's
will address
Thank
his
you.
case.
As an addendum to my point about Mr. Gongora, it just came to my attention that William Skull fought an IBF elimination fight in his last fight. He's actually the IBF mandatory. I believe that has some implication on the WBC rankings. I'm not sure if that makes him ineligible, but I do believe there's some implication there. So he is the mandatory, though, with another organization at the moment.
Who is that?
Number 9.
William Soul.
Yes.
So he's the IBF mandatory?
He's the number 1 in the IBF at 168, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ratings committee, we have basically one. Oh, I use, please.
Hello, everybody. This is Reza, WBC representative.
I'm sorry, what is your name?
Reza Jabalpur, WBC representative for Iran. And I have a fighter here, Altunkaya Fatih. He's from Turkey, number 1 under the Turkish fighters for light heavyweight. I forgot to...
Light heavyweight.
Light heavyweight, but he would try. He would love to. I mean, he would like to change to super-middleweight. And
He wants to move to super-middleweight.
Move to super.
What number is
super-middleweight.
he in light heavyweight?
I say his record 28, 28, and 26 by KO. He's Asian continental champion at the moment. A few months ago, he won the title, and we would love if you could support and we would like make a request that you put his name under top maybe 30 or something like that.
Please pass it on directly to the ratings committee.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Reza.
Thank you.
So we have basically one petition which affects the top 15. Daniel?
Sorry.
Carlos Góngora, he was number 10, has been jumped by inactive William Skull, who is IBF mandatory, and he's requesting to be switched to number 9 at least.
This was a week when we were discussing these fighters and the ability of these fighters, which the IBF mandatory might never happen, could happen. It came from the very esteemed, who I trust, Mr. Guerra. I hope to not put you on the spot, Alberto, but that was the request that he switch positions with they're both his area fighters, and he thought School was a better fighter than Góngora, and we trust his opinion.
He was number 12 before, now he's 10. That's correct. He improved. Alberto Guerra, do you have a... Guerra is not here?
Esto se hizo por la reciente defensa del título latino Infeconsur de Yamaguchi Falcao. Por eso subió, pero sí podemos apoyar la posición de que Carlos Góngora pase a número 9 por William Skull y Skull baje a 10.
So he accepts the recommendation from switching Góngora with Skull. So, okay.
In Spanish, we'd say por supuesto. O como no.
Is there a motion to switch Góngora with Skull and left the remaining of the super middleweight ratings as presented by the ratings committee? Marcos Ariente makes the motion. Jimmy Sala seconds. All of those in favor, please raise your hand. The ratings are approved as proposed with the change included.
Middleweight, champion Jamal Charlo. Number 1, James Munguia. 2, Chris Eubank Jr. 3, Ryota Murata. 4, Sergei Derevianchenko. 5, Melirim Nursultanov. 6, Maciej Sulecki. 7, Esquiva Falcao. 8, Liam Williams. 9, Amilcar Vidal. 10, Fyodor Serkachin. 11, Shane Mosley Jr. 12, Hamza Shiraz. 13, Vincent Feigenbutz. 14, Andrei Velikovsky. And 15, Stephen Butler.
Are there any comments from the floor?
Yes, thank you. We would like as well to be considered a Cuban boxer. His name is Joen Liz Hernandez. He has a pro record of 2-0, 2 by knockout, and he's the current world champion. He's ranked number 1 in the Olympic boxing. He has been named the best boxer of the year, and he's one of the hottest fighters we have in Cuba today. He's a great prospect, and you will love to watch him fight. And we're here to fight anyone at any time. Thank you.
He has been ranked number 32 already, and they will review this petition.
Buenos días, un gusto saludarlos. Voy a tomar 20 segundos para agradecer al CMB, en especial a Mauricio Suleimán, por el buen comportamiento que ha tenido con el boxeo argentino, a pesar que el boxeo argentino no está de todo bien. En este caso quiero solicitarles 2 peleadores. El primero se llama Nahuel García, tiene 13-0, es muy joven, 12 knockouts. Yo creo que es uno de los mejores prospectos que tenemos en Sudamérica. Lo dejo a consideración del comité de clasificaciones para que lo ubique en el lugar que ellos crean conveniente. En el segundo, es uno de los mejores peleadores que tengo, es 160 libras, se llama Juan Manuel Taborda, está invicto en 19 peleas, tiene 18-0 con 1, con 11 knockouts, así que considero que si fuese posible lo pueda ubicar dentro de los primeros 20 del ranking. Ojalá que sea posible. Muchas gracias.
Bienvenido, muchas gracias y que viva Argentina. Any other comments?
Marisa, we would appreciate if he comes over and gives us the pieces of paper for the fighters he was talking about.
Don Mario, si le puede dar los nombres, Noel García y su otro muchacho para que lo tenga el Ratings Committee, los nombres o el récord. Sí, Tony.
Yes, good. Again, on behalf of Don King Productions, Ian Green, 16-2. He's submitting him for consideration to get into the rankings. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
Yeah, President. Just to make the boxer you mentioned is different boxer that I mentioned. You said Joel Luis Gomez, and he's already ranked in 33, but I'm talking about a different one, Joel Luis Feliciano.
Joelis
Hernández.
Ah, ok. Gracias.
Thank you.
Para que se los pases, por favor. Is this it? Okay. So we have just names for consideration. Oh my God. It's time to take a break. We'll see you tomorrow.
Samson Lukowicz from Samson Boxing LLC. Hello to Robert from Golden Boy. Well, the number 9 Amilcar Vidal, that is the only boxer rated from Uruguay, from my country, and I'm very happy that they keep it number 9. At the same time, I have a request for Gerardo Vergara from Argentina, 17-0 with the 10 KOs. How we start with WBC, we want to be on the 20s to have noticed the quality of fighter. And then Raul Garcia, 11-0 from the Dominican Republic. He fought in Panama when he had only 2 fights and he beat a 14-6 opponent. And he fought an undefeated, and I believe he deserves to start to be on the 20s too. I really appreciate it. I'm short now, and I take a seat. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Samson. On behalf of the whole convention, thank you. Okay, so we move to the next.
Is there a motion to approve the super middleweight division? I'm sorry, is this a middleweight or super middleweight division with no changes as proposed by the ratings committee? Rex Barker moves. Bismarck Morales seconds. All of those in favor, please raise your hand. It is approved.
No, that was the middleweight division.
Yes. Yeah, it was.
So now we go to super welterweight.
Clarification, that was the middleweight division. I stand corrected.
Super welter. Champion Jermell Charlo. Interim champion Sebastian Fundora. Number 1, Tim Tszyu. 2, Tony Harrison. 3, Liam Smith. 4, Danny Garcia. 5, Sergey Bohachuk. 6, Charles Conwell. 7, Erickson Lubin. 8, Israel Madrimov. 9, Jesus Ramos Jr. 10, Jack Kulkai. 11, Sergio Garcia. 12, Carlos Ocampo. 13, Dennis Hogan. 14, Takeshi Inoue. 15, Juan Carlos Abreu.
Any comments? We should put a microphone near to Don.
Samson Lukowicz from Samson Boxing LLC. First of all, I want to say thank you to keep Sergio Garcia is number 11, and he will fight most likely in early 2023. Secondly, on behalf of PBC, Brian Mendoza, he just beat one of my fighters that he was ranked on 160 pounds, Jason Rosario, that in his own way, he retired. Brian Mendoza, he took the fight and he never fought in 160. So I believe that he deserved to be in the top 15.
Brian Mendoza?
Brian Mendoza, he beat by KO to Jason Rosario from Dominican Republic.
Thank you, Samson.
I didn't finish.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. Guido Schramm from Argentina. He's in this one 15-1 with 9 KOs. He's coming to fight now in the United States, and I hope so. Ding, ding, ding. Put attention. having consideration to rank it in the top 20, and then we move on. It will fight shortly in January, in Showtime, January or February. So we have Garcia, Sergio Garcia, thank you, Brian Mendoza, and Guido Schramm. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Samson.
Hello, Mauricio. Joelvis Gomez, highly decorated Cuban, 6-0, 5 knockouts, recently coming off a win against Jorge Cota, very formidable opponent with 35 wins. We're looking for consideration for him to be in the top 15 rankings.
He's ranking middleweight.
He's a junior. He's a
So-
super welterweight.
Okay.
He's a super welterweight.
So, Dean, please take note of
Joelvis Gomez.
number 32, middleweight. He wishes to be ranking super welterweight, so you can look at it.
He's competing at that weight, actually. Joelvis Gomez.
Middleweight.
He's Cuban, correct. From Miami. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Don.
Okay, on behalf of Top Rank Incorporated, I'm asking a fighter, Xander Zayas, I think he's currently 34, to be moved into the top 25. And a second request is a personal request. We call this, he's the US NBC champ. I have another boxer who has that title. Can you please change that to US WBC championship? Because you always had to, what is NBC? Nobody knows. US National Boxing Championship, they think it's another organization. It elevates the status of the title for the fighters who have it, and it shows that WBC has a US National Championship. Could you please change that name of that title from the US NBC to the US WBC?
Thank you for your...
Thanks.
Don, while you're there, I would like to
Yes,
take...
sir.
No, wait. Don Majewski is a legendary boxing manager, promoter, and friend. And he has calmed down in the recent years. But because he has grown to be a much experienced grandfather, he's a real dear friend of everyone. And he postponed his open heart surgery, I don't know how many times.
No, enough.
But we like to thank God that it was a success and that everything went well and that you are here back at your family at WBC convention. And we want to take this opportunity to provide to you a Lifetime Achievement Award present. Now that you're here, maybe you will walk back to your room. Please don't come to join us to receive your award.
Thank you. Another one.
So you can get any number one now.
Number one, number two. I'm literally dying to get here.
Amigo. Go ahead, Alex, please.
Congratulations, Don. I'm petitioning on behalf of DeBell Entertainment. Actually, this is not a specific petition, but just something for the ratings committee's attention. DeBell Entertainment promotes number 6, Charles Conwell. I recognize that in this most recent rating cycle, Mr. Conwell was jumped by Sergey Bohachuk, who was previously number 9. Mr. Bohachuk's coming off a notable win against someone who was rated outside of the top 15. Commensurate with that, I just want to point out that Mr. Conwell is scheduled to fight at the end of this month against number 15 in these rankings, Juan Carlos Abreu. So, provided that Mr. Conwell is successful and looks good in the process, he would have a commensurate jump to that of the one that Mr. Bohachuk had, beating someone outside of the top 15. And I appreciate the consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bueno, Mario Arano, de Arano Box, Argentina. Quería ver que el comité de clasificaciones tenga la consideración de evaluar la posibilidad de que el campeón sudamericano de los 154 libras, Adrián Sasso, un buen peleador, lo puedan meter dentro de los 25. Es un pedido especial, por favor. Gracias.
¿Cuál es el nombre del peleador?
Adrián Marcelo Sasso, campeón sudamericano.
Muchas gracias.
Once again, hello, Marshall Kaufman from King's Promotions, LLC. And I have 254-pounders that I think are very deserving to be in the top 15. One is a young man named Marquise Taylor, 13-1. In his 13 wins, 7 of them have come across against undefeated fighters. Another one is Joseph Jackson, 18-0 with 14 KOs. And I just feel as though I think they both deserve to be in the top 15. I would appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, board members, Phil Weiss again from TGB Promotions. Just with regard to number 4, Danny Garcia, I wanted to make a request to see whether or not he could be moved to 3, and then with regard to number 7, Lubin, whether we appreciate him being where he is, whether there was any movement, any possibility of moving him up at all from there. Thank you.
Thank you. For Lubin, is there any specific number, Mr. Weiss? He's number 7. Do you have any specific request?
No, we were pleased with 7, but if there was, I don't know too much about the gentlemen who are 5 and 6. I would leave that up to the committee to decide. But just wanted to let you know that there was somebody here advocating for Lubin. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, board members. Tony Tolch from.
Please come closer.
Better?
Yes.
Hello, board members. Tony Tolch from Dragonfire Boxing. I'm just requesting a boxer, Victor Nagby, who was previously the WBC Australasian champion, but at middleweight, but was removed due to inactivity, and he's just come back and won the national title. And I'm just looking for a request to be in the top 40.
What is his name?
Victor Nagby.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello to all the board members, and thank you for all your hard work. My name is Richard Schaefer from Probellum. I just want to clarify something about Charles Conwell. I have actually petitioned to the board for Charles Conwell against Juan Carlos Abreu on November the 27th in Los Angeles to be for the WBC international title and at the same time to be an eliminator. And that request is pending. I was going to bring it up tomorrow at the mandatories, but since there have been discussions about the movements in the top 10, I just wanted to bring that up, and I was surprised that Charles Conwell was actually put to number 6 from number 5.
He was number 5 and he was put in 6. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. So we have a few names from different promoters for consideration. And one specific from Divella and Provellum about Charles Conwell requesting to move up to number 5 where he was before, and one specific from TGB requesting Danny Garcia to switch with Liam Smith. So we would like to hear from the ratings committee.
Mauricio, could I just, I forgot.
Yes, Tom Loeffler.
I didn't realize that there was a specific request. It's Tom Loeffler from 360 Promotions on behalf of Sergey Boachuk, who was here in honor of winning his WBC Continental Americas title. He just had a good win on last Thursday against Aaron Coley, who had never been stopped before. And so my petition would be to keep him at number 5.
Okay, so we'd like to hear from the ratings committee, please.
We thought Sergey Boachuk watching that fight was spectacular, and he won one of our most important titles. I also will say that the committee, the board needs to. I did not know that Conwell had a fight with Abreu. Usually, when there's this important WBC title to be fought, we don't change the man's ratings if the title has been agreed to beforehand, Mauricio. If you understand what I'm saying, so that's a dilemma we are in.
Yes, I have a question. Is Matchroom still here in the room? Kevin, Liam Smith has not fought since February. No, I'm sorry, April. Does he have any schedule?
We currently no longer represent Liam. He had signed with Boxer.
Okay. Does anyone representing Liam Smith is in the room? Okay, so we have a few petitions. Danny Garcia asking to switch with Liam Smith, and a conflict between Bohachuk, who came into number 5, coming from 9, jumping over Charles Conwell, who is signed to fight for the international title. So I would like to know the WBC's ratings committee position on this division.
I'm sorry, you forgot about Brian Mendoza.
No, we have recommendations from Brian Mendoza, another Argentinian, for Sander, for Taylor and Jackson, and Adrian Marcel. All those will be addressed. Did you request Brian Mendoza for
on the top 15?
What number is he?
He's on 160. Just fought last week and he beat Jason Rosario. He fought in 160, but it's really 154 and TGB promotion.
You should have brought it up when the 160 division was happening.
Yeah,
we
I
will
requested
address
154. I didn't request in 160.
You're,
if it's in 160,
you
it's
are
okay.
moving a fighter from one division to the other, so it complicates if you don't do it previously. So we will look into it, and certainly if he was 16 and he want to fight, we're going to address it.
In 154. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just to set the record straight so the board can make an accurate decision, Liam Smith knocked out in September, wasn't September 13th on my card, Hassan Lakinya, and he is active. And it was just in 1 month ago in September, and that was a 4-star win, Mauricio. A very highly rated fighter, And Danny Garcia has not fought. The last fight was June. He fought yes, July 30th, exactly. But Liam Smith has been active, and he has a very good win during that time. And while Danny Garcia has no results during the time.
I believe that that is acceptable, and if your position is to keep them as they are, is there any recommendation from the board? Okay. Now we have the other situation, number 5 and number 6.
Well, we just explained. It's
okay. You didn't have the previous information, so
Yeah.
What is your proposition?
Our position is, even though Sergey Conwell, it has a fight coming up, and the fight was made on the condition he's number 5. It's our practice to leave him at number 5. No disrespect to Sergey, but that's just our practice.
Okay. So Conwell will come back to number 5. Sergey comes from 9 to 6, which is a very good recognition. And we will be considering the rest of the petitions for next month.
So, is there a motion to switch?
No, porque el comité lo está dando. Ya se acepta el cambio y ya nada más votar por la división.
Yeah. So, is there a motion to vote on the division, accepting the change that the ratings committee made between 5 and 6? Hussein Huiji moves, and Peter Abdul seconds. All of those in favor, please raise your hand. The division is approved.
I have a question for everyone. It is 2:00 right now. We can break for lunch and come back, or we continue, wrap it up in about 1 hour at the latest, and then just have the rest of the day free. Continue. Yes, by acclamation. Okay, we go to welterweight. Now, Alberto, please, is it possible when we finish a division to shorten that voting? Just ask if there's any objection and then just go to the next.
Without voting on this division?
No, se vota, pero nada más algún comentario y vámonos.
Sure.
Okay, welterweight.
Champion Errol Spence Jr. 1. Keith Thurman. 2. Virgil Ortiz Jr. 3. Jaron Ennis. 4. Jordanis Ugas. 5. Tulane Mbenge. 6. Cody Crowley. 7. Egidius Cavalioscas. 8. Abel Ramos. 9. Mario Barrios. 10. Rashidi Ellis. 11. Suleiman Sissoko. 12. Jamal James. 13. Lucas Santamaria. 14. Roel Curiel. And 15. Giovanni Santillan.
Roberto Diaz.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Roberto Diaz from Golden Boy Promotions. I have 2 requests, 2 petitions. The first, to request an eliminator between number 1, Keith Thurman, and number 2, Virgil Ortiz. My second request would be Alexis Rocha, who's not in the top 15, 21-1, just came off a win a couple weeks ago, to be considered for the top 15. Thank you.
Thank you.
16 now.
Mr. President, honorable members of the board, me again, to please take into your consideration Roniel Iglesias. He's a two-time Olympic champion, he's world champion, and he's also Pan American champion and Central American champion. So to be considered. Thank you.
Your descriptions are like copy-paste.
Pretty much, I mean, well, the event we had in Aguascalientes with WBC, that I believe will never repeat in history because they make their debut at the same night, 3 times, 2 Olympic champions. I mean, so it was great, and I want to thank the opportunity to Boxstars and ESPN Knockout that have been helping us with the Cuban boxers. So far, they have fought 16 professional bouts, and they have won all of them, and 14 by the knockout. So thank you very much.
Yeah, that was a historic event in Aguascalientes. ESPN Knockout came with a great production, and the national team made the professional debut in Mexico, and they repeated that feat again. So it's a sensational, historic time. So congratulations.
Mr. President, board members, Phil Weiss again from TGB Promotions. 2 requests. We would request that number 4, Ugas, be moved up to number 2. Obviously, everybody remembers that he beat Pacquiao last year, and then he fought he fought Spence, and so just the competition alone in the last 2 fights, I think, justifies consideration of moving him from 4 to 2. We appreciate Crowley being at 6, but we'd like to see him move up to 3. He's 21-0. His last 2 fights have been against Kudratillo. Last name begins with the letter A, which I cannot pronounce, and I apologize, as well as Josecito Lopez. And so again, the competition that he's faced has been very impressive. So our request is Ugas from 4 to 2, Crowley from 6 to 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don Majeski, I just want to thank you for the award, of course, that goes without saying. But I want to thank you for rating Giovanni Santillan in the top 15. He really deserves it. Q&Q quality and quantity are the reason to rate a fighter. This is a guy in his last 7 fights, beat fighters with a cumulative record of 170 wins and 11 losses. And he's done what fighters are really supposed to do, fight the best that they could find to box. The second thing is my request to change.
Who was that?
Giovanni Santillan. He's already rated. I'm just thanking you for doing and acknowledging him. And the second thing, the US NBC request I made, can we, if not today, tomorrow, vote on that? Would you consider changing it to the US WBC?
Thank you so much. Yeah, we have taken note of that proposition.
Alex Dombroff, Samson Boxing LLC. I wish. Petitioning, obviously I can't see the rest of the rankings, but petitioning for entry into the top 20 or top 25 for Ivan Golub, who up until recently had been inactive for over a year, so was ineligible for the rankings, but has just recently jump-started his career, even though he hasn't been as active as we'd hope, largely due to no fault of his own and being quite avoided. His recent results are good. Last August, he beat Eric Walker. In his comeback fight, he beat Wesley Tucker, who was 15-4. He's a former USMBC champion who defended the title multiple times, a former NABF champion. By all accounts, should probably still be undefeated. If you recall, his one loss was quite a controversial one. And so now that he's restarted his career, based, even though not as active as we'd hope, still based on recent results and overall track record, would ask that Mr. Golub enter the rankings somewhere in the top 25. Thank you.
Thank you. He's
rated.
Yeah, he's rated 35, and I'm sure the committee will look into your request.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Kevin Rooney with Matchroom Boxing. We obviously see that Conor Benn has been removed from the ratings. we would like to request him to be back into the ratings. He's currently under no suspension by any commission or governing body. We expect there to be a resolution on his case in the coming weeks and months, and we're asking for the opportunity for his hearing to take place before he's removed, which we can see he has been removed now, but again, he's under no current suspension. So we're asking for your consideration to please place him back into the ratings at number 5 where he was.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Samson Lukowicz from Samson Boxing LLC. Roman Villa from Venezuela. He fought in Showtime a month ago, and he won to undefeated fight it on the name of Boca Chica, Figueroa Boca Chica. Beside that, in the last five,
Samson, he's in super lightweight. Are you gonna request to move to welter?
Yeah, it's super lightweight. I requested the last fight. He was in 47. Dean, you're supposed to know that. He fought in 147. Oh, okay. Now he's a welterweight. He fought 2 undefeated, 20-0 on Miguel Ramirez, 17-0 on Jamison Figueroa Boca Chica, and he fought internationally in my country, in Uruguay, as well. He deserves to be at the top 15.
Thank
it's
you,
special
Samson.
to fight in Showtime again.
Thank you.
So I'd like to be number at least 15.
Thank you.
If you can. Okay.
Any other comments?
Trayshawn Wiggins, Don King recently signed him. Has back-to-back wins. He's a North American champion. I'd like for him to be considered to go into the rankings, please. Trayshawn Wiggins. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Any other comments? Okay, we have Roberto Diaz. The mandatories and eliminations will be dealt tomorrow. He requests Alexis Rocha, who is number 16, to be ranked 15. We have Roniel Iglesias from Cuba as a petition to be looked into. We have a petition for Ugas to move to number 2 and Crowley from 6 to 3. Ivan Galob, he's number 35 and he will be looked into. Conor Ben has been removed by the clean boxing program. And Samson is asking for number 23 super lightweight to move to number 15. So we have all this combination of matters. I would like to ask first Alberto to address the Conor Ben situation.
Yes, you are correct in the fact that he wasn't suspended by any commission, but that's only because he withdrew his license. He actually is not licensed by the commission that administered that test. So that doesn't take away the fact that he did test positive in both samples. The WBC is looking into that. This is a very complex situation. The recommendation from legal counsel is that he be kept out of the ratings in the meantime.
The situation, just to be clear, is that we're following the clean boxing program protocol. When a fighter is in a situation where there's a matter that is being investigated, is placed at the not available legal, and we conduct the complete investigation. So we are in that process. We are in communication with Conor Ben and his legal team, and we will be investigating to the fullest and going through the protocol and the process. And until that time, he will be out of the rankings until we can make a final determination. So, Dean, Crowley, number 6 to number 3, Ugas, number 4 to number 2. I would like to ask, please go ahead with your assessment.
Well, Ugas was dropped to number 6. He just had that horrific, it did great, but he had horrific injuries in that fight. That was April. And we moved him down because of that loss, and he hasn't fought since. I don't see any reason to move a guy up who's been inactive over fighters like Virgil Ortiz and Jaron Ennis, who are thought to be the future of this division. And that's what we're looking at, the future of this division. Ugas is a great fighter, and that's why he's number 4. But he's been inactive because of the injuries he suffered in that bout.
And Crowley?
Crowley, we did get that rating request, and we looked at it. He's fought, in the last 3 years, he's fought 1 time in each of the last 3 years. He just hasn't been, we moved him up for his thing, but he's just not been active. And he wasn't even, when he started this run, he wasn't even ranked. We brought him all the way up to this position and gave him everything he wanted because of this. And again, we've already taken account the wins that he had, and he hasn't fought since that time.
Daniel, you wanted to say something else?
Yes, I think Mbenge is fighting for the silver.
Tulani Mbenge, number 5.
Number 5.
Yes, I appreciate everything that was mentioned about Ugas. Would there be any, would you give consideration to perhaps then moving Crowley from 6 to 5 based on that recent comment about the number 5 fighter? Thank you.
Being consistent with the prior divisions that were discussed, Mbenge has been signed and contracted to fight for the silver title. So it would be inconsistent if there is a move. So we will wait for that fight to take place in December, and we'll see how it goes from there. Thank you.
Samson Lugowicz again. Before you make your decision, I forgot to mention that Romain Villel is 25-1 with very controversial decision in Mexico with 24 KOs.
Is that the one that you...
That's number 15.
Yeah, number 23.
Yeah, 25-1 with 24 KOs.
Yes, Kevin.
On the Mbenge situation, we have Suleiman Sissoko, who he's fighting on December 17th. If Suleiman wins, we would request that he move to number 5 in his place.
Who?
Suleiman Sissoko at number 11. He's fighting Mbenge at number 5, December 17th.
Suleiman, my cousin, Sissoko. He's fighting for the silver title.
Correct.
Against number 5.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Roberto Diaz, we received a report coming out of the WBO convention in which Virgil Ortiz is named mandatory for the WBO.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
I have not received that.
Okay.
I have not received that.
Yeah, it was a public statement, so we will look into that. I do not see, unless the ratings committee have any changes on the top, other than the petition from Samson for the super lightweight from 23 to the 15. Is that something the committee wishes to consider?
We will consider it. We had one of our members say that he was staying at super light. To do this on the run, we will take a look at it, but I don't think he's a top 15 fighter, but we might move him up.
We will address that on the December rankings.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So there is no changes in the welterweight division.
Is there a motion to accept Frank Hanley moves, Rex Walker seconds, all in favor?
Now Charlie Hall is going to come up and give a special present to every member of the board, our dear ambassador for anti-bullying. He comes all the way from Australia with his father, and he's every day working with kids, making them aware on how you can overcome any sort of adversity. So while Charlie Hall delivers the gifts, we will review the super lightweight. Yes.
Just so the press and the fake news media and your lawyers don't run with that, while the president said he is not in the habit of lying, he does make jokes. And the Suleiman mentioned is not actually
Correct, Mr. Suleiman?
For the record, no, he's not my cousin.
Thank you.
Super lightweight.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Certainly, we certainly will, with the message. Thank you so much. Yes. This is awesome.
Please proceed with the super lightweight division.
No vote?
It's done.
Okay. Super light. Title is vacant. Number 1, Jose Cepeda. 2, Regis Progress. 3, Jose Carlos Ramirez. 4, Teofimo Lopez. Number 5, Sandor Martin. 6, Gary Antoine. 7, Ryan Garcia. 8, Arnold Barbosa. 9, Sergei Lipinets. 10, Jose Pedrosa. 11, Richard Comey. 12, Shayohon Ergashev. 13, Montana Love. 14, Lindolfo Delgado. And 15, Yves Ulisse Jr.
Thank you.
Serafina here. I represent Samuel Tea. He has a fight scheduled with Maslum Akadenis December 1st in Canada. I'd like to have him ranked in the WBC at super lightweight. Also, if he does win the title, I would like to have him considered in the top 20.
Did you get the name, Dean?
Samuel Tea. For consideration, he beat guys like Oceanique Foster, Kenneth Sims Jr. He also fought Montana Love to a majority decision loss, but it was a very good fight. I'd just like to have him to consider to be ranked.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kevin Rooney, Matchroom Boxing. I can't see the rest of the ratings. I believe Dalton Smith is at number 20. He's fighting this weekend against Casey Benjamin, defending his British title. We would ask with a win if you'd be considered for a top 15 rating.
Yes, he's 21. Thank you.
Thank you.
René Aviles de Sanfer. Tenemos un par de peleadores que no aparecen en ninguno de los listados, no están en el top 40 y quisiéramos pedir que los agregaran, que es Carlos Sánchez y David Potrero.
¿David qué, perdón?
Potrero.
Gracias.
Samson Lukovic from Samson Boxing LLC. I have a petition of 2 fighters that one of them he was in the rating on the name of Michelle La Salsa Lee Rivera. Can somebody explain to me why it went out? When it just fought.
Michelle Rivera?
Michelle Rivera, yes.
Okay, next, please.
No. First, I want to know why it was in and it was out.
We will address everything once we hear everything.
The other one is Edwin de los Santos. He just come for a great win in Showtime against Jose Valenzuela. It's not rated. I need an explanation for that too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, board members, Phil Weiss again from TGB Promotions. I want to start by requesting, I have two specific requests and then an overall discussion as to how things have changed since the last rating. What I'm looking for, number one, was to ask for Lipinets to be moved. He's currently number 9, but to have him moved to number 1, after Zepeda and Prograis fight each other. He's currently the silver champion. He's lost only twice, and the quality of his opponents is really quite unparalleled. Just like the other gentleman mentioned a moment ago, who was talking about percentages of opponents that they've fought. I believe that in the last 7 fights, Lipinitz's opponents have a winning percentage of something like 93%. So I believe that Lipinets warrants movement up to number 1. The other request concerns Russell, who you have at number 6, and that kind of segues into what I wanted to talk about, which was an overall concern I have, and that has to do with Mr. Ramirez being at number 3. With regard to Russell, and I'll get to Mr. Ramirez in a moment, I was going to ask that Russell be moved from 5 to number 2, which is where Russell was last time, number 5. Now we see he's 6. Regardless, we would ask that he be moved to number 2. He's 16-0, all knockouts. His last 2 fights, he's beaten Barthélemy and Postal, and he's only 26. And I think he is the future of this division. Now, just and all this is intertwined with Ramirez, and I think it warrants some discussion, and that's why I wanted to spend a few minutes on it. I understand that at the last ratings, he was dropped to 6 from, I believe it was 2, and that had to deal with a personal matter, that he, where he dropped out or made himself unavailable to fight Zepeda, if I'm not mistaken. Now, when that happened, so I believe that the proper way to look at this is, why was he dropped to 6 when that decision was made? And then what justification is there any for bumping him back up from 6 to 3? And I think we spend most of the day here, and we enjoy it, arguing about our fighters, discussing their qualifications, the quality of their opponents, the winning percentages, all the jockeying position. That's what we're all here about. So it becomes very subjective. But I think with regard to the Ramirez situation, we can look at it much more objectively. And that objectivity comes from the decision that the WBC made last time to drop Ramirez from, I believe he was at 2 down to 6. Now, at that point in time, the WBC had all the information it needed. It knew that, I guess, he was getting married, and so he made himself unavailable. And so I think we need to look no further than the decision that the WBC made to drop him to 6. At that point in time, the WBC was empathetic, I'm sure, and supportive of his decision to deal with a personal matter like that, and was not critical of him at all. But despite all that, the WBC realized that, just like in most things in life, actions have consequences. So the consequence to him was, okay, we respect your decision to drop out from fighting Zepeda, but there are consequences. And the consequences that you all came up with was that he should drop to 6. So as far as you were concerned, that was deemed appropriate. Now we fast forward to today, and my question would
Attorney, I think you have made your point clear.
I guess
You're an attorney, correct?
Yes.
I feel like a judge in a courtroom.
Well, to cut to the chase, Your Honor, the only thing that has changed since the last ratings period is the passage of time. And I just don't see how the mere passage of time could ever be a justification for bumping somebody down to who you.
We understand. I think you made your point very clear.
All right. I had a lot more.
On that same topic?
I'll let it go. Thank you.
Anthony Rudman for Eye of the Tiger. First of all, thank you very much for inserting Yves Ulysse Jr. into the top 15. We appreciate this. My second point is regarding Steve Claggett. He's 33-7, and he has been on a winning streak lately. It's not a petition to have him in the top 15, but it's to keep a close eye on him. He will be fighting shortly in what we think is going to be a big fight. And he's not even in the top 40. And I think he should...
He's number 34.
He's number 34?
Yes.
Apologies. But we believe he should be close to the top 20 and to keep an eye on this guy. Thanks.
Thank you.
Samson Lukowicz again. First of all, I want to apologize because I thought this the lightweight division, and I didn't see my fight. However, I have my heart of emergency response, and the phone is you for the vodka and the tequila and the wine that you gave me last night. Thank you. So I apologize anyway.
Mr. President, gentlemen, calling you to highly consider this highly decorated amateur along the same lines of what's been discussed or communicated earlier today. Kevin Haylett Brown, World Youth Amateur Champion, World Amateur Champion, gold medalist from Cuba. He is turned professional living out of Las Vegas. I'm here representing him. He's already had 2 professional fights with 2 knockouts. His last fight was for 10 rounds. So looking for a very big consideration for him to make his entry into the top 15.
Thank you, Tony. Is this it? Okay, so we have Salvatore, you're playing. We're hungry.
Salvatore Cherchi, Italia. Mico rappresenta Sandor Marti. Sandor Marti ganó a Mikey García, pluricampeón de 3 categorías, en Estados Unidos, en su casa. Estaba número 1 de peso welter del Consejo Mundial. Últimamente peleó con 1.39.5, ganó netamente, sin problemas. Y me lo encuentro otra vez presidente, número 5. Y yo pienso que esto no es para mí. Contra este chico que está haciendo el boxeo como todos, pero es maltratado toda la vez, encuentro este problema. Si no tenemos mi amistad con usted, no pasa nada con el trabajo. Pero pienso que esta situación la reputo contra Sandor Marti muy mala. Muy mala porque toda la vez tenemos de discutir número 3, número 5, número 2, número 4. No lo comprendo. Si me lo puede explicar usted o aquí por usted. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Salvatore. We have a very active division. So we took from Sarafina several petitions. Kevin Rooney, he's asking if number 21 wins, he can move to number 15. That will be afterwards. Sanfer gives us two names. Samson made a mistake, and it's in in lightweight. And we have TGB asking for Lipinets to move to number 1 and Russell to number 2. And he wants an explanation of why Ramirez is number 3. As we all know, Cepeda is number 1 and Prograis is number 2. Cepeda has been mandatory contender for almost 2 years. Prograis won a final elimination bout in Dubai, and they're going to fight for the vacant title because Josh Taylor relinquished his title. Then Cepeda was going to fight Ramirez. Eventually, that fight did not take place, and Ramirez was moved down because he did not participate in the process. WBC ordered Cepeda to fight Regis Prograis for the vacant title. The WBC received a formal letter from Ramirez himself and his manager and promoter requesting the WBC to understand his specific situation, a former champion with 7 title defenses, a very active ambassador for the WBC in several instances, and also a fighter who lost against Josh Taylor in a highly competitive fight, has come back and won, and with the plans that he had to get married, which he just did, requested the WBC to fight the winner of Cepeda Prograis, and the WBC voted in favor. That was only logic to return him to number 3 and not keep him a number 6 when he's going to be mandatory. So the ranking at number 3 is a reflect from a WBC board voting. I hope this satisfies an explanation.
Yes, it does. I was just, just to me, it and I think to a lot of people, it looked as if, that perhaps if he was going to make a request to come back up to number 3, then at the time that he was dropped to 6, then he should have made the request. I would like to be dropped no further than 3, because then, frankly, I would have ended my closing argument long ago. But when the drop to 6 occurred, and to my knowledge there was no objection by him, then it seemed to me as an outsider that it wouldn't be, that there was no justification other than the passage of time. And then of course it impacts somebody like Russell, who even if you wouldn't put him up to 3, it certainly, as a consequence of this, would drop him from 5 to 6. So thank you for hearing me out.
Okay, thank you. And there's a petition from Salvatore Kerki. He wants an explanation of why Martin is ranked at number 5. Then eventually the Russell case of why he's number 6. They're asking for improvement in both. We have Dunkin Productions, Kevin Brown petition, which will be analyzed. So we'd like to hear about Martin and Russell. Ratings committee, please.
The ratings committee in the prior month had Martin and Russell. We analyzed both fighters. They're similar in records. Similar in ability, we thought. They're both quality fighters with no activity. We didn't see why either of them should change.
I'm losing my voice. I did not understand very
Okay.
well. I'm very sorry.
No, last month we had him 5 and 6. We had him 4 and 5 in October. The only thing changed is that Ramirez went in number 3. So it dropped them from 4 and 5 to 5 and 6.
Okay. We have the vacant championship fight taking place in 2 weeks. That is number 1 and number 2. So that is going to be reflecting the rankings. Is there anyone representing Teófimo Lopez in this room? Don Majeski? Are you are representing
Yeah,
Top
on
Rank?
behalf of Top Rank, they will be involved with TFMO. Just what would you request of them to do for you?
I saw somewhere also that Teófimo was named mandatory in the WBO.
Right.
Is that accurate?
You know, when we do the mandatory, I'll inform you of the position of Lopez, if he is or isn't, and then I think it's a moot point at that. If he's going out there, you get rid of him. If he's not, then we'll discuss him fighting eliminated to fight the winner as is general policy with WBC. But I'll have to find out from them before I give you an answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe the division is full of talent. It's one of the best, as well as the lightweight and welterweight. It's very good. So, Salvatore, Ramírez entró por lo que va a pelear por el título y tú estás en una posición para que se ordene a Martin contra alguien por una eliminatoria final. No entiendo cuál es tu enojo, pero quieres...
Te spiego, Presidente. Toda la vez è un'altalena, ¿no? Sabe, è la que donde da. Una vez número 2, una vez número 5, una vez número 4. ¿Por qué?
Bueno, ¿por qué? Porque él peleó por el WBA International.
Presidente,
en la última pelea.
¿Me perdonas? Mira la clasifica del WBA. Mira si está en clasificación.
I don't care if the WBA ranks him or not, but you fought for a WBA International on the last fight, and you are coming here to claim something. He's ranked number 5 above fighters that are being very active. Sandor Martin won against Garcia, Mikey Garcia, very good fight. He got ranked.
Estaba número 1 García del WBA de peso welter, Presidente.
Welter.
Sí, claro. Mejor ancora. Ganó un peso welter. Él es superligero. Tenía de ser premiado más. Porque ganó uno de una categoría superior, no de una categoría inferior.
¿Cuál es la petición, Salvatore?
Que yo lo quiero número 3, como estaba antes. El mes pasado estaba número 3. ¿Por qué lo cambia a número 5?
The petition from Salvatore Kerki.
Si no hacemos, para mí no es un problema. Llegando a este punto, no discuto más de nada. Si está, está. Si no está, adiós. No me interesa.
Salvatore Kerki.
No, miramos de comprender bien. Porque, Presidente, tú sabes, número 2, número 4, número 3, número 5. No lo comprendo. No puede ser.
Salvatore, ya expliqué por qué Ramírez regresó al número 3. ¿Entiendes esa explicación?
Yo tengo esa explicación.
¿La entiendes o no? ¿Entiendes por qué Ramírez regresó a número 3? ¿O no lo entiende? Te lo explico.
No lo entiendo.
Ok. Ramírez era número 3. Ramírez era número 2. Él iba a pelear contra Cepeda por el campeonato mundial. Cuando se ordena la pelea, él dice, no participo. Al no participar se le puso número 6.
Claro.
Después de que se ordena Cepeda contra Prograis, Ramírez manda una carta oficial al WBC pidiendo consideración a su caso, después de haber sido campeón WBC por muchos años, muchas defensas, y que no pelea porque se va a casar y ya se casó. Y pide que sea el mandatorio contra el ganador, contra el campeón. Y la Junta de Gobierno votó a favor. Por eso se regresó a número 3.
Presidente, ¿tú te recuerdas que Sandor Martí era número 2?
Perdóname,
no quiero
no
más.
sé.
Presidente, hace lo que quieres. Gracias.
Qué grosero eres, Salvatore, ¿eh? So we keep the division. Is there any explanation on Russell?
We looked at Russell and Martin, and they're both, as you look at the depth of that fighters, again, they're in the same place. It was just a coin flip between them, and we're waiting for activity on either one of them.
Okay, so it is a recommendation that the ratings remain as is.
We had one on Lipinets, I believe, too.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Lipinets. And number 9, he has a request to be moved. TGB, you know, to request from 9 to 3 is going to be very complicated because of what we have been. Would you like to adjust your request for a higher instead of 3? Can you please talk in the microphone?
Well, after spending as much time as I did talking about the other gentleman above, Lipinets, and not wanting to adversely, to spend too much time on this, I'm not sure where he compares with 8 or 7, but since we're asking for him to move to 1, then if there's any movement, to even 7 would be greatly appreciated. But I understand based on what's been discussed thus far, I don't seem to have made much headway with regard to the Ramirez discussion. So I think that I can adjust my request that way with regard to Lipinets. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan Garcia has not fought in super lightweight, is that correct? He did. Last fight was super lightweight? Okay, Dean, is there anything that you would like to?
No, Lipinets is body of work. This was a nice win for him. He's our silver champion. We say, but his prior 2 fights to that was a draw with Custio Cleet and knockout in 6 by Jaron Ennis. He's very favorably placed.
Okay, so
is there a motion to?
Excuse me, Mr. President, I apologize, but I might have missed it, but was there a determination that Russell had not fought recently? Because if there was that, then I neglected to mention, I believe that he just fought 2 months ago. So insofar as consideration of inactivity, that's fairly recent.
No,
but I might have missed it.
Yeah, it was a misunderstanding.
Okay, yes. Thank you.
Both Martin and Russell in the level of activity, so it was a comparison.
Is there a motion to accept the ratings in the division as proposed by the ratings committee? Peter Stuckey makes the motion. Charlie Giles.
Lightweight division, please.
The lightweight division, exactly. Charlie Giles seconds.
No, ya, es que ya no íbamos a hacer la motion. Any comments? Y ya se acepta.
Never mind.
Lightweight. Puta, ya estás con Salvatore.
Es que por regla hay que hacer
no se tiene que hacer un motion y una de esas. Simplemente con ver que todos aceptan ya está.
Las formalidades son importantes.
Lightweight division, please.
Okay, number 1, Vasil Lomachenko. Number 2, Isaac Cruz Jr. Number 3, Shakur Stevenson. Number 4, William Cepeda. Number 5, George Cambosos Jr. Number 6, Sushiro Yoshino. Number 7, Jermaine Ortiz. Number 8, Ivan Mendy. Number 9, Michelle Rivera. Number 10, Jeremiah Nakatila. Number 11, Joseph Diaz. 12, Edwin de los Santos. Number 13, Maxi Hughes. Number 14, Artem Harutyunyan. Number 15, Francesco Patera.
Por favor.
Mr. President, well, to bring another exciting fighter to this weight category, we have Lázaro Alvarez from Cuba. 3 times.
That's enough. Lázaro Alvarez.
Sorry, I don't like to sound pretentious, but we have the best Cuban boxers are still in Cuba. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey, board members, Daniel Otter, Three Lions Promotions Canada. I'm here with Pedro Bernal, the WBC Youth World Title holder. His record is 10-1-2, but the 2 draws were very controversial. He's never had a promoter, so he's always been on the opposing side. He beat WBC Latino champion, I don't want to butcher the name, Alberto Ruiz Abera. He also beat highly touted American Manuel James, who was 12-0 at the time.
He's ranked number 38.
That's ranked 38. I would like to request number 20, I think.
Okay.
19.
Absolutely. Yeah. We will look into it. Is this him?
This is him here, and it would be great if we could look into it today. I'd like for him to say a word too, just to introduce him to yourself, if I could. Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Bueno, licenciado, pues nos vimos aquella vez en el martes de café, el 4 de mayo, y no sabe qué gusto, qué orgullo tengo al tener esto aquí en mi hombro. No sabe, de verdad, yo vengo de ser, pues, nada, y me dedico a esto, 100%. Yo no trabajo, yo me dedico a esto, al deporte, y voy a luchar, licenciado. A todas las personas que están presentes, voy a luchar hasta volverme campeón absoluto del Consejo Mundial de Boxeo, al lado de mi promotor, Dan Otter, Three Lions Promotions, y dejaré la empresa y el CMB, el WBC, arriba, en alto. Gracias.
Bienvenido, campeón, que Dios te bendiga y vamos para adelante, échale muchas ganas.
Samson Lukowicz, whatever I say before, I scratch it. So now
he's number 9.
Number 9, Michelle Rivera is fighting actually on December 17. You know, in 135 pounders is such a competitive, but I believe that George Cambosos Jr. he have a lucky night and doesn't deserve to be.
Is there a specific petition, Samson?
Yes, I would like to have Michelle Rivera in state number 5.
Thank you.
And Edwin de los Santos.
Thank you.
Is missing one, Edwin de los Santos, to be number 9. Thank you.
Who is Hermín de los Santos?
Number 12. He fought in Showtime and he beat the real contender of Jose Venezuela.
I'm no longer with Samson Boxing. Just advocating on behalf of George Cambosos to stay at number 5. I think to say that he had a lucky night versus Lopez is overly reductive and unfair. He also beat Lee Selby. He beat Mickey Bay, who is a former champion. He's got a great track record. I think losing 2 fights to Devin Haney is hardly an adverse offense that should be held against him in the rankings. He's already been dropped from 3 to 5 in the most recent rankings, and I think just based on his track record, the magnitude of his biggest wins, I should say, that's as far as he should go. He's still absolutely a top contender in the lightweight division. Thank you.
Any other comments on the lightweight division?
Mr. President, members, Andy Cruz, campeón olímpico 2020 de Tokio, representando a Cuba, y también 2-time gold medalist in the Pan Ams. He's going to be making his professional debut. We'd like him to be seriously considered to enter into the top 30.
Thank you.
Another request on behalf of a fighter who's a phenomenal talent for the top 40, or at least keep an eye on him. Keyshawn Davis is a former Olympian. He's only had 6 fights, but there are times, as you know, as in the case of a Lomachenko or Mungsarin, you have a phenomenal talent that comes up, and I would appreciate if you can consider from the top 40. Thank you.
This is a man who spoke in favor of Devin Haney, of Lennox Lewis. So your honorability and respectability on anything that you propose is always considered done. Thank you. So we have
Mauricio, let's put that one to the bed. We recognize the veracity of Don's request, and we rated him number 30. So he's there.
Remove that top 40 request. Move him to 15. That's it.
Okay, so there's a request from Samson to move Rivera to number 5 and to move number 12 to number 9. So this is 2 things for the ratings committee. We would like to hear your comments, please.
Let me look at these fighters. These Yoshino and Mendy, Ortiz fought great, almost beat Lomachenko. We rated these fighters on the basis of their careers, their results. We're happy with this. You look at these people, Kambosos, and Mendy he's defending his European title. I have no problem I think Rivera Samson knows fighters. He finds fighters. He finds great fighters. And his next fight that you talk about, Samson, he wins that one. We'll make the adjustments that he has. So your question was that he should go over Kambosos. I thought we answered that question.
The response is that the Lomachenko, Cruz, Stevenson, Cepeda, Kambosos, Yoshino, Ortiz, Mendy, Rivera, the committee feels, and the committee did not just pick these names. They've been working for the whole year. They met here for 2 complete days, and they review every single division. So I believe that unless there's a very solid claim, it's going to be difficult to be overruled.
So in that case, make me happy because I can see that the number 11, Joseph Diaz, even though he's from Golden Boy Promotion and my good, I'm part of the family, he just lost. And Edwin Santos, he just beaten undefeated. So let's, make it 11 and I'll be happy.
So you propose to switch Edwin de los Santos with Joseph Diaz. Approved. Okay. Bravo, Samson. That's the only change in the division.
Yeah, any comments from the board?
We go to super-featherweight. Échale, Nancy, échale.
Okay, super-featherweight. We have number 1, Oshaki Foster. Number 2, Eduardo Hernandez. Number 3, Robson Consencio. Number 4, Muhammad Kuja Yacob. Pablo Vicente, number 5. Number 6, Lamont Roach. Number 7, Albert Bell. Number 8, Ricardo Nunez. Number 9, Kenichi Ogawa. Number 10, Jadier Herrera. Number 11, Anthony Kakache. Number 12, Michael Magnesi. Number 13, Jaime Arboleda. Number 14, Chris Colbert. Number 15, Masanori Rikishi.
Please go ahead, Samson.
Yeah, Samson Lukovic from Samson Boxing LLC. The number 5, Pablo Vicente, I would like to be moved to number 4. The reason is that Robson Concenciao, he just lost every round.
Thank you.
Wait, I didn't finish. Let me introduce you his manager, Raúl Cortizo Cohen, for the first time in... Come over. No, come over.
Bienvenido, Raúl. Bienvenido. Usted representa a Pablo Vicente.
Así es, presidente.
Muy bien, bienvenido a la convención.
Muchas gracias. Le recuerdo antes de la pandemia, cuando fue usted uno de los invitados a la presidencia de Panamá, solicitó alguna ayuda gubernamental para el boxeo panameño, ya está dando frutos. Ojalá tengamos una convención del CMB pronto en Panamá para que los vea hecho realidad.
Muchas gracias. Next,
Excuse
please.
me, perdón un segundito. About what we did with the
Samson,
amateurs
please.
and-
Samson,
and-
sit down, Samson, please. Please.
Okay.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Mr. President, all the ratings committee. I am Davide Bianchi from Switzerland, and I'm here to represent Michael Magnesi, accompanied by his wife, Alexandra Branco, the daughter of the multiple Italian world champion, Silvio Branco. We are really proud to join our family in the WBC here in Acapulco. And Michael Magnesi is a strong and a courageous fighter, very emotional, very interesting. He has a professional record of 21 victories and 1 loss by split decision with 13 KO. He was former international silver champion. He won the title in the 2019 and was 3 times ABO world champion. His last fight in September was against Anthony Kakashi in Manchester, and he lost the fight by split decision with a very controversial verdict, and he suffered a broken rib at the second round and arrived to the decision with a nice performance. So the dream of Michael is to be the unified world champion, but his favorite belt is the green one because his blood is green and his heart is gold. So we are really thankful to your commission, your engagement to preserve and to keep us in the first 15 position. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Because winning this belt will be great for Italy and for all our movement, because the last WBC World Championship was won in Italy many years ago.
Is he the number 12 ranked fighter? Number 12.
Thank you very much.
He moved from 15 to 12. We were very impressed with his fighter.
Hi, Mr. President and all the committee. I'm Brian Perez from Miguel Cotto Promotions. We represent Brian Chevalier from Puerto Rico. He just moved up in weight to the super-featherweight division. His record is 18-1 and 14 knockouts. He's currently ranked in the WBO in the top 10. He just come off of a great, highly competitive fight with a great win via knockout over Cesar Corazon Juarez. And we humbly request to the board to be considered to be ranked in the top 15. Thank you.
What is his name?
Brian Chevalier. Chadi Chevalier. It's 18-1 with 14 knockouts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bueno, al principio le robé 30 segundos, ahora le voy a robar 40. Con mucho asombro estuve mirando la pantalla y desde la categoría pesado a la superpluma hay un solo boxeador argentino clasificado en categoría crucero, Yamil Peralta. Nosotros el año entrante vamos a tener 28 fechas de televisión. Por lo consiguiente, voy a quedarme a disposición del Consejo Mundial de Boxeo para que Sudamérica, no solo Argentina, sino que hay 3 brasileros nada más rankeados en lo que hemos visto hasta este momento. Estoy a disposición del Consejo para que el año entrante, a partir del 20 de enero, vamos a tener 28 fechas más 4 especiales, que ya lo he hablado con algunos, principalmente con Roberto Rilo, que, bueno, tengo muchísimo interés en trabajar muy duro con el Consejo Mundial de Boxeo.
Don Mario, le pido que nos dé una lista de todos sus boxeadores que son que puedan calificar para las clasificaciones, para esos campeonatos, y voy a poner un comité a trabajar dedicadamente a eso.
Ok, le agradezco mucho, Mauricio, le agradezco mucho, presidente. Nosotros tenemos en este momento 29 boxeadores firmados, de los cuales 6 o 7 son los que están listos. Después de los 3 mosqueteros, como yo llamé a Maravilla, al Chino Maidana y a
Don
Matisse,
Mario,
hoy estamos mal.
por favor, discúlpeme, necesitamos cerrar la sesión lo más pronto posible.
Listo. Este lo dejé para lo último porque es de esta categoría, ¿no? Pero este es el mejor peleador que hay hoy, supongo, o uno de los mejores en Sudamérica. Se llama Fabricio Bea, tiene 19-0 con 18 knockouts. Es el peleador que íbamos a hacer un título mundial juvenil, se lesionó, está listo para las grandes cosas. Mauro está listo para hacer un título internacional. Alberto Guerra está listo para lo que necesite. Con este peleador supongo que va a ser nuestro próximo campeón. Ojalá tengamos suerte. Así que pido por favor que lo analicen bien, a ver si me lo pueden clasificar dentro de los 15, con todo el respeto, ¿no?
Muchas gracias, don Mario.
Le agradezco mucho, muchas gracias y gracias, muy gentil.
Buenas tardes, Alejandro Brito de Boxstars Promotions. Pedir la solicitud de clasificación de un peleador nuestro que se llama Eduardo el Sugar Núñez, 23 ganadas, 1 perdida y 23 knockouts. La última pelea fue el 30 de septiembre de este año y por los evidentes movimientos que va a haber en la división con la pelea de título vacante, creemos que tiene la facultad para estar entre los 15 primeros. Eduardo Sugar Núñez.
Muchas gracias.
Señor presidente, ¿cómo está? Carlos González, Best Box Panamá. Solo para solicitar que se considere a Jaime Arboleda pasar al puesto número 10. Jaime viene de 3 peleas seguidas ganadas después de su pelea, su intento de título mundial.
Número 13, él no se ha inscrito en el Clean Boxing Program. Es importante que lo haga, por favor.
Inmediatamente, presidente.
¿Alguna otra? Okay, Dean, we have one specific request to have Samsung request number 5 to be switched with number 4, and we have number 13 asking to be switched to number 10.
Okay, the Vicente has not fought the competition that Conceição has. And Conceição, to me, is a master boxer. To lose to Shakir Stevenson and Oscar Valdez is no shame. Vicente needs to get his level of competition higher. He's not fighting good fighters. He's fighting club fighters, low-level fighters. To me, he's high where he is. He's well represented at number 5. He just needs to improve his competition.
Arboleda, number 13 to number 10.
Arboleda. I didn't hear this. Yes, if he were going to number 10, what happened to the screen? He would have to go over the Magnesi just that he talked about. His last fight was an 8-round decision. And the fight before that, in January of 22, he was knocked down 2 times and won a very close decision, majority decision. There's no reason for Arboleda to go over solid fighters like Kakash and Magnessa, and especially Hadlier Herrera, one of our best prospects.
Carlos, lo siento. En 13 está muy bien. Ok.
El cambio de Pablo Vicente era que el número 4 la jugó, no con el número 3.
Se pidió. Ya se acabó.
There are no other comments. We'll move to the next edition.
Perdón. Nancy, por favor.
Okay. Featherweight division. Featherweight. Okay, featherweight division number 1, Brandon Figueroa. Number 2, Isaac Dogbo. Number 3, Mark Magzayo. Number 4, Gary Russell Jr. Number 5, Joet Gonzalez. Number 6, Robesi Ramirez. Number 7, Michael Conlon. Number 8, Kiko Martinez. Number 9, James Dickens. Number 10, Lerato Diamini. Number 11, Nick Ball. Number 12, Rhea Abe. Number 13, Satoshi Shimizu. Number 14, Adam Lopez. Number 15, Ryosuke Iwasa.
Any comments from the floor, please?
Mr. President, members, on behalf of Don King Productions, Neslang Machado, 19-0, undefeated, consideration for a top 15 ranking, please.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, señor presidente y demás miembros. Edgardo Rossani de Buenos Aires, Argentina. Es un gran honor estar nuevamente aquí, en la gran familia del CMB. En este caso me pidieron colaboración de la empresa Furia Boxing, una nueva empresa de Argentina con televisión de canal de aire, así que habría que apoyar. En este caso me pidieron colaboración por el boxeador campeón mundial juvenil, Ezequiel Palaversic, campeón mundial juvenil plata. Por favor, si se puede colocar en la posición 25 o similar. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Hello, Sean Gibbons, Manny Pacquiao Promotions. I'm here representing Mark Mixayo, former WBC featherweight champion, who lost a very close and controversial decision to champion Ray Vargas. We'd like to ask the WBC to consider he should be number 2 in front of Isaac Dogbo. Mixayo won the WBC Eliminator against Julio Ceja, beat arguably the best fighter in the world earlier this year in Gary Russell Jr., and then had to fight the worst style of fighter in Ray Vargas, and we feel he did a very good job in losing a very close decision that he should still be ranked
Thank you, Sean.
number 2.
Your petition is number 2. Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Sorry to short a little bit your...
I will make it very fast. Samson Lukowicz, Samson Boxing LLC, Luis Reinaldo Núñez, The Twist, 17-0. The last...
¿Qué número es?
I don't know, it doesn't deserve to be in the top 50.
We take note. We take note.
Wait, because it's something very
next,
important.
please.
First of all, if for the last 3 fights, 13-0, 14-0, 10-0, which is 37-0, and he's still not rated in the top of 15.
El que sigue, por favor.
I didn't finish.
Es número 30.
How come if you fight in showtime 3 times with undefeated, it's number 30? Can you explain to me, Dean?
Samson.
I need an explanation for
Samson, please sit down.
Okay.
Güerito.
Sí, ¿qué tal? Buenas tardes. Soy Héctor Güerito Escobar de Culiacán, Sinaloa, para pedirle al Consejo Mundial de Boxeo que me tome en cuenta para clasificarme. Tengo un récord de 18 peleas ganadas con 16 knockouts. Soy campeón de Fecarbot, peso pluma, y presiento que pues mi sueño es ser campeón del mundo, y estoy viendo en la lista que no hay dentro de los primeros 20 de clasificados del mundo un mexicano, y presiento que puedo estar yo ahí para representar muy bien el organismo verde y oro.
Bienvenido, eres 39, and he's the next Julio César Chávez, I can guarantee that. Bienvenido, muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
El que sigue, por favor.
También de Sanfer. Tenemos
un par de peleadores que no aparecen ni siquiera entre los primeros 40.
Pásenos los nombres, por favor.
Rafael Espinosa,
Gracias.
Sergio Chirino y, espérenme, tenemos también a Cristian Olivo, que fue campeón juvenil y nunca estuvo ni siquiera entre los primeros 15. Entonces nos gustaría que lo clasificaran.
Muchas gracias.
Alejandro Brito de Boxstars, nada más solicitar la inclusión una vez más de Mauricio Broncola, un peleador que traemos en copromoción con Matchroom. No aparece en los 15 primeros, nada más solicitar la inclusión.
El Bronco Lara no se ha inscrito en el Clean Boxing Program en muchos meses, por eso no lo podemos clasificar.
Ok.
Si se inscribe, definitivamente será.
inclusión. Perfecto, muchas gracias.
Ok, we go to the next division. Vamos a, en lo que lo ponen, bótalo por favor, Alberto.
Is there any comment from the board? If there is no comment, then we'll move to the next one when Mauricio gets back here.
Pues soy Fabián Macín, soy artista plástico y le traigo este regalo a Mauricio y al Consejo Mundial de Boxeo. Una obra de mi autoría, totalmente hecha a mano. Es una composición de 36 grabados. Cada piso, son 6 pisos por 6 pisos, cada piso representando una década del Consejo Mundial y de la Convención del Consejo. Es un juego de tintas, de intensidad de tintas, con tinta de grabado y tinta china para formar el rostro del presidente eterno, don José Sulaimán. Y pues quisiera hacerte la entrega oficial de un regalo que hice con todo el cariño para todos ustedes. Yo quiero presentarme con ustedes y... Muchísimas gracias.
Mr. President, I'm leaving. I must leave my wife in it. So is the boss. Thank you very much for everything.
La pantalla, Víctor. Oh, yes.
Super-bantamweight. Super-bantamweight, number 1, Luis Neri. Number 2, Asad Hovhannisyan. Number 3, Shainoi Waterwood. Number 4, David Picasso. Number 5, Takuma Inoue. Number 6, Reis Alim. Number 7, Carlos Castro. Number 8, Solani Tete. Number 9, Ludumo Lamati. Number 10, Ionut Baluta. Number 11, TJ Doheny. Number 12, Aaron Alameda. Number 13, Kevin Gonzalez. Number 14, Yoshiki Takei. Number 15, Carl James Martin.
Are there any comments in the division? Before Roberto speaks, there's a very nice tour at 6 p.m. departing from the hotel lobby in the buses, where the cliff diving It takes place in Acapulco and sightseeing of the old city. And everybody's invited from the board, from the promoters, whoever is in the room is invited. And we'll deeply appreciate if you enjoy tonight. Please, Roberto.
I'm requesting that we really consider number 2, Azat Hovhannisyan, to do a final eliminator against Luis Neri. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm requesting Katsuma Akitsuki, who's 10-0. His last 4 fights, he's fought undefeated fighters, 13-0, 11-0, 10-0. He's beat them all. No one wants to fight him. I want to see if we can rank him in the top 15 and get somebody that would want to fight him.
Please, what is your name?
Marvin Rodriguez.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Finally.
Yes.
He's the famous Marvin Rodriguez promoting the vacant title on November. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. It's an honor to be able to work with the WBC.
And which is the fighter that you're recommending?
His name is Katsuma. His last name is Akitsugi.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I'd like to speak on behalf of Rais Aleem. He's rated number 6 there. He was number 5 in June. Not sure why they moved him down, but I'm requesting that he be in the top 2. Rais Aleem, 20-0. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mauricio. My name is Danny with Zizu Boxing. I want to see if we could be ranked in the top 40 for John Chance. He's 7-0, and intensive amateur record with 150 fights. Right now, as opposed to fought on Showtime, he's fought on a couple of big cards, and we're trying to see if we get him in WC in the top 40.
Yes. Did you get the name? Nancy. Okay.
For John Chance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ratings Committee, we have a request for number 6, Rais Aleem, to move to number 2. Is that correct? Ms. Kaufman? Yes. Number 2. Yes. There's a petition for number 6 to move to number 2. El micrófono.
He was number 5 last month, and I would have no problem putting him back to number 5 and just making that switch. But the top 3 guys, it would be tough to get over them. So,
is that acceptable from 6 to 5?
If that's what he says, it's going to have to be.
Okay, so please switch 6 to 5. Bantamweight division, please. Jason Maloney,
Buenas
Nonito
tardes.
Doner, Emanuel Rodríguez.
Era una petición nada más para los supergallos. Tenemos al campeón mundial juvenil, Luis Fernando Rodríguez, que boxea
¿En
aquí.
qué caso? ¿En qué peso?
En supergallo. Supergallo.
Ya lo pasamos.
Bueno, nada más era la petición
Pásenos
para
los
que
nombres,
subieran.
por favor.
Ok, para que lo subieran en caso de triunfar. Pero en gallo, ya que estoy aquí, pues me espero. Ya que los nombres.
Jason Moloney, Nonito Doner, Emanuel Rodríguez, Nahuapón Sorrung Bisay, Raimar Garballo, Charlie Edwards, Alexandro Santago Barrios, Lee McGregor, Pachsor Chihuatana, Gary Anthony Russell, Vincent Astrobrayo, Roisuke Nishida, Liborio Solís, Kai Chiba y So Ishida. Any comments, please?
Bien, ¿qué tal? Buenas tardes, Guillermo Brito de Promociones Sanfer. La única petición, tenemos el próximo sábado una pelea entre Carlos Norberto López y Rashid Martínez en peso gallo y quisiéramos que el ganador fuera considerado para estar entre los primeros 15. Es todo.
Gracias.
Richard Schaefer from Probellum. Throughout my career as a promoter, I was fortunate to work with many great fighters, but I think there's one of them who really stands out. He's really the poster child of our sport. He was the first one to sign the clean boxing program, 24/7, 365 of any fighter. And he really is a role model inside and outside of the ring. And that is your champion, Nonito Donaire. And I am here humbly asking you, I believe that Nonito Donaire, because of his body of work and everything that he has done and what he stands for, deserves the #1 ranking. And if the title would become vacant, to have the opportunity to fight for the vacant world title again. Thank you. Nonito?
I just want to say thank you. Thank you. My deepest gratitude. Just being here and having this opportunity, meeting the champions, the legends. I am just grateful from the bottom of my heart from everybody here. I mean, there's nothing more than I can say, but just my emotion to you and, you know, everybody here, the people that I was hanging out, it's just such amazing. My emotion is just overwhelmed to the gratitude that I have in meeting everyone here, the champion, the legends, the WBC, my family. Muchas gracias.
Hi everyone, I'll be quick. I'm Jason Maloney, for those that don't know. I'll be quick. I know everyone's hungry and tired. I just wanted to say how grateful I am and how proud I am to see myself as the #1 bantamweight in the WBC, and I look forward to achieving my dream and having the green and gold belt around my waist very soon. Thank you very much.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Me presento, yo soy Juan el Elegante Martínez. Muchas gracias por escucharme, señor presidente y miembros del presidium. Yo me encuentro en el número 35 y quisiera ver la posibilidad, si cuento con su apoyo, para poder trascender dentro de la tabla, ya que soy el campeón de la NAF Junior y campeón continental latino. Muchísimas gracias.
Bienvenido, muchas gracias. Ya subiste al número 25 en las últimas clasificaciones.
Muchas gracias.
Felicidades.
Well, my last intervention, I just want to thank again in behalf of Golden Ring Promotions and the Cuban Boxing Federation, and mention our last boxer from Cuba. Just as a reference, he said he fought and won to Naoya Inoue in the World Champions. His name is Giovanni Beitia, and just want to thank again for everything.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, Osvaldo García, invicto 15-0 de aquí de México con 11 knockouts. Pelea el 2 de diciembre en Atlanta, Georgia. Luego en febrero tenemos un programa visto para Ciudad de Carmen, aquí en México también, con el señor Osvaldo García, a ver si lo consideran para un ranking.
Osvaldo García.
Sí,
muchas gracias.
Gracias a ti.
Alejandro Brito de Boxstars, solicitar la inclusión en los 15 primeros de Cristian Chispa Medina, 21 ganadas, 3 perdidas, 14 knockouts. Es el actual campeón mundial juvenil del organismo y en las últimas clasificaciones está en el 21. Entonces solicitamos la inclusión de él en los 15 primeros para poder disputar una corona.
Gracias.
Hi, it's Don Majeski again with Tony Tolge, the promoter and manager of Jason Maloney. I know there was a request about moving Nonito Donaire to #1, but as you may well recall, Maloney fought and won an official final eliminator to get that position as mandatory contender. I will state we have absolutely no problem if the title is declared vacant to fight Nonito Donaire for the championship in the first match. But he earned that position through an official eliminator, so we'd like to remain there. And if the title does become vacant, no problem at all to honor the WBC ordering Maloney against Donaire. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Okay, any other comments? We have a request from Christian Medina to move from 21 to 15.
He has 3 defeats, but that was early in his career. He's doing well now. He has 3 wins this year. I like him, but from 21, maybe since I'd like to see him come up a few places. But I don't think he's as good as Yoshida. So.
Ok. Señor Brito, se subirá a algunos lugares, aún no al 15, pero sí se le considerará con movimiento hacia arriba. We received several recommendations from Cuba, Osvaldo Garcia, Elegante Martinez. It's just a matter, we have Nonito Doner, who is number 2 contender, requesting to be ranked number 1. Jason Maloney won the final elimination, also defending the silver champion in the last fight against Sorung Bisai in Australia. Naoya Inoue, there is a possibility that he moves up after his upcoming fight, which would make the title vacant and would make the order of these 2 fighters to fight for the vacant title. Richard, unless you don't mind, we would like to keep number 1 and number 2 as it is. Okay. This is cannot get better. Jason has won our hearts of Acapulco. Nonito, you are an example of the best thing that can happen in boxing. So I'm sure we deeply appreciate your understanding, and it's going to be sensational. Thank you.
Any comments from the board? No comments, we'll move to Super-fly.
Super-flyweight, number 1, Roman Gonzalez. Number 2, Andrew Maloney. Number 3, Pedro Guevara. Number 4, Kosei Tanaka. Number 5, Shisake Sorung Bisai. Number 6, Donnie Nietes. 7, Jair Raquinel. Number 8, Yanga Sikibo. Number 9, Carlos Cuadras. Number 10, David Cuellar. 11, Adrian Lerasan. Number 12, Israel Gonzalez. Number 13, RG Cortez. 14, Pablo Carrillo. 15, Kenta Nakagawa.
Aljo Jara.
Good afternoon, everybody, especially to our best president, Maurice Suleiman, and the board of the rating committees. Good afternoon. My name is Al Joharo, representing Edward Heno. I'm all the way from the Philippines. So I have a boxer, Edward Heno, is a former OPPF flyweight, a junior flyweight champion, and he's a former number 1 of the WBC rankings in 2019. Because of the pandemic, so he hasn't had a fight for almost 2 years. And then last August 5, he has a fight and he win by 12 round unanimous decision against a durable opponent. So I'm here and I beg you, to the panel of the committee, to please include the boxer Edward Heno in the top 12. Thank you so much.
Edward
Heno.
Edwin Heno.
Edward. He's a former WBC number 1 rank and OPBF junior flyweight champion, and he defended his title twice in Japan. And also our recently chairman, Games and Amusement Board, Baha Mitra, he knows this boxer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tony Told, representing Andrew Maloney. After his last win against the number 3, Norberto Jimenez, just want to say thank you for rewarding him at number 2, and we look forward to fighting for the world title soon. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Best of luck.
Kevin Rooney, Matchroom. Just wanted to get clarity on, being that Jesse did vacate, we've now elevated the Estrada Chocolatito fight to be for the full championship. Will the winner be allowed to fight a voluntary afterwards?
Can you please, I could not understand.
Being that Jesse Rodriguez had vacated and now we're doing the full WBC 115-pound championship for Estrada versus Chocolatito December 3rd, will you allow the winner to fight a voluntary?
He can fight a voluntary. There is no time to order the free negotiations for the mandatory. so he can fight a voluntary defense.
Understood.
December 3rd.
Thank you.
Alejandro Brito de Boxstars, solicitar, no está ni en los 30 primeros Jonathan Titán Rodríguez, 24 ganadas, 2 perdidas. A solicitar que esté de preferencia en los 20 primeros, por favor.
Jonathan Rodríguez. Gracias. Señor, salió por no se ha registrado en el boxeo limpio, Clean Boxing Program. If he does not enroll, we cannot rank him.
Ok.
Que se registre y...
Perfecto. Muchas gracias.
El filipino que dijo Edward Geno.
Señor presidente, caballero, hablo de parte de Rubén Mendoza, 8-0 con 7 knockouts. Se está haciendo la solicitud para que pueda hacer una pelea FECAR Box. Acaba de pelear y ganar. Nuevamente va a pelear otra vez en Colombia en diciembre. Por Rubén Mendoza.
Rubén Mendoza.
Sí.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Dean, we have a request for Edward Geno, who at one time was ranked number 1 from Mr. Yaro. He's requesting a top 15 ranking.
Yeah, his record is 15-1 and 7 knockout.
The problem with Mr. Eno is that he last fought in October 24th against Edwin Soto at 108 pounds. He came back in August as the presenter saw it, and won a 12-round decision at 118. He's not even fought at 115, but he can make it, obviously, because he's little. But so what I'm saying is there's just not enough information to see how he would fight at that weight, going up 7 pounds.
Because he fighting last 2019 in 108, and now he moved up to 118. And the last fight, last August 5, he said it to me that, okay, I want to fight first at 118. But yesterday I called to him, what division you want, that I will enter you in the ranking. And he said it's very comfortable to him for 115.
Please, I will ask Gab to please, Mr. Mitra, make an evaluation, confirm which division he will compete, and then the WBC Rankings Committee will certainly look into 115 or 118, okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
If there are no comments from the board, we'll move to the flyweight division.
Flyweight, number 1, Angel Ayala Ladizábal. Number 2, David Jimenez. Number 3, Francisco Rodriguez Jr. 4, Ricardo Rafael Sandoval. 5, Seijo Yuri Akui. Number 6, Mohamed Wasim. 7, Tanachai Charumpak. Number 8, Jackson Shauki. Number 9, Christopher Rosales. Number 10, Taku Kuwahara. Number 11, Angel Acosta. 12, Joselito Velasquez. 13, Dave Apolinario. 14, Galal Yafai. 15, Gohan Rodriguez.
Kevin Rooney, Matchroom Boxing. We will get Galal's VADA paperwork filled out within the next week for you. Regarding the number 1, obviously we've spoken. Unfortunately, Arroyo has been injured. He's asking for about 4 weeks of rest period. He will be ready to fight in the first quarter of 2023. El Rey Martinez will still be fighting on December 3rd. We are hoping to have his opponent locked in by the end of this week. We're looking at the ratings to see if there's someone there that can make sense, and hopefully we'll be able to present something to you by the end of this week on his title defense for December 3rd.
Thank you for the update. Thank you.
Sanfer, tenemos ahora 2 peticiones. Oiga, de acuerdo a lo que acaba de mencionar ahorita Kevin, sí tienen a bien ordenar la pelea de Ángel Ayala en sustitución de Arroyo. Nosotros estamos listos para pelear el 3 de diciembre en la función que ya está programada de Matchroom. considerando que no va a poder pelear Arroyo hasta marzo. Entonces, si desean ordenarla, nosotros la hacemos el 3 de diciembre. Nuestra segunda petición es Jair Frank. Jair Frank enfrentó a un rival en común con Joselito.
¿Cómo se llama?
Jair Frank. Enfrentaron a un rival en común con Joselito Velázquez que se llama Grillo Mejía. Velázquez y Jair Frank enfrentaron a Grillo Mejía. Joselito empató con él y Jair Frank lo noqueó. Entonces nosotros consideramos que por lo menos deberíamos estar en los primeros 15, si no es que arriba de Joselito.
Muy bien, muchas gracias.
A usted.
Buenas tardes, señores. Es un gusto saludarlos a todos. Soy Rosendo Álvarez, manager de Christopher Rosales, el campeón mundial. Veo que está en la clasificación número 9 y ha peleado 2 veces, ha ganado y tiene una pelea próxima para el 3 de diciembre. Me gustaría ver si le dan una posición más alta. Humildemente se lo pido, con todo el respeto que se merecen. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, campeón.
Hello, yeah. Marvin Rodriguez, once again from Marv Nation. I'm asking, requesting for Carlos Butriago, who's 36-7, to be ranked in the top 15. He's coming off 4 consecutive wins. His last win was against an opponent 21-1, and he's scheduled to fight this weekend against someone who's 17-5.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Roberto Diaz, Golden Boy Promotions. First and foremost, thank you, Dean. Thank you to the board, the committee. Ricardo Sandoval, number 4, very happy for that. My petition is for Angel Tito Acosta, number 11, former world champion. He's coming off a few wins now, to be rated in top 5. Thank you very much.
Alejandro Brito de Boxstars, considerar por favor la inclusión de Adrián Gatito Curiel entre los 15 primeros. Ahí en la lista hay algunos que ya perdieron. Él lleva el récord de 20 ganadas, 4 perdidas, es campeón con box y está con la calidad suficiente, yo creo, para estar entre esos 15 primeros.
¿Cuál
Adrián
es su nombre,
Curiel.
perdón?
Adrián Curiel.
¿Adrián?
Curiel, Adrián Curiel. Campeón con box de peso mosca también. Gracias.
¿Está qué? Está número 18 ya. ¿Está bien?
Lo ideal sería estar en los 15 primeros, pero bueno, si la anterior estaba en 31, sube al 18, está bien. Muchas gracias.
Tony.
Hola, Mauricio. De parte de Pedro Alarcón, invicto de Colombia, 9-0. Tenemos una solicitud para pelear el FECONSUR, posiblemente para finales de este mes, o si no, principios del próximo mes en diciembre, para su consideración para entrar al ranking.
Muchas gracias. So we have a petition for Christopher Rosales, who is a former champion, number 9, Mr. Lojas. Can you look into the Muhammad Wasim and
in matter of time, what was his he wants over 7 in the matter of, yes, I didn't think I wasn't quite sure what he had. 6?
Yeah,
That's what he wanted?
He wanted to switch number 9 with number 6 because of the activity of Wasim.
Okay, sounds good to me.
Okay. So we switch Christopher Rosales 9 to 6. Marv Nations requests Carlos Butrago to enter the top 15.
CBP.
Marv Nation, Butrago needs to enroll in the clean boxing program. Otherwise, we cannot rank him. Ángel Acosta is number... Golden Boy Promotions.
Since he lost to Nakatani, Robert maybe misstated or was thinking he fought one time a guy named Haniel Rivera, and Haniel is a very washed up fighter. He needs better competition before he goes up. Obviously he's been at the top of the thing, but right now he needs to show us he's still there.
So Roberto, just the level of competition, and he will be immediately considered for the top 15, top 10. Adrián Curel, who is number 18, it's good. So the only change is 9-6.
So what did Adrian accept?
I'm sorry?
What did Adrian accept? What position?
Who?
Curiel, what position did
Curiel is number 18. He was requesting 15 or it's okay, 18. He didn't know he was ranked.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
With that single change, are there any comments from the board? If not, we'll move to our last division, the
Light-flyweight
division.
Two more.
Light-flyweight, number 1, Heke Butler. Number 2, Kishi Iwata. Number 3, Hiroto Kayoguchi. Number 4, Asael Villar. 5, Carlos Canizales. 6, Elwin Soto. 7, Niana Tiral. 8, Esteban Bermudez. 9, Mark Visalis. 10, Daniel Matellon. 11, Masamichi Yabuki. 12, Jairo Noriega. 13, Hassanboy Duzmatov. 14, Jason Bison. 15, Danai Nijapukyo. Sorry.
Adelante, por favor.
Edgardo Rosani, nuevamente, en colaboración con la empresa Furia Boxing de Buenos Aires, Argentina, en esta ocasión para solicitar formalmente la inclusión del boxeador Leandro Blanc, un boxeador que apenas tiene 7 peleas, pero 29 años, y de las 7 peleas, 4 fueron por títulos. Es campeón actualmente.
Está en número 23.
Sí,
¿Me parece bien?
Estamos solicitando la inclusión en la posición número 15, en este caso, o también podría ser en la división 105, que también quería proponerlo luego, pero bueno.
En la división paja.
En la división paja, exacto. Cualquiera de las divisiones, él está disponible para realizar cualquier eliminatoria. La empresa está dispuesta a invertir y hacer la eliminatoria por el Consejo Mundial de Boxeo, por la posición que sea, en Argentina, o ir a disputar al exterior.
The request is number 23 in light flyweight. They believe that's one of the best prospects for Argentina, and they are requesting 15 in light flyweight or strawweight.
If you meet, I will like to talk to Marcos about this fighter. He knows this fighter, but he struggled in his last fight. He won 6-4. I watched the fight. He did not look good. I notice he can make straw. That would probably help him out, and he'd get a higher rating at that. And so,
okay, we'll see it at strawweight.
Right.
Tony.
Ángel Díaz, por favor, 3 veces campeón nacional de Venezuela, con un récord actual de 11-1. La una fue por una descalificación. Con 9 acaba de ganar la semana pasada. Hicimos una solicitud para pelear el FECONSUR para el próximo mes entrante. La pelea sería o en Panamá o sería en Colombia. Por favor.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias a ti.
Aljo. Oh, ok. So, señor Rosani, vamos a llevar al peso paja su caso donde tiene mayor posibilidad de éxito. ¿Le parece bien? Muy bien.
Any comments from the board?
Peso paja, por favor.
Okay, strawweight, number 1, Kiniro Shishewaka. Number 2, Ayanda Dulani. Number 3, Melvin Jerusalem. 4, Udai Shiyoka. Number 5, Wanheng Minayotin. Number 6, Marco John Rementizo. Number 7, Luis Castillo. 8, Wilfredo Mendez. 9, Garen Diajan. Number 10, Rene Mark Cuarto. 11, Pedro Taduran. 12, Reyneres Gutierrez. 13, Banjul Nayagani. 14, Subasa Kura. 15, Norihito Tanaka.
Okay, Mr. Yaro.
Good afternoon again. Aljo Haro of Haro International. So I will request it again. The boxer name is Rono R. Arandales. He's a regional champion like a WBO, WBF, and IBF. It's only a regional. And he's ranked number 1 in the Philippines. And his record is like a 16 wins, 7 knockout, and 2 defeat. So I would like to request to all of you now to please include him in the top 20 in the mini flyweight division. Thank you very much, and God
It's
bless you.
strawweight.
Strawweight,
Okay.
105. Just only in the top 20.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rosendo.
Sí, saludo una vez más. Señores miembros del Consejo Mundial de Boxeo, represento a Buffalo Boxing y a Reineri Gutiérrez, campeón internacional del CMB, y hace un mes defendió el título y no lo movieron de su posición número 12. Me gustaría que nos dieran una mejor posición
His request is number 12 to be moved up.
y estamos listos para pelear con cualquier boxeador que quieran.
Gracias, Rosendo.
Señor presidente, mi petición es por Oscar Collazo, que no está en el ranking, promovido por Miguel Cotto Promotions y Golden Boy Promotions. Es de lo mejor que hay en Puerto Rico y en la división. Pedimos un ranking, pero un ranking agresivamente en los primeros 5 del mundo, si se puede, por favor. Gracias.
Costa Collazo.
Oscar Collazo.
Ah, Oscar. Muchas gracias.
Alejandro Brito de Boxstars. Tenemos la petición de poder subir a Luis Castillo. Hicimos en agosto pasado una eliminatoria semifinal, esperando hacer la eliminatoria final con el número 1 del mundo, pero el número 1 del mundo que lo tienen aquí va a disputar el título de otro organismo. Quisiéramos que nos dieran ese número 1 del mundo para poder disputar con algunos de los más altos rankeados la eliminatoria final, que esa ya la solicitaremos mañana, pero esa es la petición en caso de, toda vez que el número 1 del mundo va a disputar el título de otro organismo.
¿Su petición cuál es, Castillo?
Subir a Castillo al número 1 o entre los 3 primeros para poder hacer la eliminatoria final. Ya hicimos la eliminatoria semifinal en agosto pasado y estamos solicitando la eliminatoria final con algunos de los más altos clasificados.
Gracias.
Todo eso.
Señor Rosani.
Sí, nuevamente para hacer la petición formal en este caso de la inclusión de Leandro Blanc en la división 105 libras, por las razones explicadas anteriormente, y quería explicar que en el último combate, lamentablemente, él tuvo una lesión muscular, por eso no brindó el nivel que tiene. Blanc ganó al mejor boxeador argentino de la división superior, que es Junior Zárate, le ganó por puntos, y también le ganó a un mexicano en gran actuación.
Muchas gracias.
Señor presidente, simplemente para posiblemente considerar que Ángel Díaz, que había puesto para la 108, si creen que el comité y usted piensa que sería mejor una mejor calificación en 105, bienvenido sea. También lo puede hacer.
La propuesta
Ángel Díaz.
del pasado, que
Sí,
muy bien.
Sí, de Ángel Díaz de Venezuela, 11-1.
Muy bien, gracias.
Ok, gracias.
So we have number 12. He just won the international champion from Nicaragua. He has a request to be moved up. We have Luis Castillo, who won a semifinal elimination. Is now number 7. He's requesting to be top top 3. ¿Quién dijo que va a pelear por otro organismo? El number 1, Shigeoka, apparently is going to fight for another organization. ¿Por qué organismo? He's going to fight for the IBF title, number 1.
I do not know anything about that. We can look that. Can you look that up? Yes. So let me take care of that Blanc first. I have the fighter at number 15 lost, so we can put him in if we want to. That Leandro Blanc.
Okay, so the number 23 light flyweight, we can put him in 15 in strawweight.
Right.
Okay. So Mr. Rosani is all set.
Right. I wanted to get that one, the easy one, out of the way.
Oscar Collazo, who is number 19, he's
Right.
ranked already.
Yes.
And they're requesting the highest ranking possible, as he's the top prospect they have in Cotto Promotions.
I really like Collazo. I really like him. They're not telling you untruth. He is something to be. So he deserves a top 15 ranking for sure, and maybe even higher than now where you put Gutierrez. But I just said I really like Collazo. I don't know why he's only 18. So, yeah. So we could take the 2 Japanese out, and then we can work with them.
Okay.
But now I don't know. He said number 1 is fighting for the. I think that. I'm not sure, Hanson. Who would they say is fighting for the title?
Number 1. He's fighting for the
up
IBF title.
Can you look at number 1 and see on BoxRec if he's fighting?
No, please take it as it is. Sometimes they're not registered already, but it's a.
But I'm sorry. Okay, we will. But I've heard that a lot, that they have a title fight. And usually, I'm looking at very carefully. And
Mr. Mauricio, I can second that. He is fighting January 6th for the world title. I did the fight.
Thank you, Sean. Okay, so we take him out.
That was easy. You should have done this.
And number 1 goes to NA. Victor, number 1 goes to NA, IBF. Yeah.
And Castillo is requesting moving now from 6 to the top 3.
19-0-1. He's coming off a stoppage over Abraham Rodriguez. I don't think he's faced a top 5. We're talking about Wanheng. Maybe Wanheng is retiring. I don't know, but he's fighting next month. So let's move now. Let's start off by moving 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up 1 position. Okay.
It's going to be very slow.
So we can put him at number 5. At number 5, since 5 is now open.
Okay,
right?
number 5, and Oscar Collazo. What is the number that you can assess?
I can assess him at least number 9, I think. Diagon just had a very nice win, so.
Okay. Any other comments? While we do the computer, we are going to close the rating sessions.
So now we need.
And I deeply appreciate and once again congratulate the ratings committee for their hard work and dedication. Just as an example, this meeting that we just had happens every Sunday, the last Sunday of every month, but via Zoom, which is much more tiring. So I would like to give a big round of applause to the ratings committee of the WBC. I would like to thank the Board of Governors for the patience and dedication also, and to all of you that have been in this meeting for the day. Please go, have some lunch, enjoy the pool, the beach, and whoever wants to go out at the tour that goes to the beautiful cliff diving at 6 p.m., the buses will be ready. Thank you so very much, and see you tomorrow, 9 a.m.